and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in a shotgun set. Barkley to his right. Motion Smith out. Hurts back. Throws left. Pass intercepted along the right sideline. Racing up the sideline for the Giants is Cordell Flott. He's to the 40, 30, and knocked out of bounds at the Philadelphia 22. Hurts picked off for the first time this year. Cordell Flott's his name.
Turn it up. A beautiful, glorious, perfect way to start off your weekend. Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Choppy out on vacay. We got Cowboys Insider. Where you at, Bradley Cooper, the Uber Eats commercial? Where you at, Bryce Harper? It's Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. An absolutely loaded show for you today here on DFW Sports Station, and a perfect win-win bet for me yesterday. I really do hope that someone is taking my 1,000% guarantees, going opposite and cleaning up. Maybe I can get a 5% commission off that.
Your Costanza.
I'm a mush. I'm a human mush. Took the Eagles with the 7.5. Of course, as soon as I do it, the shinks that I am, Jalen Reagor gone for another game. He's out, and the New York Giants smoke filthy at the Meadowlands, 34-17. Hell yeah.
That's there are a number of different takeaways I think we're gonna have about this one. Like it's funny, you see a game like that last night and you feel like, man, there might be like 2 or 3 different angles you can cut at this, like looking at it, and it's not even your team. But I mean, I think that one of the sentiments I saw last night, and one of the things that I think is worth thinking about, is this looks like a much more vulnerable division, that if you start cleaning some things up, you're right there. I mean, if you look at, we felt like they were in a position to potentially get the game-winning score and win in week 1. And if they get that, if they would have managed to get that, they would right now be looking at being 3-1-1 versus Philly being 3-3. Like, this is looking like a much more vulnerable division. Washington doesn't look as good as they did last year so far. They've been without Jaden Daniels, obviously, for a lot of it. But Philly, there's no excuse losing 17 to the New York Giants. That should never, ever, ever happen. We were almost about to be ill if Dallas lost by like a field goal to the Giants, and they got shellacked by the Giants. That's bad.
Their defense looks really bad. They can't run inside with Saquon. I thought, okay, last night, first 2 carries, first 2 handoffs, Saquon's going to have $150, $160, $170, and make, the owner Mara sick upstairs in that owner's box. And then things closed up on him on the interior. Jalen Hurts overthrows Devontae Smith, a wide open bomb. They're just living with Dallas Goedert. I'm thankful for that in one of my fantasy leagues. But defensively, they could not stop Jackson Dart and eventually Scattaboo.
Yeah, they are leaking a ton right now on defense. And that's something we saw in week 1 with Dallas, where we were just like, we were trying to figure out, all right, is that something where Philly's really struggling right now, or Dallas's offense is just really sharp? And I think over the last few weeks, we just settled on, all right, it's Dallas's offense. They're pretty good. Brian Schottenheimer shown himself to be a good play caller, and they've got weapons. They've been able to take advantage of all the other teams pretty much that they faced, other than Chicago for some weird reason. But it made you feel like, all right, that's more about what it is. But Philadelphia right now, their defense is bad. That offensive line that's been so good in pass protection for so long, that pass protection group is starting not to play like they have in years past. That was last night. Brian Burns was able to cause some problems for them. And right now, if you're the Eagles, and things were already feeling super toxic as an undefeated team a couple weeks ago, this could be 2 years ago where they were 10-1 to start the year, and then it just started snowballing downhill of just like, no, as soon as you start losing games, the hatred it seems this team has for each other started coming out.
They're going to change coordinators. That guy looks lost on the sideline. It's going to have to be Sirianni taking over or somebody else. So that bet yesterday from Bet Online, will they change coordinators? I'm giving you another Sharif guarantee. So go ahead and bet against it right now, but they're going to make a change, and it may be this week because this is so toxic right now. This next week will be even more toxic. They get the Giants again in 2 weeks. But A.J. Brown afterwards was asked about the meeting, the sit down for hours with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts. Listen to this.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting never happened.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you need to talk to them.
You weren't in the meeting,
I don't recall.
or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
Choppy may be right. I don't feel strongly that they're definitely going to do this as I do. They're going to change coordinators. I'm going over 50% A.J. Brown gets dealt. You don't recall playing these stupid media games?
I think he's doing the Lil Wayne bit.
He's smiling a little bit.
It's the Lil Wayne a couple years back. I mean, it's more than a couple now. Time flies. But when the Lil Wayne deposition had come out, and he just kept going, I don't recall. About everything, where it's like, what's your name? I don't recall. You don't recall what your name is. Like, it had become something like that. So it's clearly so bad there. Kudos to Brian Daboll for really poking that with a stick a little bit more as well, of just like, AJ Brown's open, you guys, and it looks like it doesn't matter if they're open because Jalen Hurts is going to overthrow him by 10 yards. And he played fine for the most part last night. I better not hear anybody as of now, and probably not for the rest of the season because I can't imagine it flipping that much, try and tell me that Jalen Hurts is better or same level as Dak. That's not accurate. He's not as good as him.
877-881-1053 to get in on the early weekend celebration here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3. The Fan, thanks for being a Tolo. And Peyton, I got inundated. I plan on canceling this because they just have weak morning programming now compared to the meltdowns of Angelo Cataldi, but everyone has been asking for you to spy on Filthy Radio. They also have another event that they may have even started their show with. We'll get to that low light in a second. What's it sounding like early there?
I mean, they're sad the sky's falling. It's a loss, and it was a dark day yesterday in Philadelphia sports. You had the Eagles losing. You had the way the Phillies lost. They were eliminating the playoffs. So, and I think WIP even started with the Phillies, and they even said in some of these clips, they were like, we'll talk about the Eagles some, but I mean, it's all Phillies, really, because, the meltdown they had in their game. I mean, the sky's falling, maybe they're calling the cancellation on this Eagles season already. But yeah, there's no yelling, there's no screaming, there's a couple callers, it's all depression. I mean, they're using their phone number there, just like we have our phone number here. They're using theirs as a suicide hotline, basically.
Oh, man, got a little dark very quickly, as usual Peyton statements do. What you have right now with the New York Giants is their version of Dak Zeke rookie energy. You could feel it in the earlier games, especially with Scattaboo. Last night, the prophecy of Jackson Dart and the way that tool, Brian Daboll, was sweating pounds off, worried about Jackson Dart going into the medical tent and then slapping him right after checking his head, I'm sure in some type of concussion protocol. Did you see afterwards the postgame of Scattaboo? What a day for Choppy to be at. What a miserable, awful day for Choppy to miss with a death that happened, which we'll get to at 6:40. Scattaboo rips off the shirt along with Ryan Fitzpatrick and does the whole meathead thing with the New York Giant crowd. When they're walking to the back tunnel like the Cowboys do through like the barriered crowd there with the plexiglass, Dart and Scattaboo, they just look like they wanted to go ahead and headbutt each other. We need a new nickname for them, but that is the rookie energy that the Great Wall and the O-line documentary on DallasCowboys.com talked about with Dak, Zeke, rookie. I'm not saying is good. I'm not saying we'll have a bunch of 10, 12-win seasons, but that's the energy they have right now with the two rooks.
The dynamic. The dynamic and the...
They've energized the whole city.
Yeah, and then it doesn't take much to get them pumped. They loved Tommy DeVito. They made entire documentaries about Jeremy Lin turning over the ball 10 times a game for 2 weeks. That's what New York does. But, it's...
And Dart, he looked pretty good.
He looked really good last night. Dart was... I was not a fan of Jackson Dart coming out. I still don't think Jackson Dart's going to be a tremendous quarterback. Jackson Dart last night was you win most football games, I think, with your quarterback playing that way. And so he
Very
was
Favre.
Yeah, there's some backyard football element to him.
Almost got him hurt.
Yeah, and almost got probably Brian Daboll fined $1 million because you can't be in there. And he didn't walk in the tent. He looked in there, but
Cam did.
Cam did. Which I don't know. I don't know how.
It's like a VIP tent at a club with people just going in and out of this thing to try to get Jackson Dart's autograph as he was getting evaluated. But the kiss ass of Brian Daboll yesterday, it made me sick.
I don't know that it's like, I don't know if there's punishment for players for going in there. Like a player may be able to run in there. I'm not sure. The coach, it's thought of as like, you might be rushing a concussion protocol or something. You need to get out of there.
Well, we didn't need to see or wonder what happened behind the scenes of Daboll rushing a concussion protocol. John Voight basically on the sidelines as Peyton texted us. Is he screaming? Is he dressing down the trainer?
It's like he was upset the guy for giving him bad news. He was like, why you telling me
that?
that?
Or not rushing him back in for the play previously that Russ got, the tipped duck on.
Yeah, what was it? It was second down when he went out, I think, and they ran 2 plays and had to punt. He's like, whoa, we should have got him back in on third down or something. What are you doing, man? It's like, you're such an idiot, dude.
And he said after the game, he did apologize to the physician immediately because that is the NFL does not want that. You better not look like you're trying to cut corners on that front. Like we have our buddy Ivan up in the booth reviewing concussions as the team medical director, like the NBC broadcast cut to on Pittsburgh where they went to the Cowboys Spanish broadcast and said that. But that's something where if Daboll had rushed something or looked like he was putting him back out on the field like that, then you're talking about heavy fines. And like, I wouldn't be surprised if he had rushed him back out there, regardless of if he was fine or not. But there was a visual of you put Jackson Dart on the field too fast. That's like the kind of thing that could get him suspended.
Cam Scattaboo, Bobby, 19 for 98, 5.2 a carry, and 3 touchdowns as Aiden in the back is thrilled for his fantasy team.
He said, first thing when I walked in there, he's like, I might be buying into Scattaboo. He got me 31 points. I was like, yeah. I mean, look, 1-yard touchdown runs are great. He's a bowling ball. He's tough to tackle. Like that's 100% the thing. He trucked Zach Bond. Who? Is he? Oh yeah, no, Bond couldn't. That was right there on the goal line. He just bowled him over. But is he ever going to be a primary back?
Here we go.
This is here. You know what
Here we go.
This is my way of evaluating if I'm being fair or not, or if I'm being biased or not. What I try to do is I try to say, put this person on the Cowboys, and we're coming back and we're reacting to a game where they just played that way for the Cowboys. And what am I saying about them? Am I saying something wildly different about them? I'm obviously going to take more shots at Cam Scattaboo if he's not on the Cowboys. But in general, I don't think I'm saying that's got to be your primary running back.
Well, he's
Dart,
playing
I'm talking better about.
He's playing like Javonte. In terms of the physical nature.
Yeah, like that's his entire style. He's a physical runner.
And again, it's a burst of energy.
Yeah, and it's something.
I don't think he's going to be a primary back. Better than what I thought coming out. Again, to me, he looks leaner, thinner, quicker. I thought he was, hung over and had the freshman 15 even while playing Texas in the bowl game. But it's just fun right now.
He'll be a guy who I think he averages over the course of the season. I bet you he's under 4 yards a carry when the season's up. That's just the type of player that he is, which is fine. Short yardage back. There's a role probably for him, but let's calm down the Linsanity a little bit.
And let's continue to pour salt in the filthy wound.
Heart rate's through the roof. The 0-1 pitch. Pajes grounds it back to Kirkering. He can't find it. He throws home. It's wide. Kim scores. And the Dodgers are going to the championship series. Fireworks go off in center field. The Dodgers celebrate near first base on a ground ball back to the pitcher. Andy Pajes somehow gets the job done.
You sent us this.
This is about as sickening a way to lose as possible. Like, I mean, it's a ground ball right back to the pitcher. It's like, oh, you got exactly what you needed here. This is it. In fact, it was cousin Sal, who has for years been aligned with one Jimmy Kimmel, that he had he tweeted
said Bill Simmons.
He tweeted the video last night and he goes, "This is absolutely awful. No one should have to lose like this, except for the Philadelphia Phillies." Ha 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 ha. And that's. I think a lot of people, nobody really feels bad for Philly. I feel bad afterwards. Did you see the video of Kyle Schwarber after the game. He's talking through it and he's trying to say, yeah, it's tough, we'll just get back out there next year, doing that whole thing. The entire time, no lie, his lip is quivering, his bottom lip, like he is about to just cry. And that dude, I'd cry if I was Kyle Schwarber too, after doing everything he had done this season and in this playoff series to try and carry them and put them in a position. He had a hell of a year. He's such a
free
monster.
agent, I think.
He, you know what? If Texas had some money, that'd be a fun one to pursue. But he's such a monster, and that's the only guy I felt bad for last night was Kyle Schwarber.
Dallas Stars opener as well. We will get to that. We're going to have the film room preview of the Panthers at 7:20. Our final 9-inch nails ticket giveaway in the commercial-free expressway. Nick Harris in studio, Fort Worth Star Telegram, starting at 8 o'clock. Brian Schottenheimer, 8:20. Babe Laufenberg, 9:20. But the Dallas Cowboys are getting a hussy at official. We go inside the Star on the home of the boys after this. And then...
you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
I almost put that underdog money I lost last night on the Cowboys over the Panthers. Plus 3.5 for Carolina, minus 3.5 for America's team. 9 o'clock pregame Sunday on this station, 12 o'clock kick right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt with you. RJ Choppy has bailed. He is checked out.
Yeah.
I side texted Bobby. I said, just keep RJ out of the group text messages. The guy, all he does, he used to watch Netflix documentaries while driving. Now, all of a sudden, not picking up his phone. He'll text on the drive in to the station, usually every day. Something happened in that car. And then finally, RJ wanted to catch up on all of his messages, but radio silence.
He still did reply, though. Like it came in bunches. He dropped like 4 replies in a row at, was it like 11 last night or whenever it was? He's still weighed in. I think he likes being included on the messages.
I know he
when
does.
He's away.
He gets FOMO. He'll definitely get FOMO.
I think he likes feeling like, oh, I'm still included. You know, like you've said, his biggest fear is being alone. He doesn't want to be alone. Not that he's alone right now, but he always wants to be. He wants to be wanted and included and things like that.
And a horrible day for RJ to miss as Sister Jean passes away at the age of 106. He may call in just for that.
I was going to say, how aggressive do you think he would have been today?
He would have been like a 6.
I think he would have completely pulled it back and been like a 2.
Yeah.
And I think he would have been like, look, it was all fun while she was there. It's, she's got her reward now in heaven. But like he'd be doing that whole bit today. I think. I don't think he would be coming with the sister-free lunch bit today.
Let's go inside the star for the Cowboys in Carolina. The Cowboys not at practice yesterday. Joe Milton, Miles Sanders, Dante Fowler, Sanborn, Turpin. Donovan Wilson was back at practice after missing Wednesday. Jonathan Mingo, a DNP after being a full participant the day before.
That's odd because he had been they're obviously they opened up his 21-day practice window to activate him off IR, and he had been working his way up and had reached full status, and now for it to all of a sudden be a DNP is a little bit interesting. I don't know if that was just could have been a rest day, could have been something like that, but it's intriguing nonetheless that he had that regression. But still, it's 21 names on that list. They have 53 players. 21 players are listed on there. I don't know. I mean, I know we've seen some really high injury reports before. I'm trying to remember who they were playing last year. Dallas was playing somebody last year who I think had like 17 on it. It was Pittsburgh or somebody. And so you'll see a bunch of that before, but I genuinely don't think Dallas's injury report I've ever seen it that long. It is lengthy. It's wild how much space it takes up in the email.
What are we getting with the referee assignment?
A Hussey. That's what you're getting. You're getting John Hussey. And John,
I wonder at what age group where people are confused, like what's like Aiden doesn't know what the term hussy is.
Aiden, do you know what a hussy is? Thumbs up. He does know what that is.
Peyton doesn't know what a hussy is.
No.
You don't know what it is?
It sounds pretty
kind of like, do you know what a floozy is? Wow, I can't believe that. We got to start bringing some of these words back for Peyton. This is, I'm curious how you feel about this. Because when I was looking up these numbers, I was like, how important is it? Usually I'll always zero in on specific penalties they call. They call a lot of holding. Okay, they call a lot of pass interference. That tells me trends of how they're going to call certain games. This angle of it, I would normally ignore, but it's so consistent that it seems just wild. So I'm going to read the stat first. In the previous 4 seasons, this is bad news to have John Hussey if you're the Cowboys this week. In the previous 4 seasons, home teams in the NFL are winning their games about 54% of the time. During that same time, home teams with John Hussey's crew are winning over 70% of the time over the last 4 years. And the Cowboys lost their only game that John Hussey officiated last year. That was the 47-8 blowout to the Lions that led to our infamous Jerry Jones interview about 1 year ago today.
On his birthday?
On his birthday they lost the game. It's October 10th. So it was October 15th when we had our day with Jerry. But I always wonder when you get numbers like that, which are clearly it's a trend and clearly it's way above the league average that road teams really struggle with this officiating crew. Do you naturally think of officiating crews as not only just impacting the game like that, but impacting it like, oh, they're clearly calling it so favorably for the home team? Or do you think that's just fluky data?
I've been waiting for this as I already dismissed the importance of training camp, given the Dallas Cowboys who are actually performing in the regular season versus what we think we see and know in Oxnard. I'm starting to completely dismiss these referee assignments.
Ooh.
That we shouldn't even really bring them up. Because when is the last time we have come on the air on a Cowboys Monday and taken it back to this and said, remember? Remember what we said about that group? Remember what we said about that set of officials? That they call illegal contact, that they call the false start, that they call more holding, and we never take it back to that. So I think we always preview it with a certain thought in mind, and we never have a follow-up.
I think we typically don't follow up on it in terms of this impacted the win-loss result. And so because of that, usually it's the day after. We're all very focused on what were the key plays. It's not a lot of times, I feel like, where we've thought an officiating crew really messed it up.
I do feel like people love to know it. Like Broadus is big on this as well, delivering the info.
Yeah.
I appreciate I don't know if I appreciate the info anymore.
No, I do think this is something that I'm trying to remember. I do know there were 3 instances last year. 3, 4, something like that.
6, 7.
Where whatever the primary big call was of that crew, they call this at a higher rate than anybody else across the league. Dallas did get hit with one of them in the course of that game, and it was it maybe didn't change the course of the game, but it is there it is. That's a super specific penalty. They're the biggest roughing the passer crew in the NFL, and there was a bad roughing the passer call that we're all that seems super soft. So I do think if they call something above the rest of the league average, especially something that's not just holding, I mean, holding's a pretty big deal, but if you're talking about something that's maybe a little more obscure, if this is a crew that really enforces, they call a lot of delay of games. Well, that's a crew that's probably not looking at the 1-0 and doing that whole beat thing. They're just calling it instantly. You get a lot of people, if you get the leverage call on kicks, that'll matter and it'll pop up sometimes. So I think that those sort of things usually matter in terms of watch yourself on this. Don't do a lot of this. Just be mindful of it. But I don't know how to feel about when I see a home team just wins really consistently with these officials, because I can't imagine officials just walking there going let's be nice to the home team. Let's not call things the same way for them.
Yesterday, we took you inside the offensive mind of Brian Schottenheimer, explaining the way he thinks. He will join us live at 8:20 this morning with Nick Harris sitting in Choppy's chair. Here's another difference in this Schotty offense. Last week against the Jets, the Cowboys used play action on 42% of his dropbacks, his highest play action rate in a game since Week 8, 2022. So some very easy things to win over fans when running an offense: motion, different looks, play action. We all of a sudden think that you are a genius. Here are some higher numbers for the Cowboy offense and Dak using play action.
Yeah, and he's been this year he is one of the best. If I think EPA per dropback, which is expected points added, it's basically an efficiency stat. I think Dak is, last I saw, he was second in the NFL on play action passes this year. I mean, he was, every single touchdown pass he threw against the Jets was play action, all 4 of them. And so to me, play action is super valuable, and there's a lot about it that I think is beneficial to a player like Dak. I watched Kurt Warner's breakdown this week of, everybody's talking about Dak Prescott as an MVP candidate. Let's take a look at how he's playing the game. And it was really difficult to, you've seen those before. Those Warner videos can sometimes be difficult to pull because he's doing so much drawing on the board and saying what you got here and here and here and here, and not doing so much analyzing and giving you stuff. But he kept just marveling at Dak is playing so far ahead that before the ball is snapped, you can see he's got an idea of what it is, and then as soon as the ball's snapped, he knows within a second, got it. I know where it is. And that's something that Brian Schottenheimer gave him credit for, is the fact that he's getting through his progressions and just effectively reading them, and that's all he's doing. He's just stepping up there, looking at things correctly and working through the progressions the way they're supposed to be. And I think the play action, I think some of the motion stuff, I think some of the tighter formations, I think those are all beneficial for him.
Dak also yesterday said 40s would be a good number. Not a 40 burger to score against Carolina. He wants to play, he said, into his 40s. Quote, obviously I've been through some injuries, played very physical in college, so if I can get to 40 playing at the standard that I want, yeah, that would be awesome. He signed through 2028 when he would be 35. He's 32 years old right now, but this is a guy who does absolutely love football. But he said, yeah, the perspective has definitely changed. I could see it more realistically. But then he's sitting here saying, hey, maybe he can go ahead and give me another 10 years in the league. Wow. Todd Archer with the quotes.
Tyler Guyton, you need to start playing your ass off. Tyler Booker, you as well. Terrence Steele, let's dip back into some of that play you gave us 3 years ago. That's a dude who will have to be...
And all of a sudden, my perspective is like, all right, this is probably going to be the last year for Dak. Where's Shador? Where's the replacement? And now I'm like, can we keep him healthy? Can we keep him healthy enough the way he's playing?
Can we keep him into his 40s now? Yeah, it's a nice sentiment. His play style, the way that he is, the injuries he's had pile up, that's not a guy who's going to play into his 40s. I think he is at that point, like we've been talking about a lot this week.
I thought it was going to go opposite with the two new kids. He's like wanting to get away sooner. Now this is why probably. He's like me. He's like, no, I want to be out of the house.
Let me get back to work as soon as possible. No, he's gotten to that point like we've talked about in the last week. It feels very much like he is at that answers to the test level this year. Like some stuff is clicking this year that he's always been good pre-snap and different things like that, but he really does feel like he's got a command of what's going on every second. And that can extend your career a lot, because if you've got a sense for the rush and you know, all right, this slide step here, Brady made a career out of it. He wasn't very mobile, but he was just, all right, a step up here, get the ball out here. You start knowing exactly when you got to get the ball out. You start knowing exactly where you got to step to avoid that pressure and do those different things. It reaches a level to where you can extend your career a lot. And not only is Dak playing at a very high level now, this is about the time quarterbacks who stay in the league for a long time start playing their best footballs around 32, 33. He's potentially extending his career and preserving his own health.
A full Panther preview, Bobby, inside the film room at 7:20 with our final 9 Inch Nails ticket giveaway of the week. Nick Harris in studio at 8 o'clock. Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Brian Schottenheimer, which has become absolute must-listen radio, especially with his insults towards me, at 8:20. We got the Eagles getting whooped. The Phillies getting eliminated. It's a Friday. Cowboys, Panthers Sunday. But what else do we have? The opening of the Dallas Stars season. We'll take you to the ice next on Sean and RJ.
That is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Up and down the near side boards, trying to shed Scheifele across. Nice pass, Hellebuck save, rebound, score! Mikko Rantanen! His first opening night in Dallas, he gets the first goal of the season, and the Stars on the board quickly. Stars!
And that is the way to start off your year. A Mikko Rantanen goal. It was set up perfectly for him. It was put right there on the platter, and he was the Stars' best player on the night. A goal and 2 assists, drawing 2 penalties, creating space. Spittle hit us up, host of the Spits and Suds podcast, and he said, just look at how many multiple players that he's drawing to him and how he's creating opportunities when that happens. Got some Luka vibes here as Spittle was reminding us that Mikko able to have a full regular offseason. Get rest. Find a place to live. The contract is behind him. Full training camp with his team, and he starts off as the difference maker. Some Luka Doncic vibes as the Stars hang on. This was a crazy final 10 minutes. They were 5-1 in this game, and they had to hang on to the 5-4 win on Victory Plus as hella suck. He delivers for Winnipeg. He gave up all 5. Gave up all 5 goals. Kyle Connor had a hat trick. They scored 2 shorthanded goals against the Stars. There were 6 total goals scored in the third period, but they're able to hang on. Robo, who was an X-Factor player that Jake Riepma highlighted yesterday in our Stars preview, he scores. Matt Duchene had a nasty spin setting up Sagan, and the Stars are 1-0 for Glen Gulutzan's first. Well, I can't say first Stars win. It's not his first career win. First win 2.0. Here's Gully after.
It's exactly kind of, not how you want to draw it up, but it's what you expect a little bit. I talked to you guys before. Nothing mimics the first round of playoffs more, in my opinion, than the first 5-6 games of the season. Everybody's juiced up. There's a lot of energy in the buildings. Everybody's healthy for the most part. And there's a lot of energy, and the games can get a little crazy. And that's what happened tonight. But it's a good lesson for us. It's okay now. You get the 2 points, but 5-1 in the third, playing a very good game, and we got a little overzealous with offense, trying to make it 6 when you got to take some money off the table there, and we kind of left our goalie out to dry. 3 breakaways. That's tough, especially when we controlled most of the play. That just can't happen. But there's a lesson there for us, right?
Look, 5-1 leads. You can hang on to those. It's those 5-2 leads, like the one you gave up to the Canucks at the end of last year with a minute left, where they scored those 3 goals. Those are the leads that are tougher to hold on to. But it's look, they managed to hold on. That's good. Glen Gulutzan, hearing him here, and he sounds so happy and so sweet. I can't imagine why he'd have a daughter that was just ready to run away from him as fast as possible.
What do you mean?
Dallas Morning News was writing about this, that, Glen Gulutzan's winding journey brings him back to the Stars and, coming all the way from Edmonton. But this is Leah Asimakopoulos writing. She says, when the Stars zeroed in on Glen Gulutzan as their next head coach over the summer, many within the fan base and across the NHL weren't so sure bringing him back to Dallas was the right decision. There were even mixed feelings within the Gulutzan household. His 18-year-old daughter, Grace, had signed to play softball at Hill College in Hillsborough, 55 miles southwest of Dallas. She was set to move into her dorm in the fall. She wanted her independence, and having her dad follow her 2,000 miles from their home in Edmonton wasn't in the plan. And Glen Gulutzan told them, he said, when this started to happen with myself, she got really angry. She didn't want me or us around. I had to explain to her, I'm not living at the dorm. But Glenn said Grace soon realized Hillsborough was a comfortable distance from Dallas, but close enough to take advantage of free tickets to games, laundry, home cooked meals. They were going to have all that. So she realized, okay, this isn't like totally next door, but his daughter was actually furious when he took the job initially, just like, oh, so you guys are just going to follow me 2,000 miles south. That's wonderful.
Spittle sent us a message about Lundqvist. He had a goal and an assist. He was not high on Pete DeBoer's list. He was the 6th or 7th defenseman, played minimal minutes, and if he made a mistake, he was taken out. Played terrific last night, paired with Thomas Harley, and would be a great story if he turns into the player that Jim Nill thought he was getting from the Rangers when they traded a first-round pick for him. So they're going to stay on the road and play a team off to an amazing start, and the pick of many to win the Central, that would be the Colorado Avalanche. Fresh Spits and Suds recapping the game is available wherever your favorite podcasts are heard, so this just adds to the amazing start to the weekend after filthy meltdowns yesterday.
That's my pick in the Central. I've been saying all offseason, watch the Avs in the Central. That's going to be a big thing this year.
You did. You have been saying that. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney text line. Peyton has been spying on Filthy. We'll bring you that audio at 7 a.m. and then 7:20, Bobby inside the Carolina film room.
With a new open. You've been asking for an open. You say, why don't we have an open for this? If we're doing it every week, where's the open? So we got an open.
Made some time to make one for us instead of G-Bag.
Well, and then right after I made it, I did send it over to the Nosebleeds. And I was like, hey, how's this one? And they were like, oh, good, love it. And then Zach was like, hey, if you're in an open making mood, I got a couple segments where...
Zach he's not afraid to ask. He's not afraid to ask for a lot of things. 877-881-1053, Franklin & Franco Injury Attorney text line.
I did tell him yes. I said I'd help.
Of course you do. You can't say no. You're kind of like Choppy like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Choppy out today, his road trip to watch his Tennessee Volunteers. Sister Jean passing away at the age of 106. So we do not have the RJ. Maybe he'll put that in best and worst.
Oh, gosh.
Worst, I said also, of the weekend.
And I got to say something. And I got to be careful with how I say it, I guess. But yesterday when everybody's like, this is so sad, which, sure, death is sad. She was 106. Like, she lived a very long life. That's way past normal life expectancy. So, like I don't. You at least come away from feeling like she wasn't cheated in life. Like she got her full run, and so that's a positive. And you know, a lot of people with that religious background too would say this is what you live towards. You live towards this final reward of going on to the afterlife.
Yeah, but I don't, my dad is 90 and I'm not going to be like, you know what? I don't have that perspective.
Right. Family, it's totally, and I think family, it's totally different.
Yeah.
When the sports world is like collectively like, oh my gosh, it's like, it's stunning she was here at 106, I think. Like yeah. This is a very full life. I'll say this, I don't find it to be tragic. It's not a tragedy. This is the course of life.
The heavy workload will be on the shoulders of Luka Doncic to start the Lakers season. LeBron sidelined for at least 3 to 4 weeks with sciatica,
dude,
on his right side.
That's me. Me and LeBron James, we're the exact same. This is what I have. This is what I deal with.
The only thing you have in common is Hennessy.
When I start crouching down, I don't think I've ever drank Hennessy.
No?
Now that I think about it.
Sounds about white.
Yeah, it does. No, I normally got a 40 is what I got. So I do the crouching. Whenever I'm doing the crouching in the studio, which people have said something about it on the fan cam before. We'll be in the middle of this segment. The reason I'm standing right now, the reason I stood last segment, is because I can't sit for too long. It starts messing up my sciatic nerve. And so I'm powering through it. I'm not taking off 4 weeks and avoiding my responsibilities, shirking my responsibilities. It'd be nice if LeBron could do the same, but we're not all built the same, you know?
No, people are saying that's brutal.
Dude, it hurts like hell. It really does. Because it'll literally, when I get it, have you ever dealt with anything with a sciatic nerve at all?
No.
It will literally start in your butt cheek. It'll start there. It's like a stabbing pain. It shoots down your leg, and then it'll wrap around the front of your shin down to half of your foot. And it'll basically make your last 2 toes either tingle or go numb. And there's just a ton of pain going from basically your hip all the way down to your foot.
LeBron is also getting sued over the second decision, the Hennessy ad, because a fan said he was deceived out of hundreds of dollars because he went and paid the $800 markup thinking it was LeBron's final game, which it still probably is going to be, I think, although it would be very odd for LeBron not to want the final send-off and everyone kissing his rear end in every single arena or what he thinks would happen. But now this fan is suing LeBron for the fake decision, and costing him money.
Can you ever countersue in those instances for like defamation? You're calling me a liar.
Oh,
you're calling me a liar.
You should be able to.
And I was actually going to retire, so that markup was fair. And now you've made me out to be a liar. So I'm countersuing for like assassination of my character, and you now owe me $50,000 or something. Like I
should be able to.
I would want to be that petty if that were an option.
What's the Mark Sanchez update?
So Mark Sanchez, the thing that's stunning about this is, I guess we haven't been getting accurate info the entire time. So when this news first broke last Friday, or last Saturday is when it broke. It happened last Friday. When this first broke, there was a lot of discussion about, oh, okay, this sounds like maybe he was just attacked randomly on the street at first. Well, then some details come out. It's like, no, it sounds like maybe they knew each other. Then it's like, no, it sounds like he was being a jackass. And then it was, no, he's actually in the hospital right now. And then it was, he's being released from the hospital and he's being taken straight to jail. He has still not been released from the hospital. I don't know where we got things mixed up to where the report was earlier this week that he had been released from the hospital and taken to jail, because that has not happened. He's still in the hospital, has not been taken to jail, and he is apparently not anywhere close to getting out, because instead of just wrapping things up and getting released from the hospital, yesterday he wasn't even able to appear in front of the judge for his hearing. So he waived his right to a pretrial hearing and entered a plea of not guilty. But this is weird how this whole story's been weird regardless.
I haven't heard any of the reporting you just referenced.
You haven't heard that he had been released?
I've not heard that he got released.
Florio had tweeted it at one point, that he had gotten released from jail, or he'd gotten released from the hospital and like immediately had gotten taken to jail. And the initial reporting was all kind of over the place, where it was, now that's just the fog of new information, I would imagine. But still, the whole thing of just to go from, there were people reporting, I think it was on Tuesday, that he had been released, to now we're sitting here going, no, he's still in the hospital. He hasn't been released at all.
Is he supposed to be fine, like stable?
Yeah.
Critical?
The thought, everything we've heard is that he's stable. But, I mean, that video that we played earlier this week of him just with that, it's a black and white video, but you just see that dark, drenched stain on his chest. It's like, yeah, you would think you're probably going to be in the hospital for a little bit with that.
All right. Get ready to win our final giveaway of the week. We want you to always get it as part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Bobby's Carolina Film Room preview at 7:20 when we go commercial-free in the Expressway with a 9-inch nails ticket giveaway. But let me get back to this sweet-tasting Philadelphia loss against the New York Giants. You asked for it. Peyton Russell delivers. We spy on Filthy and see how bad the meltdown is after the Giants' Thursday night win. Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But every week it is the...
Pepper Lady. Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters? Basil Babes. Saffron Squad? Nutmeg Maidens? Pre-Curb? No. Nutmeg Maidens. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. Was it Saffron Squad?
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
High set. Bellinger the fullback. Now he motions out to the left. Handoff, Scottaboo into the line, to the goal line. No signal yet. And touchdown Giants. Scottaboo's third rushing touchdown of the ball game. Oh, he does a backflip.
That Cam backflip. Ripping his shirt off in the postgame. So much RJ Choppy energy injected into the New York Giants last night with the 34-17 beatdown of Philadelphia. Great morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell with you, Choppy out on his road trip vacation. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and I don't have not one illiterate loser Philadelphia troll on my timeline as I've been fighting with them all week long. After what happened with the Phillies, after that game last night, nothing. I had this douchebag radio host, John Marks, in Philadelphia. He tried to troll me after I went off about the tush push. I had to put him in his radio grave like 3 other companies have done very quickly. So I'm riding high right now, even though I lost some money betting on Philly 7.5. This is the perfect win-win. Win-win. I'll easily, happily take an outright Eagles loss to lose that money.
I can't understand really quickly on the way you even got into it with John Marks there. I can't understand these Philly fans who are now like, oh, more tears, cry more over, like, you guys are literally breaking the rules on, but you're false starting every single time. Like, this is not like a little whiny, nitpicky thing. Like, you can
do it too.
You're breaking the rules.
You can do it too.
At 4 straight last night. They ran the tush push 4 straight plays. That, like,
Dave Portnoy went off about it. He's like, this is supposed to be entertainment.
The NFL,
Mr. Entertainment over here, RJ Choppy, he just wants to be against the grain in the room here. But Mr. Entertainment, 4 straight times, it's unwatchable. It's awful. It's an awful, awful play.
The whole reason why the kickoff had to change and the way they had to do things. The NFL's big thing and Goodell's big thing is no wasted plays. He doesn't want any play that somebody feels like, this is, I don't need to watch this, or I can check out of this. That's why they move the field goal back, or they move the extra point back. They're trying to make kickoffs. So for them to run 4 straight tush pushes, Goodell had to just be sitting there going like, no, like this can't be the product.
And
this
the false
is so
start
bad.
was so obvious.
And that's the false starts over and over again, and it's still not being called. Like, I don't know that they've been flagged for it yet. Like other teams have. New Orleans got flagged for it a couple weeks ago, but I don't know if anybody else has.
The entire Metroplex lit us up last night on social media saying you got to spy, and Peyton Russell in early to check out WIP.
I did. WIP, 94 WIP in Philadelphia. The Fanatic as well. You guys have met the guys out there at the Super Bowl, their morning show host. And look, I mean, it was a dark day in Philadelphia sports history last night. You had the Phillies and the meltdown. They had an extra innings with the overthrown to home plate. They eliminated them from the playoffs. The Eagles getting blown out by the Giants there in the Meadowlands. But look, you have to say it, and Sean's brought it up a lot. We were spoiled with Angelo Cataldi. You got I mean, you could listen to 10 minutes of
Area.
Oh, I mean, there was so much.
How about cut as a break, God?
I mean, that was just for 15 minutes straight. You got that all morning long. So he blessed us with some good audio. Now it's a little more.
It's awful.
It's depression more whenever they lose, and so you can still poke fun at it. You can still poke fun at the misery there. It's more Philly tears than anger there. Even the phone calls have been a little depressing and saddening this morning. But we have a couple clips here to get to. This is the Eagles host at 94 WIP in Philadelphia. They're talking about the Phillies season ending and how we want to hear your voice, Eagles fans and Phillies fans. We're here for you today. And then they throw a little nugget out there of maybe the Eagles season is over after 6 weeks.
So look, emotions and analysis are going to be all over the map. And this is one of the reasons, WIP for now close to 40 years has served throughout Philadelphia and the region as a spot for you to come to and let us know how you feel. And this is one of those, days where we're all in it together. And
by the way, the Eagles just thought they could show up last night and win an NFL game, and that's not how it works.
Here's my biggest takeaway from the Eagles. I'll just say this, because we'll dabble in the Eagles, but it'll be pretty light. My biggest takeaway is they might miss the playoffs.
Things are bad with the Eagles. I think that is the takeaway.
Things are
bad.
I mean, they got a lot of injuries that are really piling up. Obviously, depletion from last year, losing a lot of players, and just all sorts of inefficiency all over the place. So if you missed it, just know you should be happy you missed the Eagles game because the second half was a disaster. And the Eagles once again got outgained, and they got seriously outplayed. And so, look, the Eagles thing's on the table.
If you miss the game, and we'll do a little Eagles today. Was this RJ Choppy Radio? Is this a serious RJ channel? Just to do way more baseball over football? Pathetic and cowardly. Who may throw it in a pigskin?
Yeah, it's basically, they treat it like a preseason game or something.
Yeah, the defending champs.
Yeah, and don't forget the Flyers lost 2 last night, Sean. That's 3 L's in a row they took last night, man.
Injection. But, man, you can hear they're defeated. If you missed the game last night, they got the energy punched out of them.
Yeah, the treating it like we just had like almost an attack on American soil, though, or whatever, of like these are the days where we're all family, and it's like, guys, this was not a national tragedy that occurred. You have like a pitcher who doesn't know how to field a ground ball back to them, and you have a super toxic locker room that is unhappy with winning, that's now about to start losing and probably spiral out of control. But that's not enough to then go like, guys, if you need prayer, just call in to our line today. We're here to talk you through
Ask
it.
Sister Jean for help.
Yes. They are just, the whole like vibe there, just like, this is a national trade. Like, we were upset about the Luka thing. We were not coming on the air going like, guys, call in if you need Luka thoughts.
Oh, you're raging, trying to find things to burn.
We're angry.
Though.
Yeah. No, you can be angry, but just treat it like you're a helpline or whatever. It's like, calm down.
All right, so this next clip, same station, 94 WIP, they went to callers next. First segment was, they're kind of just depressed there, but now they went to the callers. And the callers were, no screaming and yelling, but they were sad. Now, to set up this call, I'll ask you guys this. When your city wins a championship, how many years have to go by before you're like, okay, now we're back it's rock bottom for us. We're in a drought, as you say. If you win one, how many years go by before you're like, all right, here's our city now can't win a championship.
Can't win a championship. I'm not saying that for several years, because it's like, well, yeah, you just won one. In terms of like how much leeway it gives you to not just get absolutely ripped as like you don't know what you're doing. A year. The Rangers got about a year, and then after a year, people started being more critical again this season.
Yeah,
longer than that.
So this caller is, the Eagles just won the Super Bowl. Newsflash, breaking news. They just won last year. You think they get a few years, to we'll be back to the Super Bowl. We'll be back playing football in February. This caller says, no, Philadelphia sports just sucks in general.
Well, I'm going to take this in a totally different direction in regards to futuristic looking outlook. What do we have to look forward to? And I'll say it this way. The Eagles are broken. They're completely broken. Patullo needs to go because he's holding everything back, and I don't know what else is. I mean, there's something going on in there, and I think you're right, Joe. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. The Phillies, that team, I think, needs to be broken up a little bit because do you bring Shore back? Do you bring some of the other guys back? I don't know. The Flyers, we have nothing to look forward to there. And the Sixers, god awful because we don't even know if anybody's even going to play because they don't want to tell us anything. So what as a Philadelphia sports fan do we have to look forward to right now?
So it's rock bottom in Philadelphia.
They won the East by 13 games. They won the East by 13 games. They're probably going to win the NFC East unless the whole thing implodes like 2 years ago.
This is the same city that basically was throwing Doug Peterson up on their shoulders, and then it was like 2 years later, they're like, you got to get the hell out of here, dude.
Yeah.
Like this is not cutting it anymore. So it's not a total surprise, I guess, that they pivot that quickly. But yeah, the whole, what do we have to look forward to? That's a spoiled brat fan. That's somebody who just doesn't understand. It doesn't remember enough of Philly misery, I guess, over the years, because that's just spoiled.
All right, so that's good. Well done, Pepe, spying on Filthy. If he gets any other crazy clips, we'll play it during the Friday edition of Sean and Roberto. But we do need to look at the other side now, because Tolos are asking how much New York Giant worry do we need to have for the future with Jackson Dart, Scattaboo, Wan'Dale Robinson looking like that speedster out of Kentucky. Brian Burns was balling out last night as well. How about the Giants in the rear view?
Yeah,
I'm glad that they got off to a 1-4 start. I'll say that. Last night, I think they're playing above their skis or above whatever the saying is. A little bit of a fluke. They had the high energy rolling. They did just lose to the Saints.
I mean, look, if you want to, that game last night, and then look, Philly was bad. Giants deserve a lot of credit for what they did. If you want to look at where does the game completely flip, the Eagles were 1 for 9 on third down. The Giants were 11 for 16. That's not happening most weeks. You're not going to stop a team that often and convert that many. So that aspect of it, how sustainable is it for them to be that kind of a team they were last night? Well, that's not very sustainable. But into the future, into the next couple of years, do they have a future here? Look, if Jackson Dart can put some stuff together, he might be a solid starting quarterback at some point. I don't like him a ton, but could he be somebody that they can get by with if they've got their skill players like Malik Neighbors, who's obviously out for the rest of the year, Wan'Dale Robinson, those guys. If those guys start becoming core players that you can work around, you might be able to win with that. They've got a good front four. They've invested a lot in pass rush and doing some different things there. So they've done some things that I think most people would agree. You've spent high capital on offensive line. You've invested in pass rushers. They've done things that most people would think you do to win, build a winning football team. So if some of it starts to click, that maybe shouldn't be such a surprise. I don't know if the current collection, if a lot of those guys would have to start turning around the way they've played for it to hit the way the Giants would need.
And they did that without Neighbors, as you said, as a reminder. I asked for a Scattaboo and Dart nickname. We need to have one.
Beavis and Butthead.
Beavis and Butthead was good. Texas Forever said Bebop and Rocksteady. Nice callback. I respect that. The CTE boys. Creatine Caucasians apparently is something that has been going around the web. The Brooklyn Beefcakes, the Jabroni Bros. I'm not going to read that one. Pete and Repeat, the Jabronis, Scat Cam, Darth Scat, Beavis and Butthead, Picnic Boys, Chip and Dale. So they're being thrown out there. Here's the two of them talking about what was happening inside that blue medical tent.
There was a lot of concern from a lot of fans, but no more concern than your head coach. He wanted you out of there, and he wanted you out of there fast. Cam ran in there.
Kicked out, I think.
You did get kicked out, but when we look at this, obviously,
I was saving the trainer. I was trying to save the trainer from Jackson.
Trying to get me out.
Trying to get out of there.
Trying to get me out.
We're trying to get you out. What did your head coach say to you when you got a chance to get out of the tent and regroup and go back out there?
He said, "Are you good?" I said, "Hell yeah."
You know what I respected about that? I respected the vet move of stretching your leg and acting like it was your knee.
Don't worry, that's the first thing we noticed, bud.
Okay, young vet.
We all know that one.
That sounded like it was on Amazon. It's a frat party. Imagine we need a fraternity type Greek alphabet name for them. Imagine the fest in New York that these two were probably enjoying last night. Holy hell.
I have several thoughts on that audio. First off, Jackson Dart, that whole demeanor right there. I can't stand that. They are very frat bro
yes.
The two of them. That's irritating. But the hilarity of it was 5 days ago in that same building. I recognize it was a Jets game, not a Giants game. But it was 5 days ago in that same building that people were chanting MVP to the visiting quarterback. And then they're sitting here post-game with Jackson Dart Gibbs. Got to move MVP. Yeah, we've turned it around here in New York. How bad has your meatball text been? Are they just thinking like it's all fixed? This is the future.
No, they're not okay. They're not overreacting yet. The one guy was like, "Yep, your 7.5 is an absolute lock." I'm like, "Thank you for that," and having me be even more broke. Commercial-free Expressway is next. Inside the Carolina film room, Bobby did the study. We preview Sunday 9 a.m. pregame right here on The Fan. A 9-inch nails ticket giveaway as well. Inside the film room with a new intro on the home of the Cowboys next. But first, give me the VIN.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. In the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
We're going to do our own show next week. It's just going to be me and Bob.
You know, human beings learn best and most from other human beings.
Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
Let's get to know the enemy, which Sean thinks is Brian Schottenheimer with all the shots he's been taking lately. What are you grading the Open there? C? You looked. Your face looked like a C.
Yeah, it was a C.
Because of the Schottenheimer clip.
That was a D. Then it got a little bit better after Brian was done talking.
I think it's a great progression. 3 American heroes: Schotty, Mr. Rogers, and then Michael Corleone.
What's Nick Harris's relationship with Schotty?
Good. I mean, everybody has a positive relationship that I know of. Like, I mean,
does Nick like him a lot?
Yeah, I think everybody likes him.
Nick Harris in studio at 8.
He is.
It's pretty dramatic here, Nick.
Schotty is. Yeah, I would imagine that's gotten better. Schotty's interesting. I don't think there are coaches around the NFL who will give you really good access to them at times. Like they will, like you can have their cell phone number and like text them stuff, and they may hit you back and may give you some insight if you've got that relationship with them. Like that exists on some beats across. That doesn't really exist here. Like Brian Schottenheimer's just kind of who he is in the press conferences, to the point that I think some of the traditional stuff you see in other markets with head coaches who maybe will have walk-offs, like off the record or different things like that. I think Schotty has been so insistent on underlining I'm the same person and I'm going to share the same thoughts either way, that I think he feels like I'm telling you everything I tell you in this press conference is what I tell you behind the scenes and everything else. So there's no need for any of that. So in that sense, it's very much I think everybody just thinks very positive working relationship with Brian Schottenheimer as the head coach of the Cowboys. Whereas before with, Garrett or specifically McCarthy, some people would have better relationships than others would. And in some instances, they were like genuine relationships at times. Whereas with Schottenheimer, I think it's in a good way, a little bit more buffered as like, hey, we have this relationship here in the press conference, and it's just positivity and honesty. And I think that's the best way to approach it. All right, let's take a look at these Carolina Panthers, who I'm feeling pretty good about your 3.5 there.
I didn't bet it yet.
I would.
You would?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
feel better about this game. I feel better about this game than the Jets week leading up. I was dead wrong about the Jets, but I was not anticipating 5 sacks from a Cowboys defense and no explosive pass plays given up.
Do you feel
or Ryan Flournoy?
Do you feel better about this week because of how they played against the Jets, or because of what you think the Panthers are versus what you thought the Jets were?
Both.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah, because the context of how they played against the Jets, I think, helps people say, like, oh, okay, they're starting to put some things together. And
I had a fear of Fields running around.
Yeah.
Garrett Wilson, Sauce going to sit there and lock up Pickens a little bit. Quinnen Williams. I can't name those same players on Carolina.
Yeah. Yeah.
The second guy I can name on Carolina is only because the Cowboys wanted to draft him in Ted McMillan.
They've got
maybe J.C. Horn.
They've got some guys on the defensive interior who can play. Remember, Jeremy Fowler had said Dallas called up, and Carolina was like, but we don't want to give up Derek Brown. We don't want to give you Derek Brown, so we're not going to do that. Which we'll talk about Derek Brown here in just a second. He is still a really good player. A lot of this is going to focus on Bryce Young, who I like. I root for Bryce. I think
he doesn't, to me, have any physical traits of a player who is drafted number 1.
You wouldn't, yeah.
Eye test wise, I'm like, that can't be the number 1 pick in the NFL draft.
Like he can sling it a little bit. Like he's got he's got the ability to whip the ball. But yeah, other than that, I mean, he's a generous 5'10", and he's very thin, and he at times a lot of those physical traits you look at and you're just like, it's somebody who just worked really hard at the quarterback position and had an arm, and somebody who was thought of as just super mature and advanced at the position all the way back in high school. Like when we hear about these Manning passing camps now and the different, sort of touring high school camps and different things that happen now, Bryce was a massive standout all the way back in high school, where people were like, this kid's different. He sees the position different. There's something here. Then he got to Alabama, and I thought at the time, given where Alabama was kind of in a transition period and how they didn't really help him out with the offensive line at times and different things, I thought he played really admirably. I liked the upside of C.J. Stroud. I definitely felt like Bryce Young was the slam dunk, where I thought he was limited. Like I didn't think he would his potential to reach all pro level wasn't the same as Stroud. But to me, I was like, the floor will be a pretty good quarterback, because that's what he's been his whole career, and he is as pro ready a quarterback as I could remember seeing walking into the league, of just like, yeah, that's a guy who's going to come in and he's going to understand concepts and he's going to know how to operate. And then 2023 happened and he was lost, and he was playing behind a bad offensive line that really caused a lot of problems for him, and he got hit at just a ridiculous rate, and again, for that smaller frame, that panicked a lot of people around league circles of just like, is his body going to be able to hold up to that kind of abuse that younger quarterbacks typically get? 2024, though, he started bouncing back. Last year when we were playing them in December, we talked about it, like we previewed it leading up to it, and I thought Bryce had turned a corner and was looking like a guy who could...
What is this, the Macy's soundtrack you're playing right now? I feel like yesterday
no, it's like
when I went to North Park.
It's like it's specifically...
Turn it up. Let me hear it.
Yeah, so I like it.
Ooh, it's cool cats.
Yeah, I said, I put the prompt in on Suno. I said, give me like a mellow 90s East Coast hip hop beat.
Oh, you picked this.
That's generated. That's AI generated,
okay.
that beat right there. But Bryce had turned a corner last year, and you started seeing him make some ridiculous throws. He would step up in big moments. We were starting to see clips on Twitter every week of, look at the throw Bryce made, look at where he's coming. So I thought heading into this year, right, there's a chance to really kind of salvage this and turn it around. The guy that's on tape right now looks more like the 2023 Bryce. He's not, it doesn't look that just awful statistically like it did that year, but this is a guy who right now has lost confidence again, I feel like, in some ways. He is somebody who struggles with the blitz a great deal. In 2024, he had kind of bounced back from that, and he had started throwing well against the blitz and looked comfortable standing in there and throwing it. it doesn't look the same. Pressure looks more like 2023 again. It's a zone coverage kind of week, which it is every week for the Dallas Cowboys. But Bryce Young has been really, really bad against zone coverage this year, and it's been giving him issues again that I don't know what's wrong.
So he's not like this great dissector.
He was coming out of Alabama, and he started looking like it again last year. This year, it's looking like it's taking a step back again. It's a guy who does not look comfortable throwing the ball in the middle of the field. It's a guy who does not look comfortable making his reads. I had to look it up. I was curious. The NFL, their next gen stats defines throws under 2.5 as 2.5 seconds. That's a quick throw. Anything over 4 seconds, that's a scramble or extended play. 2.5 to 4 seconds is considered in rhythm. In rhythm passes this year from Bryce Young, he is the lowest rated quarterback in the NFL.
Wow.
He is having, I think it was, the numbers were all 4 of his interceptions, I believe, have come during in rhythm throws, and he has no touchdowns. So, like, all of his touchdowns have been in the quick throw variety or ones that have been extended. So, he doesn't look comfortable right now. He has had a lot of issues with cover 2 and cover 3, which are the 2 most common concepts the Cowboys are running right now when they know what they're doing and standing in the right place. But it is there's 34 qualified quarterbacks who have thrown against cover 2, cover 3 this year, those concepts. He is 31st out of 34 qualifying quarterbacks in passer ratings against cover 2 and cover 3, which are very, again, basic concepts. He and Tet McMillan are starting to develop some good chemistry. Where it hasn't clicked for them yet is down the field. So you've seen a couple different instances of Bryce tries to attack down the field with Tet McMillan. They're not clicking there yet. That has not synced up to this point. Which deep ball, as Schotty talked about with George Pickens and some others earlier this year, that's usually the last thing to come around.
And I've heard some positive reviews about Tet starting off.
Tet's played well. And he and Bryce, there's a comfort there. Bryce clearly has some trust with him and is realizing pretty quickly, all right, I can get the ball to him and feel comfortable about it. But again, middle of the field stuff, trying to read these zone concepts, there's a lot about this. It's not Russell Wilson dropping back and, playing quarterback for as long as he has, just could tell instantly where the ball needed to go against Dallas. Like, oh, yep, throw the ball down here. It was a veteran who could play in rhythm and play comfortably attacking those concepts. Bryce is at a point right now where he's not taking advantage of looks like that, and he seems confused by things. And I don't know what's happened with him. I don't know if it's that he doesn't trust his offensive line. We heard it yesterday from David Newton that they are not blocking as well as everybody anticipated. They thought that the offensive line was going to be more of a strength. Ike Ekwonu, who was a really high draft pick for them at tackle, he's been. To me, I looked it up. I was like, PFF has to have him graded really horribly. They don't. He's like a 62 or something, which is a little above average. That's somebody to me that looks as lost as at times Guyton has in pass protection. And he's a few years into this now. So I think that you could have some success on the edges. Taylor Moton's a little bit more stable, but he's given up some pressures this year. He's missed practice the first 2 practices this week with an elbow injury. So there's a question about whether Moton will even play in this game. But
David Newton from Carolina yesterday, insider, said he thought offensive line was going to be their strength going in.
Yeah, and then that's something that right now
to the season.
Still, their run blocking has looked good. It's kind of what you're dealing with Guyton. The pass protection stuff doesn't always look good. They're a good run blocking unit. Rico looks like the guy we saw in the second half of last year. That's what he looked like against Miami. He's somebody who I still think...
Are they going to ram it down our throats as long as the score allows? They have a question of whether Hubbard's going to play.
Yeah, and he missed practice yesterday too.
Start Rico on fantasy.
I wonder if it'll get like the Jets game, where the Jets could have just run the ball every single play probably and scored every time last week. But they didn't, and they tried to take advantage of some things, and they weren't able to. And so I wonder how long that's going to be able to operate if Dallas is able to score on them too, if they feel like they have to catch up a little bit. This is a team that, like Dallas on the defensive side of the ball, like the Cowboys, they play the same rate of zone coverage as the Cowboys do. They are way up near the top of the NFL in zone coverage rates. They play at 87% of the time. Dallas plays at 89%. So they're similar to the Cowboys in terms of how frequently they give that look.
And if someone was going to play 90% zone against Dak or 90% man, what would you pick?
I like Dak against zone coverage because I know where Dak's at in this stage of his career to where he just can kind of dissect and know where to go with the ball. Man coverage is good if your guys are winning, like if they're winning their matchups. But zone coverage, I feel comfortable with him kind of picking it apart. Specifically, cover 3, and cover 3 is what the Panthers play primarily. Your mark this week is Mike Jackson. He is a former Cowboy draft pick, but he's the one that is.
When was he drafted?
20.
Oh, Mike Jackson. Yep.
Yeah, the Miami corner. Yeah, and so he's the one that has given them the most problems in coverage. And so J.C. Horn has been decent. I don't think he's been locked down. He hasn't been fantastic, but Mike Jackson's the one who I think you can pick on a little bit if you wanted to do that. Running the ball is going to be, I would anticipate, although they've surprised me a couple different times, I would anticipate that's going to be a little more difficult for you this week than it was against the Jets. The defensive line is not bad. Derek Brown's on the interior. A'Shawn Robinson is in there, and they both have been really good against the run. That's a good defensive line unit with DJ Wanham, Robinson, Brown. They've got Nick Scorton, the second-round pick out of Texas A&M. Scorton has been a better player out of the gate than I anticipated. They've kind of done some stuff with him that I think they've figured out a way to make him effective right out of the gate. But it's a good run defense unit in the front four to me. And then the last guy I'll touch on, because I was a big fan of his coming out, and again, it's a local guy, TCU. Trayvon Merrick's been good for them at safety. That's a guy that I would have been interested in Dallas investigating when he was a free agent recently. They didn't. That was somebody that I think they would have picked in 2021 or whatever year that was when they picked Kelvin Joseph. If Kelvin Joseph hadn't been there and they were desperate for a corner, I think they would have taken Merrick. But Merrick's done a good job for them at safety, and he's somebody who is really flexible to do a number of different things in coverage, come up and run support. He's had kind of a resurgence in Carolina, and so I think he's been good this year. But this is a game that I think Dallas overall matches up really, really well. Even some of the stuff they do on defense that has been frustrating for Cowboys fans, it fits well with some of the things that Carolina struggles with. So I do think that this is going to be a game that Dallas has a pretty decent matchup fit for.
The official picks at 8 with you on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, and Nick Harris in studio, Cowboys insider from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. It's Sean and RJ. Choppy will be back on Monday. We got Peyton Phillip Russell. We got Aiden in the back. You on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And let's thank you right now for turning it on, leaving it on.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see 9-Inch Nails at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Official picks at 8. Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. Worst take at 9. And Babe Laufenberg in the final hour of the show with his Panther preview at 9:20 as the Cowboys color analyst. Let's clean up the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
We're going to start off with the Texas-Oklahoma watch party. It's going down tomorrow from 2 to 6 p.m. It's a Flagtober stop as well on the roof of the Highland Hotel. I guess it's going to be a pool party. And yesterday, I got the babysitter confirmation to allow me and the wife to go out there.
Oh, look at that. So you're going to make the big time appearance. Why didn't you just bring Ollie? He would have loved it.
He would rather be with his grandmother.
Oh, okay.
No doubt about it. And I don't think my in-laws right now are willing to watch Ava just solo. Every time they go, hey, yeah, Ollie can spend the night. I said, I have 2. I have another one. No, the Ava invite has not been extended yet for my little, beautiful, precious girl.
I was going to say, wasn't
She's
Ollie...
not precious, she's just beautiful.
Wasn't Ollie a more difficult baby?
It was a crybaby. But again, that mijo culture.
Yeah.
The little boy you saw at the Mexican restaurant, him getting spoon-fed while watching his iPad, made me physically ill watching it. The mijo. Tolo D, she knows all about it. This young Hispanic male in that culture is risen up like freaking Simba. And he's just holding him above. And, the girl gets treated like, like the Indians in my culture.
That dynamic of just in general. Well, I mean, just how it exists in different factions. So Kristen has always accused her mom and her aunt of aggressively favoring the boys when it comes to nieces, nephews, grandchildren, whatever else, that they're much harder. I can't get baby number 4 because she is like, you will be way too hard on a boy. Like you're not going to give any leeway. You're going to be too tough on him.
Does she favor Jacob?
Yeah, she does. Like in terms of when it comes to cracking down on things, yeah, she'll crack down on the girls faster.
Yeah,
which it's a balance because I cracked down on Jacob faster. I mean, Jacob's 20 now and he's going to be going into the Army, so it's not exactly the same sort of thing anymore. But definitely when they were coming up, we're each always pointing out to the other, like, well, when the girls did that, you didn't react like that. It's like, well, you remember when Jacob did this a couple years ago, you reacted very differently when the girls just did that same sort of thing. Yeah. So it's an inconsistency, but there's just a difference with daddy's girls. They do got you wrapped around their fingers.
So tomorrow I'm looking forward to cutting loose a little bit. Hopefully you can come out and join. I know Wolchuk is going to be out there. Rietma is going to be out there. Peyton Russell says he's going to be out there. Yes. I don't know who else.
John Mateer is going to be on your TV, it sounds like.
Probable? I'm about to do a parlay with Oklahoma and the Cowboys.
Is it still 1.5 on the spread?
I'll double check. I was just looking it up.
I can't. If it's 1.5, that either means they are not buying that Mateer is playing, or Vegas has not been swayed that Texas has the problems that everybody else thinks they have. Is what that would have to be.
ESPN still has it at 1.5.
Well, then they're either not buying Mateer or they have held it at that line because they thought Mateer was playing and it didn't matter to them. And so, but this is a good flashback.
If he plays though, like what is he? He got a broken hand like 17 days ago.
This is Message Board Geniuses, which is one of my favorites. It's similar to spying on Philly. You spy on the message boards, and they basically take.
I got it right now. It's 3.5.
3.5 for Oklahoma, or Texas.
The Longhorn. The Longhorns are favorable. I might have to just take all my Cowboy money and put it on Oklahoma. What?
So
Oklahoma.
The guy that would have known this apparently was on a message board, the Texas Ags message board. 10 days ago, this was posted over on the Texas Ags forum. It says, great news, Mateer will play versus Texas, which nobody was talking about at the time. And in fact, this got shared by message board geniuses because it was presented as like, look at this dummy. It says, howdy Ags, I have relevant news. Sooners quarterback John Mateer will play versus Texas. I was in Chipotle tonight in Norman, Oklahoma, and Mateer was in line in front of me. The tortilla presser asked Mateer how his hand is doing.
The tortilla presser.
And Mateer said, great. Mateer then said he is, quote, 100% going to play versus Texas. Here's to hoping Mateer leads the Sooners to shut out the Horns. And so everybody had been mocking this, and now it's looking like he must have been telling the tortilla presser, yeah, I'm playing.
All right. Explain this to me, Peyton. You're our degenerate in training after RJ. So on Underdog, it says Texas minus 3.5, and then Oklahoma plus 3.5, and then underneath Oklahoma, though, it says minus 186, and Texas is plus 130. I am reading this correctly. The Longhorns are favored by 3.5?
Yes. So what it's saying is like it's not given, because usually when a line comes out, it's trying to make the game as even as possible. You usually get minus 110 right under even money. What they're saying is Oklahoma plus 3.5 is a heavy favorite. You're basically getting 1 to 2 on your money on that. If you bet 200, you're getting 100 back. If you bet Oklahoma plus 3.5, they're basically saying Oklahoma should cover the spread there. And if you pick Texas minus 3.5, you're getting plus money. So it's a little different than like other sports betting apps where it's like it puts it at. So it's giving you odds a little differently. And I'm sure you can change it there too. But yeah, and then it's saying the over-under is 42.5, which if you pick higher there, it's saying that should be the favorite at minus 157. If you pick under 42.5, you're getting plus money for your value.
What do you feel stronger about, the Sooners or Cowboys winning?
I don't think Texas is going to win another game. That's that's the devastation point that I'm at with the Longhorns right now, because they They obviously will win another game. They could win this game against Oklahoma. Like, stranger things have happened, and I mean, they are a favorite, it looks like, but
listing material is probable.
That's
probable.
I mean, they can't, I wouldn't think they could. I mean, unless they're just trying to manipulate something and have a gamesmanship thing, I guess. But I mean, that's wild to me that he's going to be ready to play that quickly. He must have done the TO sleep in the hyperbaric chamber.
My weekend started last night. I already told you that and tweeted it with the Eagles getting trounced, the Phillies getting eliminated, the Stars winning, and today after the show, heading out to the State Fair of Texas. And my question to you on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, are you not going to the State Fair this year? Where are all the people? And if you did go, was it sparse in terms of the crowd? These are the different storylines that are coming out over the fair this year. I hope it's sparse. I hope there's less people, but obviously the fair does not like to see this. And I'm seeing a bunch of different explanations out there.
Yeah, there's a lot of... You've had there's the new enforcement rules of
have to be 18 or older.
Yeah, the enforcement of that's occurred. I don't think this is the first year because I mean they were doing some of this last year. It may be the policy got revised a little bit, but basically it changed. They had issues with rowdy kids that were up there with no parents and stuff like that. So they've set limits on that.
I mean, that's got to hurt you bad.
There was the shooting last year where a lot of people now this year have just said, well, it's just not safe to go down to Fair Park. And
that's
so
where my wife is worried.
There's a lot of people who just won't go down there now for that.
I was more worried in the mall yesterday than I will be today.
So there's a lot of other people who are just saying it's a economic thing.
Yep.
A lot of people are just watching their spending right now.
$350 for a family of 4. That was quoted in WFAA. Adult admission costs between $15 and $25. Parking runs about $30. Popular snacks. The snack prices are set by the vendors. So they can charge whatever they want based upon their own economic situation. Snacks range from $7 to $20. So all these things are being thrown out.
Yeah, and that's, I think the most common thing that I've seen on the fan text and heard from others is that for a lot of people, it's just where they're at financially right now. It's they're tighter, they're watching costs, and they just feel like State Fair right now, that's too much of an expenditure that they don't feel like they can comfortably spend on right now.
Paid $16 for 2 tiny fried tacos, $10 per game basically. Overall, I would say it's not worth it anymore. The fare should be affordable. Spent $72 on entrance, parking, and coupons.
So I'll just say this. Growing up, I feel like a lot of the food and stuff has always been on the pricier side.
Yeah, it's like $25, $30 for a turkey leg, something crazy.
It's just always been the coupons. Like you spend with the coupons, and then it's like, oh, okay, this is how you're going to spend it. And so a lot of people, I guess, I don't know how much they were processing at times, how much they were spending because they're just handing over tickets. And so part of me just wonders if they're coming to a recognition of, oh yeah, like this is money I'm handing over. It's not just as simple as tickets, and this has a monetary value on it that's pretty big.
Yeah, a lot of TOLOs are waiting on the fan text 877-881-1053. That is too expensive for them to go. One TOLO 817 says a family of 4 costs them almost $1,000 to go with all the food and tickets.
What?
And then some parents are saying that high school students don't get free tickets anymore. It's just kindergarten through 8. So, a lot of parents relied on the free tickets.
Yep.
That saved them, $15, $20, $25 there.
Yep.
And then some are saying it's still too hot to go out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still a little steamy out there.
Dude. And that sun out there hits different.
Yes.
I'm going to be hurting today. I know. I think this is supposed to be the coolest day of the week, but I know when 12-1-2 hits, it's going to be hot.
Yeah, and it's you're also walking around. There's so much of that pavement and everything else. It's just the sun beating off of it and then or bouncing off of it. You know what I'm saying?
Man.
This is but this is
You'll get sprayed down after that.
Exactly. It is it's something where it's funny. I think I'm not always been, I don't like leaving the house very much. I like staying at home when I can stay at home. I think I've been more gung-ho about wanting to go this year than Kristen has, and Kristen's normally been the one who, this is a yearly tradition for her where she'll just spend all the money without a care in the world. She's super budget conscious usually. Fair, she's just yeah, let's go. It's once a year and it's fun. It's experience. She's just been a little Like, and I don't even know what her issue is with it, but just this year, she's just been a little bit like, yeah, we'll find time to go, but she's not been as gung-ho about it, which I thought was odd.
Junk Drawer right here on 105.3 The Fan, commercial-free expressway.
This is perfect music right there, that little honky-tonk music, because I think I'm going to have to two-step tonight. And I haven't gotten any practice in. I have, as we've talked about, wife and I have never danced. It's just never happened. And I told her...
Not a slow dance at your wedding?
No. So I had told...
And why didn't that happen? Not the first moment, the big intro, the guy on the mic?
No, we had we had a smaller wedding, and so it was like just wedding and then reception, and then it was just, there was music playing as like ambiance almost.
You were supposed to practice with RJ this week in the commercial break.
I know.
Which means you have to practice with Nick Harris coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, clearly that's my only option left. I didn't... So we didn't have really the opportunity. It just wasn't what our wedding was, really. I told her previously, and she likes to dance. I told her previously, I will dance with you at my sister's wedding. And so she was getting all excited about that. Well, then my sister decided, you know what? We're just going to elope. That's what we're going to do. We're just going to go to the courthouse and we're going to do it that way. And Kristen was just like, this is, you knew they were going to do that. And that's why you told me that you would dance with me at their weddings, because you knew it wasn't going to happen. So our marketing consultant, Cody, here in the building, he is getting married tonight. We had the rehearsal last night, and there will be dancing. There'll be an opportunity to dance, and I had told Kristen we'll dance there. So I have to.
God, don't say it with the sigh, Bobby.
I have to dance this evening. This is what we talked to Lee Bryce about. I told Lee Bryce.
What a name drop.
When we interviewed him here on the show a year ago, I told him, I was like, yeah, that's exactly it. That song. I don't dance, but here I am spinning you round and round in circles. He's caused so many fights for me. Because she's like, why can't you? That guy didn't want to dance, but he did it anyway. And so now here I am, and I'm going to be spinning around in circles.
Have you watched videos?
Yeah, I've watched a couple. But I feel like watching it is not going to do me any favors. Like, it's just going to be, I'm going to have to get out there and fumble my way through it, and it's going to be awful. Like, not in terms of awful, like this is a miserable experience, but I'm going to be awful at it.
Peyton, do you know how?
Two-step, kind of. I mean, I know like it's right foot, left foot, and then like a spin here, but like I'm just going along with the
shuffle, I think.
Yeah, no, not really. I've never done like lessons or anything like that.
So you think it's gonna have to be mandatory for your wedding? You guys working on a cool little number?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we'll two-step. We've practiced a couple times though, and it's Mackenzie's goal that we need to be practicing a couple times a month up until the wedding, because she does not want to look like a fool out there. She's like, you will not embarrass me in my own wedding.
Can she dance?
No, she cannot. No.
So
she's talking about you being embarrassed.
Yeah, right.
I shouldn't say we've never danced technically.
Whoa.
Like we haven't danced like when it comes to like this kind of dance, like a slow dance or a two-step or something like that. I have told you guys before, I think I only said it off the air. I don't think I've ever said it on the air. The night we got married, we then went out she wanted to go to a country dance place or something like that. I was like, all right, cool, fine. So we went out there. It was a weekend, so they were playing more like top hits out there. And she was like, well, let's go out here and dance. And so she starts like sensually dancing right there on the floor. And I was like, I don't know that that's the vibe here. Bless you, Sean.
You said centrally?
Centrally, yes. This was erotic dancing that she was doing.
Oh my.
And I was like, I don't know that this is the vibe, because this is a lot of white hair at this particular establishment that you've picked for us.
Sister Jeans.
And so she's like, nobody cares. Nobody's going to notice. So she gets 5 seconds into dancing this way before the guy in the DJ booth pots on his mic and goes, whoa, everybody, we're getting steamy on the dance floor. And I went, we're done. I'm walking off the floor right now. And this is exactly what I told you was going to happen. Was they were noticing that, and we have not danced since that.
So let her dance how she wants.
That's fine.
It's none of your business.
I just thought it's not the vibe. That's not the social climate there in that place.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram in studio. Your official predictions for Cowboys Panthers Sunday right here on the Fan. Nick Harris, then Brian Schottenheimer next.
105.3 The Fan.
Hurts in a shotgun set. Barkley to his right. Motions Smith out. Hurts back. Throws left. Pass intercepted along the right sideline. Racing up the sideline for the Giants is Cordell Flott. He's to the 40, 30, and knocked out of bounds at the Philadelphia 22. Hurts picked off for the first time this year. Cordell Flott's his name.
That's the call on Giants radio. This was no fluke. This was no last second Giant miracle. This was a beatdown of the Philadelphia Eagles, 34-17. G-Men, everyone except for New York, now has 2 losses in the NFC East. Brian Schottenheimer is coming up at 8:20 here on Sean and Bobby. Sitting in Choppy's chair today, our boy Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, in studio for the next 2 hours on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, man. How are you?
Good morning. Doing fantastic. Appreciate you having me. I have to start off, Bobby.
Yeah.
The scat trick of touchdowns last night. The scat trick.
No.
The scat trick.
Stop. Where did you go? Where did you put him?
I had him in the 4th.
Has he surprised you? I know you're capable of, I don't know if you're capable of growth and maturity yet. I think you are, but Bobby's unwilling to say that Cam has been better than he thought. I've admitted it. I wasn't blown away. I was like, he's going to be, a 3rd and 1, a 3rd and 2 back. But he's been more explosive and better than I thought.
No, I'll say he surprised me for sure. For him to have this type of impact early on in his career, I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have thought it would have taken at least a year for him to get, kind of the feet under him and understand the physicality of the NFL. But it really looks like, man, he lowers that shoulder. It translates. It works out well here.
He had to have lost some weight. Like, he's taking off his shirt. He feels comfortable there, but he looks quicker than even the bowl game against Texas, I thought. I thought he was just lumbering and powerful, but I think he looks quicker.
5 years from now, he's a cash-only bartender somewhere. That's what his job.
Why cash only?
Because he's not even going to be somewhere where it's like even totally above board. It's like we only take cash. We're trying to duck Texas here or something.
What did you think of Dart coming out and his start?
Yeah, I thought Dart. I had a kind of a range of emotions when it came to Dart coming out. I thought it was very wide range of what he could potentially bring to the NFL. Like, the low bar is really low, but I think the potential is really high too. I think we saw more of what the top looked like last night. Him being able to manage that game and control the time of possession. That's been big for the Eagles to try to figure out defensively. I mean, they've allowed more yards than the Eagles offense has through the first 6 games of the season, which is certainly a concern, and that's part of it, the time of possession battle, and Jackson Dart was able to manage that last night. Thought he did a really good job, and Brian Dable certainly agreed as well.
Gosh, the love fest of this guy made me sick.
He was
an a-hole to Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
He almost ruined Daniel Jones physically by running him around, and now he's like, let me go check on you. Let me duck my head into the tent. Are you okay, honey poo?
He knows, like we've been talking about this. Like,
yelling at team doctors.
That's it. Dart is it. Either that's either his salvation or his sentence. Like, he's getting fired because of Dart, or he's keeping his job because of Dart. Like, that'll determine it.
I actually have some sourced information to bring to the radio waves here this morning. So apparently last night, Cam Scatteraboo was walking into the concussion tent to teach Jackson Dart how to pass the concussion protocol. So that's big, for the CTE boys.
That's good.
All right, how are you, the CTE boys? How are you placing Giants comeuppance and worry in the NFC East for Cowboy fans versus Philly fallback?
Yeah, I think it's a healthy balance. I think you're going to see a really competitive division this year. I think, the Giants are not what they were last year, where it was kind of a pushover game where you considered that a win before the season even started. I think that's one now. You look at the final game of the season, I don't think they're going to be competing for a playoff spot, but I think they will be competing, and the Commanders will be in the mix as well. I think it's just going to be a competitive division this year, top to bottom.
Would they be competing for a playoff spot if Malik Neighbors didn't get shut down for the year?
Oh, my goodness. Probably so, honestly. I mean, the way that this offense produced last night without him, and I love Wan'Dale Robinson. I love that he's finally getting a feature role as well. If they had Neighbors, yeah, for sure.
What's the Philly fire scale at right now? How bad is it?
Yeah, it really does remind me of a couple of years ago when they started 10-1 and then they went on that losing stretch. I think fortunately for them, though, this adversity is happening a little bit earlier in the year right now. I do wonder if they do something with A.J. Brown, though. The trade deadline is coming up. They have receiver talent. It's not like they have a shortage of that. They just brought in John Mechie as well. I know that's a guy that they want to get involved. It wouldn't surprise me if maybe they deal on A.J. Brown. I'd be curious what the return looked like with the guy who would be negotiating that trade.
Mike Vrabel, in large part, a lot of people felt like left Tennessee because A.J. Brown got traded. He never wanted to trade A.J. Brown. He liked him. I don't know, but I would want to know. He would really put his coaching skill to the test if he put Stephon Diggs and A.J. Brown in the same receiver room. That could either make them super dangerous or that could blow up really, really quickly.
And A.J. with the weird, let's play this again, Pepe, the awkward, and then Cowboy picks are coming up in a second. The weird A.J. Brown denial of the sit-down he had with Jalen Hurts and Saquon a few days ago.
What was behind that?
I don't recall the meeting.
Oh, okay. The meeting that we're at.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Those guys said it did happen.
Oh, you ain't talked to them.
You weren't in the meeting?
I don't recall.
Or you don't want to just talk?
I don't recall.
Is that the Lil Wayne deposition? I don't recall.
It is.
I don't recall.
It is 100% that.
What is that?
That's his, so initially he's clearly just, I don't know if it's he doesn't want to talk about it, or if he's just bitter about it. Like, I can't tell if it's just like none of y'all's business. Like, let's talk about the game. Like, I don't know if it's dismissive in that way or if it's dismissive like he didn't like the conversation. But by the end, yeah, I think he's trolling at the end where he's doing the deposition bit of Lil Wayne, just going, I don't recall. What's your name? I don't recall. Like, just flat out just shutting everything down because he didn't want to talk.
All right, Nick, how are you looking at this Cowboy game? Right now, it's a 3.5-point spread. Cowboys are favored on the road. The over-under is 49.5. Get in your official predictions on the Franklin Franco text line, 877-881-1053. Give us some of your keys.
Yeah, I think, 2 weeks ago without CeeDee Lamb, it was George Pickens. Last week, it was Ryan Flanoy. I think this time around, it could be Jake Ferguson. The Panthers defense has struggled in being able to account for tight ends. It's a really good pass defense that Carolina has built there, not only with J.C. Horn, but adding Trevin Moehrig on the back end has certainly helped with them as well. But they've allowed quite a bit of tight end yardage to this point in the year. So maybe look for this to be a Jake Ferguson game if you have your little lines or whatever you want to plug.
I'm writing it down right now.
If you want to plug anything, Sean, feel free.
A mortgage payment. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. But Jake Ferguson, I think this is probably, a game where he can get going. And if he's able to, I think that's going to open up the box a little bit for Javonte Williams to get some action.
So
you expect...
I'm sorry. Do you think they have a better pass D than run D?
I do. And I think if they're able to use Jake Ferguson early and often, it's going to open up that running game. You're expected to get Tyler Guyton and Tyler Smith back on the left side of that offensive line. Could help open up Javonte Williams a little more. Sounds like it's going to be Jaden Blue again as backup running back, so you wonder what kind of burst he could bring as well. But I like the Cowboys in this game. I think it's going to be hard fought early on. This is a tough team. It is a physical team, the Carolina Panthers.
Carolina.
They are. And in my opinion, I think they play tough football in all three phases, but it's gonna knock them back, I think, early on because it's not the New York Jets that they saw last week. But I think the Cowboys win this one by 2 possessions.
I kind of view the Panthers like I view Daniel Jones in the Giants era, where I do say y'all are tough, but I also don't think you're very good. I think you're pretty bad in general. I think Panthers. What I was watching this week, they're physical, and Ted McMillan is really someone who concerns me right now. Bryce Young and the regression that he's had right now, and the way that he just looks completely different than I thought all the progress he had made at the end of last year. That's something that you need to be able to take advantage of the Dallas secondary if you want to win a game, because the offense is going to get theirs. No matter what it's matched up against, they've made it pretty clear that they're going to get theirs. I think they look for Mike Jackson. I think they pick on him the same way they picked on Brandon Stevens last week. Maybe open up some of the stuff in the running game, let them start eating clock in the back end and really start abusing them physically. And I think this is just a game where Dallas wins this one pretty comfortably, personally.
What are you seeing in Bryce?
Yeah, it's weird. It's a roller coaster with him. It's sometimes you get a 4-game stretch where you're like, yeah, that's the guy that was taken number 1 overall, and you see the type of development, and then you see a 4-game stretch like we've experienced recently with Bryce Young, where it's like, man, what is going on with him? I just start to wonder about this Panthers organization and what voodoo it has against its quarterbacks. I mean, you look at Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, all these guys, they leave and they have career resurgences. Is that something that's on the horizon for Bryce Young and that's needed for him? I don't know.
877-881-1053. It is time for the official picks before Brian Schottenheimer live at 8:20. Bob, start us off.
Yeah, I think, like I said, this is one where I think Dallas matches up really well. This is a team that plays a lot of cover 3, doesn't always play it effectively, and Dak is a quarterback who has routinely been able to dissect cover 3. The running game has been a real positive. You're going to get a couple offensive linemen back this week that should make your physical running game more of an enforcement unit. And I think that a lot of the stuff they do defensively, Dallas, when it's done well and their communication's done well, it's going to be stuff that Bryce Young struggles with. Bryce Young has had a lot of issues this year with those cover 2, cover 3 looks. He struggles when he has to kind of discern what the defense is throwing at him in coverages, and that's an area where he's regressed. So I think this is one that Dallas wins pretty comfortably. I'm going to say the Cowboys win it 34-20.
Pepe.
The Cowboys winning 31-17. I don't fear Bryce Young. You know, he had the cute comeback win against Miami last week, but I do fear Rico Dowdle. I don't think Rico's going to have 200 yards rushing, but he's going to have a great game there. Breece Hall had a great game despite not reaching the end zone and the Cowboys blowing out the Jets. But the fan text has spoken. The TOLO is weighing in. 417 says Cowboys win 37-23. 214 Cowboys by 18. And then 325 says Panthers win 35-24.
If the Cowboys win 37-23, that'll be the 4th time this year that they end the 4th quarter with 37 points.
That would be strange.
I'm going to go 28-17 Cowboys. Again, what does Vegas know? Why is this 3.5? Why is this 3.5? I know it's in Carolina. I got burned last night by 7.5 without Malik Neighbors, but I just don't see how Carolina ends up winning. I don't see it. Does Rico just get rammed down their throats like the Jets could have done if that didn't get out of hand?
Yeah, maybe it's their pass offense too with Teteroa McMillan and what he's been able to do to start the year. Maybe Vegas sees an opportunity there.
Now that's the concerning aspect when you say you can't see Carolina winning. How does Carolina win the game? Carolina wins the game by that extra connection that Bryce and Tet haven't quite hit yet. Some of the stuff deep down the field. If this is the week they've clicked on it, then now you've got problems. That would have to be that. Now they just haven't done it yet. I'm sure they will get there, but if this is the week where, all right, they figured out that deep ball connection, I think deep passes, which are 28 plus down the field, on deep passes this year, I think Bryce is 1 for 9 throwing to Tet to this point. So they've not been able to connect on those, and so it's something they've tried every week. If they're able to get that chemistry down and connection down, now this is something that Carolina could win this game.
Will Brian Schottenheimer be meaner or nicer to me with you in the room?
That's something you need to take up with the gods above.
Well, I didn't know how he felt towards you. If he dislikes you more than me, you could get the shot.
This is Schotty, not McCarthy. So.
Dramatic.
Pretty dramatic there.
Pretty dramatic there.
The head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, always must-listen radio in our opinion, Brian Schottenheimer, joins us with Nick Harrison studio the rest of the way next on DFW Sports Station 105.3.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
My kids were laughing the other day. They were like, Dad, how'd you do? And I was like, 6'7", whatever that thing means. And they're like, you know about that? I'm like, yeah, I'm 51. I'm not 90.
Man, did that make RJ Choppy's week. So much so that Choppy left today to take his road trip, to take his family to go see his Tennessee Volunteers. And did Coach say he was 51? Is that what I heard in that clip?
Yes.
And will be 52 next Thursday. We got Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, in Choppy's chair this morning. Let's welcome in the main man himself, Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Good morning, Coach. How are you?
What's up, guys? So there's a lot of housekeeping things. So number one, the fact that I get on these shows, you guys are starting to make me feel like you guys don't enjoy this show because you guys each take turns of missing days.
I'm always here.
RJ, yeah, I know. Well, and that leads me to my next story. So we land in New York. I'm like, hey, let me go check out some of these restaurants. So I go to Arthur and Sons on the West Village. I'm like, hey, Sean sent me. And they're like, who? And I go, no, Sean. And they go, who's that? I said, well, what about Bobby Belt? And they're like, oh, yeah, we love that guy. Come on in, Coach.
Coach.
Hey, Bobby, thank you, man.
You're
the
welcome.
meal was amazing. I wanted to take care of it, so I paid and all that stuff. But thank you again, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Anytime, Coach.
Wait a second. Hang on. Let me get things straight out real quick. Here I am getting kicked in the you-know-what every single week, and then we are all scattering Nick like we're his assistant, all trying to race and compete with each other to get him this reservation that he can't get in New York. I have the owner of Rayo's, the sauce that you see in the store, the place no one can get in. I got Brian Schottenheimer. He needs a Rezzo tonight at Rayo's. Put him next to De Niro. Put him next to Eli. He goes, well, we're not open, but I got 2 other places. He said, I'll take care of it. I send this over to Tad. We know Tad, our buddy PR. Tad gives me the nice little fake pat on the shoulder, like, oh, thanks.
That's because I had it handled.
I'll get back to you. I'll get back. Bobby, you would have booked the Olive Garden. You got a 5-year-old
Did you
palate.
not just hear how good Schotty's meal was? I have it.
And I'm like, I got him. I got you set. And I get a nice little, we'll get back to you there from Tad. So I owe Tad a little trash talk and now Schotty. But there you go. I'm glad Bobby.
Listen, when we play the Giants, hey, you got a little more time. When we play the Giants, in New York, maybe you can hook me up then. Because Bobby's used up his one favor. I need you for when we make the trip up to New York.
Well, Coach, this just tells me you have no food taste either because this place is a chain. I got people in Southlake telling me they got one there, so just go to Southlake. I can get you in there. Brian Schottenheimer here. That is fantastic. It is awesome, and of course, you had a fantastic weekend there in New York. And Brian Schottenheimer joining us right here on 105.3 The Fan. Nick, you think you watched last night?
Yeah, Coach, it was a huge win for the Giants last night over the Eagles. How much of that game were you able to catch? And you guys have played both teams. Were you as surprised as the rest of us at how New York was able to control that game?
I actually caught the last 2 or 3 minutes when I came home, so the game was kind of in hand. But just watching some of the highlights and stuff, it was very impressive. The 2 young rookies on offense sounded like they played great. Dart obviously moving around, making some plays, and Scatterbo running the football. And as we all know, that defense is very, very dangerous. Sounds like Brian Burns played terrific. And, again, I think it's the league is exactly where the NFL wants it to be, right? I mean, just the competitiveness of the league and anybody on any given Sunday. And it's a very competitive division, as you guys know.
Yeah, bringing it back to your squad, Brian Schottenheimer here on 105.3 The Fan. You guys were dealt a pretty big blow when you lost CeeDee Lamb and Tyler Booker against the Bears with their high ankle sprains. But with the solid play from TJ Bass and the receiver room really stepping up the way that they have, has it maybe lessened the urgency to get those guys back on the field as soon as possible?
Well, I'm so proud of those guys, the way they played. I mean, just the guys have stepped in across the board. TJ's played really, really well. I thought, Hakeem Adeniji did a great job for us last week. Ryan Flournoy stepping in last week. We know what we have with Jalen Tolbert, but it never stops your urge to get your great players back. But it does show that we've got depth. We're going to find a way to compete and to try to win every week, no matter what. And there's no excuses in this league, guys. You go out there, you compete, you find a way to win. If you play well, you normally do. And I think the thing I'm most proud of is just the depth and the reps that we've gotten for some young players, like a Nate Thomas, is going to pay dividends for us at some point later on in this year.
Speaking of Nate Thomas, he had a pretty comical celebration penalty last week. I talked to Osa this week, and he said his teaching point is to just do mini pumps, no big pumps. Did you have any words for Nate this week, or was there maybe a funny moment in the team meeting on Monday?
Well, I talked to Nate after it happened. I actually didn't see exactly what the celebration was. And then I just explained to him, like, look, hey, we want you to have a good time. We want to celebrate. It's that whole thing about, hey, play to the edge, don't go over the edge. And, it's the Hinkle McGriggleberry thing. I think it's a real thing, and it's like 3 pumps is too many. And 2, you're fine. But we had a really good time with it in the meeting. The guys loved it, and they were very large thrusts. They were not mini thrusts.
I thought he was going to avoid all that, and he gave us radio sound bites. Amazing.
Hey, it's authenticity. Coach, you mentioned you're always excited to get these players back, get these good players back, back from injury. Is that a tightrope, though, you have to walk at all, where you're going to talk to a guy and just say, hey, I know you got this opportunity and you stepped in and you did everything the right way. It's just not your time yet. Is that a tough conversation to have at all, of just like, hey, there's nothing you're doing wrong. You're doing great when you step in here, but we've got to get back to the guys we have in place here.
So they understand it. It's having a hard conversation. It's explaining to them, hey, look, you've done a really good job. You've maximized your opportunities. We're so proud of you for that. We just see it's such a bright future for you. But I really do believe in the old adage that, you shouldn't lose a starting job because of an injury. I do believe this. I mean, if you go in and you perform well when someone's out with an injury, you earn more playing time. It doesn't mean you have to start. Doesn't mean that you have to take someone's job. But again, if you believe in the mantra, which we do, of compete every day and, trying to be the best version of yourself every day in practice and every day in games, you earn more opportunities, not necessarily a starting job.
Brian Schottenheimer with us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Schotty, so a couple years ago, I was talking to a draft prospect, and he was telling me about a conversation he had with you leading up to his pro day, or at his pro day, where he said that he had asked you what it was like to play with Dak, and that you had told him that Dak is always going to make sure that you are in the exact right play for the exact right look the defense is giving. So all you have to worry about is executing. Can you just describe for us the advantage Dak gives you guys from the moment the huddle breaks until the ball is snapped?
Yeah, I think, again, this is something that Dak has grown and matured with. I'm sure if you go back to his rookie year when he was playing, and maybe even his first year, I wasn't around, of course. But, this is something that he's learned. But, anytime, and all offenses have it, most defenses have it, but, there's 2 play packages, or there's plays that you can package together. It could be as simple as a run that goes to a pass, a run one direction that goes to another run. And some people call them alerts. Some people call them kills. Some people call them different things. But it's based off of the defense and what the defense shows. And we talk about maximizing our premier play opportunities. And so when you can get into a premier play, why wouldn't you do that? And I think that's just something that Dak not only has a great feel for, but he's just got such confidence in his ability to communicate it, whether we're playing at home and it's kind of quiet, or whether we're playing on the road in a tough environment. He's got the ability to communicate, share the information, get everybody on the same page, and do it in a very calm and poised manner, which helps, breed confidence for the group.
Staying on the topic of your on-field relationship with Dak, the phrase play caller's purpose has been uttered a lot around here over the past few years. Dak was talking yesterday about how when you guys install a play, you go through the process of how it can be successful, the type of defense it can attack, etc. Why has that process become important, and when did that start for you guys?
Well, again, it goes back to me. I mean, I would say it really goes back to, when we were in San Diego going way back. Drew Brees was a second-year player in the NFL, and he was the starter. And, we just wanted to make sure that for a young player, he understood why we were calling a play. So let's say it's 1st and 10 and you call a quick game, right? And let's say there's a matchup with a receiver, okay? It doesn't matter who the receiver is against a good corner. And it's 1st and 10 and the corner's pressed and you're like, hey, let me take a shot over here on the go ball. That's not necessarily the wrong decision, but if the design of the play when it comes in and the quarterback knows the play caller's purpose is, hey, get me a completion, that tells him that unless I love that matchup over there with the receiver versus the corner, I'm going to probably take my quick game to the front side of a 3-by-1 formation or something like that. And I think it was a way for us to get young players to understand, hey, we're calling this play to do this. I want to be in at least 2nd and 5, not 2nd and 10 when we call this play. And then when you insert a veteran, incredible quarterback like Dak, it still reminds them. I mean, you got to remember, these guys are incredible competitors. These guys are incredible world-class athletes that are trying to do what I think is the hardest thing in all of sports, play quarterback in this league. And there's times that, look, they're like, man, I can make that throw. Hey, I want to make that throw. Hey, there's a window there. I can sneak it in. And, I go back to last game against the Jets. I mean, one of the best decisions Dak made was it was like a 3rd and 8. We were around midfield going from our left to right. And Dak checked it down to Hunter Lepke out in the flat, and Fergie was out there blocking. They kind of played soft. We were trying to push the ball down the field. Like, that was just him understanding the situation and knowing, let me get a completion. And, I thought he took what the defense gave us. And then, Hunter and Fergie executed their block and run, and we had a new set of downs. We ended up finishing with the touchdown.
How did you see that process translate directly on the George Pickens touchdown? You had mentioned earlier in the week that was where the ball was intended to go on that play.
Yeah, again, I think, we were struggling a little bit in the third quarter, and I was telling the media early in the week, I literally told Dak about 5 minutes into the third quarter, I was like, yeah, I suck right now. He started laughing. He goes, you'll be all right. You'll be all right. I said, yeah, I'll be all right. So then we called a shot play that we liked. We kind of, seen Sauce doing a good job of playing a lot of press man-to-man, and we saw it and ended up going with the call. And Dak just made an incredible throw. Sauce is a really, 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 really good corner, but George's ability to hand fight and then finish the play was incredible. And Dak came running back over. We're all excited. It was a big play, and GP made an incredible touchdown. And I screamed down like, I'm back. So it's just fun things like that, man, that you wish people could hear on game day. I think at some point the league's probably going to offer a service where you guys can listen to tape-delayed audio of what we do, like they do in NASCAR, because there's some wild, wild stuff that goes on those headsets and sidelines.
Coach, you guys got the Panthers this week. Bryce Young has faced a lot of criticism as a former number 1 overall pick. How close does he look to you right now to becoming that player that he was drafted to be?
I think, when you look at Bryce, I mean, it's a little bit unfair. I mean, you get, his rookie year, he's got a head coach who gets fired a couple days in and then or a couple games in, and then he gets a new play caller, and then, Dave, Canales comes in with a new staff, and they're putting in a system and a lot of moving parts and, different weapons and things like that. What I would say to you guys is, again, I see him becoming more and more in command of what they're doing, with Dave Canales and Brad Idzik, two guys I know very, very well from my time with them in Seattle. And, anytime you can lead your team back from a 17-0 deficit in this league, that grows confidence. And I know for a fact he's got to feel really good going in to this game, coming off of that effort. And again, I think, he's using his weapons well. You see why people coveted McMillan, coming out of Arizona, such a talented player. And I think, the Renfro deal was good. They lost Thielen, so Renfro was a great get for them. And then, again, they're going to go as the running game goes. And again, that's a quarterback's best friend anyway. So in short, I think he's really doing a nice job of not, I hate saying manage the game, because he's doing more than managing the game, but playing to their strengths.
You mentioned Tet McMillan there, and that was a guy that a lot of people thought, the Cowboys were high on in April. What have you seen from him specifically so far, and what did you guys like about him during the process?
Well, yeah, I mean, we did. You know, we brought him in for a visit. We did a lot of work on him. Again, the size and the ability to make plays down the field were great. But his run after catch is really for a high cut, tall guy. His run after catch is really strong, and you just see the trust that the two of those guys got. You know, I use the term all the time. It's the me to you factor, and the me to you factor is a quarterback's ability to throw a ball to a receiver, intended receiver, tight end, whatever it is, and say, hey, look, man, I'm going to throw it from me to you in a certain spot that even when you're covered, you're open. And I will say that it looks like that Bryce and McMillan have kind of developed that, you know, really quickly. And I think that's usually a great sign for an organization when something like that happens, because it takes a lot of time to do that. It takes a lot of practice reps. It takes years at times. And so those two guys are definitely on the same page.
Brian Schottenheimer joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Brian, there are a lot of injured players, and I'm sure you're looking forward to getting back into the fold, but one we haven't talked about in a while is DeMarvion Overshown. We saw him doing some light ball drills a couple of weeks back. Is he starting to get close to opening that practice window? Is he still pretty far out?
No, I think he's doing great. And, again, he's a guy that you always should bet on beating the timeline, you know. And, again, I look over there and I watch him work, and what I love about it, what I'm amazed by is, man, like he is just so purposeful and intentful and intentional in the way he's working. Like, that is his Super Bowl. And I think because of that, I think there's no question in my mind that he's going to be back sooner than later.
I don't want to interrupt the bromance, but did you want to say anything to Bobby or Peyton about their Longhorns against your Gators?
I mean, look, guys, there's nothing really to say. I mean, you go into the swamp. I mean, they say it. That's where people go to die. I mean, you know, and that's really what happened. You know, I mean, now, do I like Texas? Yes, I do. You know, I cheer for Texas every week. I'm a big Sark fan. You know, Jaden Blue, Demo. We've talked about those guys. We've got a big Texas contingency, but you know, at the end of the day, 96 national champ, Florida Gator, it's going to live on forever, baby.
And see, because of that personal relationship, I can take those tough conversations now from Brian Schottenheimer, so I can just hear about that. That's the whole purpose. That's what the Schotty culture is about, Sean.
Coach, great stuff as always. Happy early birthday. Go get one in Carolina. Thank you. We'll do it again next week.
All right, guys. Appreciate you.
There he is, Brian Schottenheimer, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Why are they so confident that Ryan Flanoy is more than just a one-week wonder? That's next. And Below the Belt with Nick Harrison Studio after...
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt. The great Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Can Ryan Flanoy repeat his success against the Jets? Let's talk about it. The Dallas Cowboys believe he can. This is Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. That wasn't so painful, that last segment. That was an awful ball busting.
That intro was.
That's the computer skipping. Yeah, we're gonna have new computers here soon, and it's gonna be just fine. I'm curious for both of you.
So wait a sec. I'm like, that restaurant, the Schottenheimer, I was trying to remember if that was one of mine. I think it was.
Which is even weirder that they didn't know you there. But they dropped my name, and it was like, oh, first-class service right this way.
I'm like, did they end up going to this place that I suggested to Tad? Yeah, it is. So, I don't know what's going on.
That's why he laughed, is because I had already
You didn't
set
do
it
jack
up.
squat.
I did. I texted you last week that I hooked it up, and you were like, no, you would have been talking about that already in the
What
text.
restaurant did you hook up?
That one.
You don't even remember the name. Nick Harris in studio till 10. Brian Schottenheimer just joined us right here on The Fan.
Your confidence level in Ryan Flanoy being able to maintain what we saw last week is what?
I wanted to know how blindsided you were by that, because I'm sitting here thinking it's Jalen Tolbert time. He had the awesome catch, right? And nice productive game the week prior against who did they play before the Jet? Who?
Packers.
The Packers. Dak's best throw of the season, arguably. Did you get any type of feeling that Flournoy was going to get? Although you said Tolbert did play more reps.
He played more reps. He played 12 more snaps than Flanoy did. But, I mean, he clearly was a target more, and Schottenheimer talked about drawing up plays for him in the progression.
1 target, 0 receptions for Jalen Tolbert, by the way, in that game. Yeah. Which, that's a different conversation. Ryan Flanoy, no, I didn't expect that type of production, especially in the first half. Him being able to break those couple of tackles, break off the big play. They've needed that without CeeDee Lamb, and they certainly found it in Flanoy. Is it sustainable? I don't know. I think it can be against this Panthers secondary, because you look at it, how the Jets secondary is built is very similar to how the Panthers secondary is built. They have the star corner and J.C. Horn, similar to how Sauce Gardner was following George Pickens. If there's an opportunity for Ryan Flanoy or Jalen Tolbert to match up with Mike Jackson, I think they could go back to those guys.
I wanted to ask you guys, because you're both draft nerds, you understand this stuff about this athletic type measurement, RAS.
Yeah, relative athletic score. Yeah.
He scored a 9.89 out of a possible 10. Mm-hmm. That ranked 38 out of 3,402 receivers from 1987 to 2024. So what does that mean? Does that mean he's athletically just super gifted?
Yeah,
Basically.
so he was on Bruce Feldman, his annual college freaks list of the 50. Now it's grown to 100, I think. But every year it was the 50 freakiest athletes in college football. And he was on that list after his junior year.
Same list Mozzie Smith was number 1 on.
We're not referencing that
One?
part. We're not referencing that
that's
part.
why Bobby's like, he's so powerful. He's so strong, Sean. You'll
I mean,
see.
he was powerful. And then he was just like, he lost his locker and he lost all his muscle. It was like Samson. But if you look at it, the relative athletic score is basically, it's a good tool. It basically tries to show you what do other people at the same position, and not just that, when you combine the height and weight and other things, like what is the expected athleticism from other people typically. So somebody who's 250 pounds and a defensive end is not going to run as fast as a receiver who's 210 typically. But relative to their size and their position, they may be a freakier athlete. Their time speed may be a freakier score. And so that means that out of all those thousands of receivers, there's only 37 that were better athletes than Ryan Flanoy at the position that they've tracked.
Yeah, and if you go look at the FCS ranks, there are a lot of FCS receivers that produce at the level that Ryan Flanoy produced at Southeast Missouri State. But there's few that have the athletic context that he has, and to be able to back that up through the combine work, through the pro day work, dealt with a broken hand his last year at Southeast Missouri State and still worked through it. This was a guy that I know that the personnel staff was high on, and they were able to carry in, and it worked out last Sunday.
What type of guy is he in the locker room?
Awesome. Really good dude. Always the same dude. Very mellow. It was funny because he's really good friends with Jalen Brooks, which is ironic because those two compete for the same spot every week, damn near. And Ryan Flanoy had a bunch of cameras around him yesterday. I couldn't quite get in there, so I was chopping it up with Jalen. And I was like, man, he's going to go Hollywood on us. He's like, nah, never Ryan. Ryan's going to be the same guy every day. And I was like, I was kind of joking, but all right.
that is the thing that they loved about him. So this is something that a lot of people in the organization felt like they anticipated what he did last week. Not just anticipated it for that week, but just like they knew that day was coming for him. That there are a lot of people who really believed that. And the evaluation process for them, for the Cowboys, was really big. There were a lot of people who I think really believed in him along the way, not just because of the athletic testing, but because of the journey that he went on. So he was under-recruited out of high school, very, very little attention. He ended up at Central Missouri. He redshirts his first year. His first year of college was 2018. This is how long he was in college. Redshirted his first year, had a partially torn ACL that he played through in 2019. 2020, COVID hits, season canceled. 21, he transfers to community college, Iowa Western. He receives just one D1 offer after that year, and it was to Southeast Missouri. So he takes it for the opportunity. He immediately becomes a massive part of what they do, a star player for them. He's a locker room leader right out of the gate. He had just transferred there. He got named a team captain at the start of the season. That was the kind of impact he made right away. And he got put on the NFL radar. He decided to return in 23 to prove the type of player he was. Put up really nice numbers week 1 against Kansas State, a big opponent that year. And then he breaks his hand the second week. And that's right when scouts were going to be coming in to watch him at practice. And that's when the Cowboys were going to be coming through town. And he's got his hand wrapped and he's like, I'm not missing this. Anything he could physically do at that practice to take part with the broken hand, he did.
Wow.
He's out there catching passes with one hand while the guys are going through receiver drills because he's just like, I've got to show them that I'm out here and I'm competing. And you've got, this is something that I think when you listen to people around the organization, they'll mention a few different people. Will McClay obviously bought in to what the guys were pitching him. You'll hear, I think their national scout, Ross Winshue, was big on Ryan Flanoy. Justin Stuckey, their area scout at the time, who's now a pro scout, he's gotten transferred over, but he was somebody who really believed in him. And then you'll hear a lot of credit for Brian Schottenheimer as somebody who believed in, and you'll hear a lot of credit for Brian Schottenheimer over the last 2 years of really helping him to grow and develop. And I think that just that collection of people really believed in the way he elevated the program, how regimented and focused he was. They would get feedback all the time. I think NFL scouts would, that you had to almost pull him off the field. Like, you're doing too much. You're not passing up a single workout session. You're not passing up a single lifting session. And it was those kind of character traits combined with the athleticism that I think those scouts that we talk about, and Will McClay, when you got Will McClay and that team there with Ross Winshue, Justin Stuckey, and Brian Schottenheimer, they look at that collectively and go, you are going to be the type of student that will be able to translate these athletic gifts and become the football player we need you to be. And last week it was on display.
Nick, is it a waste of time to try to play the game of Tolbert, Flanoy, Turpin at the 2 or 3 spots or the 3 spot when CD gets back because you can just rotate like your D lineman? How are you looking at the depth chart?
Yeah, I don't think it's a waste of time because, hey, look, do you feel like you have a surplus at receiver? If you feel like you do, trade deadline is coming up. You could use some defensive talent. You have a couple of guys on expiring deals.
What happened to Mingo yesterday?
Yeah, Mingo not practicing. That's certainly one that we need to check in on. Maybe it's a rest day to catch up with the knee, but that's not a good sign moving forward. He's in the second week of his practice window, and if he suffered a setback there, he has to be activated by the end of that 21-day window, or he's gone for the year. And so that's a big one.
And against his former team, so something we probably should ask Schotty about that. He would have.
We were too busy talking about restaurant.
Yeah, too busy insulting.
That
Less
was a big
insults.
thing.
Be nice, and we get down to business. On the home of the Cowboys, below the belt right here on DFW Sports Station, we got to celebrate the opening of the Dallas Stars season and your nominees and biggest loser in worst take. 877-881-1053. Final hour. Nick Harris in studio next. But let me go ahead and...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is raining goals here in the third for Dallas, a 5-1 lead.
Oh, yeah. What a way to launch your weekend. 2 devastating Philadelphia outcomes and your Dallas Stars on Victory Plus. Get the Game 1 win. They had to hang on for it. They were up 5-1 against Hellesuck. They come back, score 3 times, but your Stars end up with a 5-4 victory. 5 different Stars scoring, and Mikko starts it off and was the best player for them on the ice. Good morning, Metroplex. Final hour here with Nick Harris in studio. Fort Worth Star-Telegram here on Sean and RJ. Chop out on vacation. We got Bobby Butt, we got Peyton, we got Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How much of a hockey guy are you?
Big hockey guy when my paper sends me for the playoffs. But no. During the regular season, I keep a pulse on it. I look at the final score, and I was kind of checking in last night because it was Winnipeg. But catch me in a couple weeks, I won't know anything.
I am finding, Bobby, a nice playoff hangover from covering them last year and us getting more invested into it. I did find it much easier last night to be interested and be a little bit more knowledgeable about what was going down, right? Instead of being like, is it Duchesne? No. Matt Duchesne with a 6 spin move, setting up Sagan. The Hellesuck storyline because of the postseason, the playoffs, and carrying over with their new head coach, Glen Gulutzan, getting his first win.
Yeah, his name is Hellesuck?
Yeah, well, it's Hellebuck, but we call him Hellesuck.
Okay. Yeah, just like very creative.
Just like the St. Louis Blues, we call them the Bluesers. That's one of my favorite nicknames in sports now.
A lot of creativity, right?
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, of course.
Welcome to radio.
You know. You write headlines.
Like Scat Trick.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Scat Trick. Yeah, like I hate that guy.
Do you write headlines?
I do. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not sending it over to the editor to do it?
I mean, I do, and they change it every once in a while. But no, I write my own headlines.
Do you ever do the punny ones?
I try to sometimes. I don't try to be too forceful with it, though.
What's the best one you're most proud of?
Oh, man, I have a bad recall when it comes to things like that.
So nothing good yet.
Nothing good yet. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. He's not up to Nick Eatman levels yet. Nick Eatman's always looking for the
great.
He's really good at it, and he's always looking for the best pun possible. The Gulutzan thing I think is
I feel like AI could just do that. Be like, churn out 10 possible headlines.
Don't say that.
Oh,
please stop.
Sorry, my bad. Don't.
There's no
AI
soul
cannot do that. Can you believe that?
Gosh, it doesn't even know how to say Flanoy. No, I think that Gulutzan is a big part of it too, just because obviously there's some of this thought of like, well, it's just a retread or like it's literally somebody who was here previously. But the other aspect of this was for the people who have been casual viewers of it engaging when playoff time comes around, they're 3 years in a row just like, geez, are you guys going to get past here? So this is like the first time coming out of one of these things where it's like, all right, here's a radical change. Here's a radical shift. And I think there were also a lot of people last year who got really excited watching Mikko Rantanen in a lot of those big spots and being able to have him, all right, here's full season now. We've made a coaching change. And so for the casual fan who's gotten engaged, it does feel like, all right, there's been some shakeup here that maybe this is something that I can follow along a whole journey towards a title eventually.
I also really found what Glen Gulutzan said about the beginning of the year interesting, comparing it to playoff time.
It's exactly kind of, not how you want to draw it up, but it's what you expect a little bit. I talked to you guys before. Nothing mimics the first round of playoffs more, in my opinion, than the first 5-6 games of the season. Everybody's juiced up. There's a lot of energy in the buildings. Everybody's healthy for the most part. And there's a lot of energy, and the games can get a little crazy. And that's what happened tonight. But it's a good lesson for us. It's okay now. You get the 2 points, but 5-1 in the third. Playing a very good game, and we got a little overzealous with offense, trying to make it 6 when you got to take some money off the table there, and we kind of left our goalie out to dry. 3 breakaways. That's tough, especially when we controlled most of the play. That just can't happen. But there's a lesson there for us, right?
Yeah, I had not heard that. Comparing it to the first games of a regular season with the postseason.
That's great. I like what he said at the end. He said, we got to learn a lesson here. Well, the lesson is those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So what did he say there? Boy, those 3 goals we gave up. we really hung our goalie out to dry. That was not on the goalie, that's for sure. Whereas Pete DeBoer would have been like, I personally hate you. Every time I see that lamp light up, I want to strangle you. Like that's
Pete would have been like, we should have won 5-1.
Exactly. Like just totally dump it on it the whole way. So Glen Gulutzan already learning how you talk to a goalie. That's half the battle right there.
Let's nominate and find the biggest loser.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week. You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take. Let's dive into some of the worst thoughts, opinions, analysis, all that good stuff that has occurred this week in society, pop culture, and the world of sports. And our first one that I'm nominating this week is a story that we discussed yesterday. And I don't know if you've seen this, Nick. This was something that kind of blew me away, that this was even a consideration. But typically, how does the sports world deal with known cheaters?
Known cheaters in the game?
Yeah, in general. Like somebody, a Lance Armstrong, a Barry Bonds.
Outcasts, for sure.
You're an outcast. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. Not so in tennis. So one of the international tennis agencies, in fact, the exact name, let me pull it up here. It is the International Tennis Integrity Agency, announced this week that they will be giving 6 no-cost mental health therapy sessions to players who are being accused of doping or match setting, since there's so much pressure and weight that can come from being a cheater. And so now they're going to give them 6 free therapy sessions to just, hey, talk through your feelings about how upset you are that you got caught cheating and how that is. Now they're giving them some other things, legal defense funds, things like that for, doping allegations, other things related to like a cost to be able to get your supplements tested to see if there was anything that was tainted potentially. All that, fine. I don't know that 6 weeks of therapy for like dealing with people saying you kind of suck, dude. That seems like a bad thing.
It could be a situation where they're trying to invoke some accountability out of these guys.
Maybe, but I would think it would be something less than just, here's your therapy session. Accountability, I would think, would be more just like a consultation with a analyst or something like that. It wouldn't just be, hey, guys, go talk through your feelings about, how you got caught with a syringe in your butt.
Because doping in general is a narcissist type behavior, and I know a lot of narcissists that should actually go to therapy instead of just talking about it. So I would
say my name. Jeez.
Yeah, I would say that that could probably be used for guys like Yannick Sinner or some others that have been caught for doping.
Do you think therapy could do Bobby good?
Therapy can do everybody good. If you are having a great
good answer,
if you are having a great life, it is the best time you've ever had. Therapy could still do you well because it can teach you how to manage it.
See, Jared Sandler doesn't agree with that sentiment.
What an
answer. He bullied me out of going to therapy. No joke, dead serious. We'll talk about that during the break.
It wasn't.
Yeah. I don't even know Jared, but now I don't like him.
Yeah, I know, right? Like exactly.
He actually does great.
Be sure to repeat that sentiment to everybody see. All right, our next nomination here. And this is the one that I imagine the fan text is going to vote for. It's old Jerry Jones, who, of course, was seen last weekend flipping the bird, and we interviewed him on Tuesday, and we said, Jerry, what was up with that? And he's being nominated for Worst Take for believing that this excuse might get him out of trouble.
We were all excited about there wasn't any antagonistic issue or anything like that. I just put up the wrong show on the hand, but that was inadvertently done.
There is zero chance that was in it. I wish he would have just leaned into it. But you said this happened to you, didn't you?
It did. Going into my senior year of high school, which wasn't that long ago, believe it or not, I was meeting one of my teachers, and as I was walking back down the hallway, I tried to throw up a peace sign to her, and accidentally I pulled the Jerry.
How?
I got a week of lunch detention for that.
How does that happen?
I don't even know, but it happened, and I tried to communicate it to the teacher, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm not buying that."
And also, even if the one finger went up the way you waved, no one has ever done that either. No one points with just the middle finger, but it's always the back of the palm for the middle finger. It's not front. And you said you were trying.
I did front.
I know.
I tried to go like that.
So she should have dismissed it.
Yeah.
She should have thought about it. The middle finger has to come with the back facing you, not the palm facing you.
Typically, that's true, but I don't think I would have bought it either. I would have been like, yeah, you're just trying to cleverly flip me off.
Maybe she couldn't see it. You look like you got small hands like me, Nick.
I do. Yeah.
You do?
How do you even see it?
Have we ever done that?
We have. We did that Super Bowl. Few memories might be.
Whose was bigger?
I think we were like the same size.
Yeah, yours look like they could be a little bit bigger.
Look at that! Twins.
I'm a little bit.
I thought it was the same.
No,
He's the same. I'll give you.
So, no, this is. I can't see this. Did that ruin the relationship with the teacher? By the way,
No. It did take a couple of weeks to get through the awkwardness, but we actually ended up being great friends.
The kids
still talk to her to this day.
The kids still get lunch detention. Because I was thinking about that when you tweeted it, and I was like, that is a sucky punishment. That does hurt.
It started my senior year, too.
You got to go in and eat just with the teacher, and all your friends are cutting it up.
So they don't do that at our kids' school. Instead, I think this is a kind of an effed up way to call it. They get lunch detention, but it's called lonely lunch, where they make you sit at a table by yourself to eat.
In the cafeteria?
Yeah, you get to still be in the cafeteria, but you are off by yourself eating while all the other kids are
mean.
It's like and they call it lonely lunch.
Yeah.
That's like the official school district's name for it.
That is best.
I'm surprised that's accepted nowadays.
That needs to be, that's 6 weeks of no-cost mental health therapy, I feel like. Lonely lunch. All right, our next nominee, we got 2 more here, and it's going to be Mark Sanchez, who thought enforcing parking rules in an alley in a city you were visiting was worth potential prison time. I still don't understand. This couldn't have just been alcohol.
I can't wait for a statement. I'm dying to get his statement to see if he owns it. Because before this incident, I'd be like, all right, this guy seems like a stand-up dude.
He can't own it. He's getting sued.
Yeah.
If he's getting sued.
How does he try to deny it when there's supposedly more video?
Yeah, I don't know, but there's only going to be so much that he's going to be willing to cop to while there's a lawsuit out on him.
Right.
So I imagine it might be a statement that kind of gets him in more trouble with PR because he's going to have to kind of turn it a little, I would imagine, while there's an open case against him. But this is still one of the weirder stories we've had hit NFL wires recently.
Yeah, speaking of headlines, when this news first broke, what was that, on Saturday morning? And it was that he got stabbed. I was like, oh man, that's unfortunate. I'm not going to write a story about that. And then later in the day, it was he was the aggressor. And I was like, oh yeah, former Dallas Cowboys quarterback stabbed and arrested.
Former Cowboys quarterback.
Yeah, we were joking about it out there. We're like, all right, what would be the most clickbait title you could come with that? So we could say former Cowboys quarterback who backed up Dak Prescott his rookie year, turned broadcaster. So that people are like, is it Romo?
Right.
And then you kind of just do an obscured photo of him or something. There are a lot of ways you could have done.
We're trying to fish for one, if you will.
How did the traffic do?
It was fantastic. Yeah. It was like my 3rd most read article of the season.
What's one?
Jadeveon Clowney getting arrested.
Oh, it's just the criminal cases.
I know everyone cares about the criminal cases.
Look
it's
at
unfortunate.
that.
That's why the news is the way it is.
All right, last one here, our final one, and you're an NBA guy, you're a basketball guy, Absolutely. Nick. It is LeBron James for believing that his Decision 2.0 was a good idea for this will be a good idea for a marketing campaign. People are done with the decision being something that angers them, and they certainly won't think I'm retiring. I can do this for Hennessy. And then the blowback, of course, was so bad that it literally gave him sciatica that knocked him out for 4 days.
Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, that's bad.
Worst take is it's not close. It's Mark Sanchez. I can give LeBron a little bit of a pass. Jerry, I can laugh at a little bit. The tennis therapy would probably be second. That is the softest, but it will be Mark Sanchez for trying to jack up this reused oil driver.
Yeah, it's Mark Sanchez, because every detail that comes out more about that, I'm just like, the hell were you doing? Or what were you on other than alcohol? Because it feels like something else. Nick?
Yeah, I agree with you. Mark Sanchez.
Did Babe Laufenberg stay up to laugh at Filthy? And how good is Nick Harris at football trivia? We have our weekly visit with the Cowboys color analyst to preview the Panthers. Babe Laufenberg joins us next.
babes. Saffron squad? Nutmeg maidens? Pre-curb? No. Nutmeg maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls? Doesn't sound right. What's the Saffron squad?
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have.
Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts in a shotgun set. Barkley to his right, motions Smith out. Hurts back, throws left. Pass intercepted along the right sideline. Racing up the sideline for the Giants is Cordell Flott. He's to the 40, 30, and knocked out of bounds at the Philadelphia 22. Hurts picked off for the first time this year. Cordell Flott's his name.
Cordell Flott's his name. Like the Giants, man, they get so hyped, so excited when something goes right.
Well, they should last night.
I know they should, but
I'm catching some blowback on Twitter. I think some people aren't understanding the comparison. That is some rookie Dak Zeke energy that they have with Dart and Cam. I'm not saying they're going to be as good. Cam Scatterboo is not going to be Zeke. And Jackson Dart, if he has Dak Prescott's career, I know the Dak haters won't like it. That would be a very good thing for him. But this new rookie-infused energy helping the Giants destroy the Eagles 34-17. It's Sean and RJ Choppy out. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram in Choppy's chair. We're about to bring on the king of nuggets with the stuff that he tweets out. Give us a nugget on last night, Nick.
Yeah, cities in history to have their NHL team lose, NFL team lose, and their MLB team get eliminated in the playoffs all on the same day. Philadelphia yesterday, obviously, with the Flyers, Eagles, and Phillies losing. Philadelphia, October 16th, 1983. That's it.
Oh, ha! That's tough, Philly.
Babe Laufenberg joining us, Cowboys color analyst, every Friday at this time on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Please say you stayed up for that.
I stayed up for all of it.
Yes. Okay.
Yes, it was, and boy, it really was fun to watch that crowd. And Jackson Dart, he better enjoy it. His life will never be better than it was last night.
Oh my God!
Never.
I was
it won't. You know that.
Imagine being him in that city last night if he went out.
I was thinking about it, and I would tell him, do not go out. As Parcells used to say, don't eat the cheese.
Yeah.
I mean, he put Joe Namath to shame. I mean, there's Broadway Jackson or whatever now, and then Scatterboo. I like the comparison, but these two are just more exciting players than Dak and Zeke. Now, to your point, Sean, not saying they're as good, but Jackson Dart running all around. Scatterboo, every time he carries a ball, you just go. I desperately wanted the Cowboys to draft him, by the way.
Oh.
I thought he gives your team an identity. He just does. And that's not to say that Javonte Williams hasn't been great. As we all know, you can use two running backs, and it wasn't like he was a top 10 pick. He was a fourth-round pick.
Babe, give me your Jackson Dart night. Give me the night you went out with someone that was just so super famous and you were kind of like in awe and in shock.
I went out with myself one night. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. I mean, you got to do a little research here, Sean. I mean, I was the king of Washington for a while.
Oh.
Have I ever been out with someone? Well, I mean, I guess I'm friends with Troy. We've been out. I never looked at it like. I'm trying to think if there's anybody that,
like in college or like early NFL, you went out, and you're like, this guy's a rock star.
I get what he's saying though. It's like me and Schotty. Like I don't think of like it as being weird. We're just close, just like Troy and Babe.
Fine. All right, sorry, he's too famous to answer.
Well, I guess John Riggins.
Yeah.
When I was in Washington, if I went out with him, he was the king of Washington, the toast of Washington, and he toasted a couple of people along the way. But I guess he was sort of like that. But again, I never viewed it as. I mean, I don't know what it would be in today's world. Like, who could you be out with today that people would go, oh my God, it's whoever. Who would that be?
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that would be one. Then Travis Kelce and I would be fighting. He'd be out 4 weeks because I'd have bloodied his nose.
Babe, do you think that the Eagle problems are legit?
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I always say, and this happened to the Cowboys in the late 90s, where they come out, the same names are on the back of the jerseys, right? And then you're like, there's Aikman, there's this, there's Emmett, there's that. And you think it's the same team. But every year your team changes, as you know. And it wasn't the same team. They had some great names on the back of the jerseys, but they're all getting older. They're all getting beat up. I mean, you could throw 10 guys into that list. Jay Novacek dealt with back injuries. Daryl Johnston had neck injuries. So all these guys, you say, oh, well, there's Daryl, there's Jay Novacek, there's all these guys, but they were all getting beat up. So they weren't the same players, if that makes sense. So I think Philadelphia now, they're a younger team than the team I'm talking about. But you can't just look at the jersey and say, oh, I mean, they have issues. They clearly have problems. They're lucky to have the record that they do have. And but now, that being said, it's a talented team, and I can't imagine that they won't turn it around. But you got to be careful because you always keep saying, oh, we'll be fine, we'll be fine, we'll be fine. Then all of a sudden, you're not fine.
Babe Laufenberg here on The Fan. We got Nick Harrison, Choppy's chair, to help us with this week's trivia. Let's see if we can do it.
Yeah, let me just say, I mean, Nick Harrison, have you ever been to the airport and they call your name and you go up and they say, we put you into first class?
No.
Really? Okay. Well, I have. And I feel like that's the way it is with Nick Harris being there and not Arjun. They called me up.
A little bit of context too. Earlier in the week, right before one of the pressers, I sit right in front of Babe at the presser, and he said hi to me, and I just did not hear it. I'm really deaf sometimes. But then I heard Babe go, well, I guess Nick doesn't want to talk to me today. And I was like, wait, what happened? And so I turned around, and Babe was like, I said hello, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry,
wow.
Babe.
Yeah, Nick totally big time me. I guess he knew he was doing the show today, so he felt like, oh, I don't need to talk to him.
Yeah, sounds like you should go out with him for the Taylor Swift experience.
Okay, so Dak Prescott, right, having a great year, all that. Thrown for, over 1,300 yards so far. Only Matthew Stafford has thrown for more yards this year than Dak Prescott. Now, can you name the Dallas Cowboy quarterbacks who have led the NFL in passing yards?
Dak Prescott and Danny White.
Nick, jump in.
I'll add 1 year of Romo in there.
Okay. Peyton, are you there?
Gosh, he's going to say Eddie LeBaron.
Yeah. Those answers were great, but they're wrong. Guys, trick question. They've never led the league in passing. They've had all these great quarterbacks. They've never led the league.
Wow.
All these great quarterbacks.
How about that? You have two Hall of Famers.
Yeah.
You have two Hall of Famers. You have Don Meredith. You have two really, really good quarterbacks, obviously, and Tony Romo and Dak Prescott. And Cowboys have never had someone lead the NFL in passing. Done it in rushing a bunch of times, but never passing.
Oh, you have the war hero Eddie LeBaron too.
Yeah,
top
I was going to say
Dallas Cowboy of all time.
I thought Peyton was about to say Eddie LeBaron, and I was about to just punch the glass at him, pretending he knew who that was. All right, babe. Panthers this week. Bryce Young, and I was watching him this week, and I thought last year we were seeing a better quarterback heading into the game last year that Dallas played against Carolina. It looks like, to me, there's some trouble that he's having this season that's seen a little bit of regression. What do you make of Bryce Young's level of play right now and just the Panthers' passing game?
Well, they're clearly trying to prop up the passing game. They took a number one receiver 2 years ago. Obviously, Tedero McMillan, first round pick this year. So they're trying to put pieces around him. When I look at Bryce Young, well, number one, when I look at him, he's just so small. I was on the field last year, and I stood 5 feet from him, and I'm just thinking, this guy, he's a slightly built guy, slim shoulders. I know you have Kyler Murray, who's tiny, but he runs 4.3, so he brings a different element to it. But no, when I look at Bryce Young, I see a smart guy. You can see he knows how to play the position. He's accurate. You're in a bad franchise, not just a bad team. It's a bad franchise. David Tepper bought the Carolina Panthers in 2018. He's fired 3 coaches in season since 2018. Matt Eberflus just got fired last year in season by the Chicago Bears. Bears have been playing football since 1920. It's the first time they ever fired a coach in season.
Wow.
So you got an uphill battle in some of these organizations, and that's where he is. Shoot, his first year, Frank Reich is his head coach. Till 11 games later, he wasn't his head coach. And I just think if some of these teams, and the Jets have been one of them, we'll see what happens. But where you just you're fighting an uphill battle to win, and to be good and to do the right things. So I guess that's a long way of saying I don't think Bryce Young has been, I don't want to say given a fair shot. I think he could be a serviceable NFL quarterback, but you want more than serviceable, right, when you're the first pick in the draft.
Yep.
Babe, the Panthers, they've obviously had their struggles over the last few years, but one thing that has been pretty consistently good for them is their pass defense. What do you see in that area? And third year in a row that the Cowboys have played them, it's felt like they've come into this game with a pretty healthy secondary from a play standpoint.
Yeah, and you're going to be pretty good when you have J.C. Horn back there, right? And I kind of laugh, that year, what was it, 2021? Yeah, 2021, when the Cowboys – They kind of had targeted either J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain. And I think whichever one they got, they were going to be fine with. And then Carolina took Horn at 8. And they said, okay, well, then we'll just take Patrick Surtain at 12. Or 10, excuse me, they were at 10. And then Denver took him at 9. And you're like, okay, well, there goes our two corners. And ultimately, obviously, they traded back and got Michael Parsons out of the deal, which was not a bad consolation prize. But yeah, when you've got J.C. Horn, when you've got that one guy over there, much like we saw last week, right, with the Jets in Sauce Gardner, where you can kind of lock down a guy all game. Pickens had the big touchdown, but he had 2 catches in the whole game.
Yeah,
and so they have that kind of guy in J.C. Horn. Now they don't man him up. I don't know if they'll travel him as what the Jets did with Aaron Glenn and the way they play defense, but he's a heck of a good player, as we know.
Babe, are there solid reasons to feel better about the Cowboys' defensive performance against the Jets with 5 sacks and you didn't get the explosive pass plays? Did you see anything different from Eberflus, or do you just think it was understanding assignments better?
Yeah, I think just the continuity of being in the defense, and I don't mean to sound disparaging about Justin Fields, but I said going into the game, if you're ever going to get your sacks, today's the day because he holds the ball. And they got their 5 sacks. So if you had any pass rush at all, you're going to get to Justin Fields. And they did. And that was a big part of it. Obviously, when the Jets, were playing from behind, it's 23-3 at the half. I believe that was the score. Now you can start teeing off a little bit in your pass rush. But, yeah, the defense, I think, played better. Now, the bad thing was they allowed 4 runs, over 15 yards. They had 3 runs over 20. So that had been pretty good, right? The run defense had been pretty good. So you kind of look at it and you say, we got our pass rush going. We shored up the pass defense, but we allowed them to run the ball a little better than we wanted. But I always say, said it a million times, said it on this show, I'll give you the running game. I want to take away your passing game because the big plays come in the pass game and the points come off the big plays. So if you can keep the big plays down in the passing game, you're going to keep the points down for the other team 90% of the time.
Babe, great stuff as always. Thank you, and hopefully Nick acknowledges you next time in public. Appreciate it.
I know. I'm going to send him. Nick, I've got your cell. I'm going to text you my photo so you know what I look like when I say hello.
Love you, Babe, always.
Babe Laufenberg here, Cowboys color analyst. You will hear him Sunday with our coverage on your home of America's team via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Hey, let's get a high school football refresher. This guy's obsessed with it. He covers it every single week. Let's put Nick Harris to high school work with Crosstalk with 2 guys who covered it as well. The Kansas Masterpiece are on the road. Find out where as Crosstalk happens after this.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats so easily.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. The always professional Corey Majors is up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
Hey, I'm trying. I'm having some internet issues.
It sounds like it.
Oh, gosh. I'm hearing a little snap, crackle, pop.
Oh, no.
Let's hear Corey. If Corey's coming in clear.
No.
It's a great delay.
I think I was just joking, guys. I was just joking. I'm clear right now. We got We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30, and then we have Skip Schumacher joining us today at noon, the new Rangers manager. So we're looking forward to that conversation. Also, more conversation about learning the two-step, because you guys, good luck.
Okay, Bobby has to two-step for the first time at this wedding. Is it tonight?
Yep.
It's tonight. He says he's never danced with his wife, ever. Any type of dance. Do you know
So
how
I
to...
have a story.
Yes.
I got a story about that.
Okay.
We were at the Lizard Lounge many, many years ago, Kevin, and I did the white man overbite, where you bite your bottom lip and start kind of shuffling a little bit.
Oh.
And Adrian laughed, and at that moment I said, "I'll never dance with you again." And so I did dance with her at our wedding, and occasionally I will stand on the dance floor while she dances. But I did tell her, just like I also will never clip her toenails, because one time as I was clipping her toenails, she went, "Oh!" And I was like, "Oh, did I hurt you?" And she was like, "No, I'm just joking." I was like, "Well, I'll never do that again."
Oh.
So good job.
Why do you stand on the dance floor?
To satisfy her.
It sounds a little menacing, a little overprotective, a little jealous.
just kind of standing like James Harrison after he knocked out Travis Kelce that one time, just looking at her.
Yes. Nick, do you know how to two-step?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, don't look at me.
Yeah, I'll try. I'll figure it out. I'll fumble my way through. I'm hoping it's like golf, where it's just like I'm a natural and I can get out there and I can just kill it. But the reality is that I know I'm going to just have to probably fumble my way through it. And I honestly think, even if I'm awful at it, she's going to be happy. That, like, early on in our marriage, she would not have been happy with that. She was used to dancing, and she would have just been like, no. If you don't know what you're doing, this is just like kind of frustrating. Now I don't think she cares. She would just rather be out there.
All right, I want to unleash the high school football knowledge of one Nick Harris. Tell us who you cover, where you cover, Kevin and Corey. This may get them in their high school feels from back in the day, and you insisted on a shout-out as well.
Yeah, early in my career, I started out covering Texas high school football across the state, so it's still something that's very very close to my heart, and I follow it religiously still on Thursdays and Friday nights. I have my entire life going back to my childhood, but got to give a shout out to Riley Dodge, head coach of the South Lake Carroll Dragons last night. Got his 100th win. He is the fastest coach in UIL history to reach 100 wins, and he's trying to get his first state title with the Dragons this year. I think they have a pretty damn good shot at it too. They 7-0, number one team in 6A according to Dave Campbell's. I feel pretty good about their chances if they fall in that D2 bracket, but shoot, even if they move up to D1 in 6A, I feel good about it. But the DeSoto-Duncanville matchup is tonight. That's always a fun one down in the southern sector of DFW. Both teams are a little down this year. I wonder how this game will go. Waxahachie beat Duncanville, and then the very next week, DeSoto blew Waxahachie out. So I'm very curious to see how this result shakes out tonight. But this is one of those games where every year you kind of throw out the records and you just see what happens in a rivalry game. And it typically always lands on Texas OU weekend. So it's a good rivalry weekend overall. And then you mentioned the shout-out.
Yeah, I was about to say, that's not the biggest college football game to this week.
That is not the biggest college football game in the area this weekend. Tonight in Denton, Texas, America, the North Texas Mean Green welcoming in the 24th ranked South Florida Bulls. It's a sold-out DACU Stadium. It's the first time that they have sold out that stadium since it opened in 2011. I am juiced for it. If North Texas beats South Florida tonight, Bobby, they will have a transitive property win over Texas.
They are in
North Texas because South Florida beat Florida beat Texas. So I mean,
and
I don't know what to tell you.
that very much does put North Texas in contention for that extra spot in the CFP. So my thing that I'm wondering about,
you laughed when RJ suggested that,
because RJ, like, first off, even if it ends up being right, he is even in his rightness, he's wrong most of the time. Like that, he was just saying that because he heard somebody else say it on a BetQL show, I'm sure. But either way, at the time it was wrong. It was Memphis. Here's the thing: is that if North Texas were to sneak in, which they're not going to, I don't think, but if they were to do that, because I still think it'd probably be Memphis if Memphis runs the table. But if North Texas were to sneak in, and A&M and Tech are potentially lurking here to end up in the CFP, you are now looking at something where I think that heat gets cranked up really fast on Sark when it's like 3 teams in this state made the CFP and you were not one of them as the presumptive number one and with the presumptive Heisman favorite. I think that gets really bad for Sark if it's that I think donors start getting pissed.
I don't think really bad. I mean, they are still coming off back-to-back semifinal appearances, and I think if you talk to a lot of people in Austin around this team going into the year, they were surprised they were the preseason number one. They understood that there was going to be some growing pains going on with with what they had involved. So I don't know if would the heat be turned up, sure, but I don't know if it would be a hot seat necessarily.
I still look at it as this way, and this may not be exclusively on Sark either. But to me, it's like you knew the timeline for Arch. Like they had a pretty good grasp on when he was going to be there. I don't know why making sure the offensive line was of a quality for Arch to step in there and start and have weapons that Arch could throw to. I don't know why that wasn't more of a like priority where they laid the groundwork for knowing this was when he was going to step in.
Could Arch have gone wherever he wanted?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I covered his recruitment, absolutely.
So now I wonder how much we can really get. I get what Bobby's saying about the offensive line, the pieces around. I guess we should ask the question, can we really kill a coach if the stud that everybody wanted wasn't as good? I almost think there could be a Sark pass. I think Sark can develop quarterbacks. He's got a history. We saw what happened.
Isn't this back-to-back top he's fumbled on?
Say that again?
Isn't this back-to-back top recruits that were tied for the highest rating in the history of quarterback recruiting that were fine?
Yeah, Quinn.
Who was the other one?
Quinn.
Did he fumble Quinn?
Quinn was not what he was supposed to. Quinn was like you said, that was tied for the highest recruiting rate of all time. Quinn was supposed to be more. He had a good career. Quinn was supposed to be more.
Yeah.
And he wasn't. And so,
but would you call that a fumble?
I think a lot of Quinn's thing was he was hurt every single year he was
really
there.
held him back.
And so, that was part of it. And every time he'd come back from an injury, he looked like he was playing more timid. I think he almost had PTSD from injuries, it felt like. But to me, the bigger issue is if Arch is just what he is, and let's say he's not what everybody anticipated he could be, or you could even tap into that, that's fine. And I think people at Texas have wondered that themselves over the last couple of years watching him develop. Is like, okay, maybe he wasn't the guy that he was signed to be. But if they have that anticipation, then it's even more to me like, why wasn't the offensive line in place? Why wasn't it, why didn't we have more weapons in here to replace everything that you lost? And I understand you're also beholden to decisions made from these kids and from the people who are influencing them. But it feels like there was just a little bit of passiveness isn't the word. It just feels like there wasn't enough of an emphasis on let's make sure that things are in place for Arch to succeed the way we want him to.
I will say one thing about this Texas staff. They have not done a good job recruiting the portal. They've done a great job recruiting high school talent, but the way this sport is moving, you have to recruit the portal. It's completely changed Dabo Sweeney's religion damn near to be able to recruit from the portal. And Sark has to be able to do the same thing for them to be able to succeed.
Kevin, give me the bigger lock on underdog. Sooners outright win or Cowboys outright win?
I think it's Sooners outright win, especially if Mateer is even close to good to go. I just think this is a bad stylistic matchup when you look at how imposing that Oklahoma front is against, like you guys were just saying, the struggling Texas offensive line. And I hope people listened to the advice on Underdog Locks yesterday when I said you go lower on that Saquon rushing line, and you hit all day last night on that.
Corey, what have you been eating and munching on over there?
Guys, ordered a Bueno burger, so that was where we started with. It's got the ground beef, it's got the lettuce, the cheese, it's on a burger bun, and then my favorite is the chicken roll-ups. So it's basically just chicken and cheese thrown on a tortilla pressed, and it's a fantastic little snack as we get ready for our conversation with Jerry Jones today. Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway, and after we're done today, Kevin, I don't know if you know this or not, but there will be Cowboys cheerleaders, and a former Cowboys player will be here. He's won 5 Super Bowls.
Oh!
But we are not allowed to say his name, so I just wanted to let you know that.
Why?
Nick.
I didn't even know. I was guessing.
I don't know.
Can we say it?
We're rule followers here on the KNC.
He just said it, basically.
My bad.
I thought Nick said it.
Well, no, I know, but Corey also said it. You can deduce that pretty fast.
No, well, that's not
Belichick.
saying it. He didn't say the name. So I'm saying, can we say it on this show?
His name is Robert Paulson. See, they like that joke. Sean was about to chastise me, and he doesn't get the joke, and that's why he's about to chastise me. It was a good joke.
I don't get the joke.
Fight Club.
It was a good joke.
Okay. Well, you guys shut up. We're back Monday from the choppy road trip experience, the KNC Masterpiece out on the road. Everybody have a fantastic weekend. Nick Harris, thank you for joining us. Jerry Jones coming up next with the fellows right here on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Dallas. 7940 North Central Expressway, in case you're wondering if we're up and running. Indeed we are. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh man, don't piss me off today, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How we doing?
Dude, I am in the best mood right now. I'm in a phenomenal mood.
I like it.
Taco Bueno party boxes to give away, TOLO trucker hats, and Maroon 5 tickets. If you want if you want to go to the payphone or whatever that song was about. He said he was at a payphone. He was trying to call home or something like that. So.
All right, and hey, we got a huge show today. We've got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. New Rangers manager Skip Schumacher coming up at
we're gonna
noon.
have the Cowboys and the Rangers on this station
because we're the home of the Cowboys and the Rangers.
You mean we get to do a 2-on-1 conversation with the manager of the Texas Rangers today that nobody else gets to do?
Fact.
So we get to ask questions, not the dumb questions that others might ask, but the brilliant questions that the KNC Masterpiece might ask.
Did you say the brave or brilliant?
Both.
Oh.
Yeah, we're both brave and brilliant at the same time, Kevin.
All right, so with all that in mind, when you think we're going to zig, we're instead going to zag and start by, of course, talking about the Stars. Go ahead and give me cut number 1, please, good sir.
Up and down the near side boards, trying to shed Scheifele across. Nice pass, Hellebuck save, rebound, score! Mikko Rantanen. His first opening night in Dallas, he gets the first goal of the season. And the Stars on the board quickly.
Now, giving up 1 goal is that's not so bad.
Are you going to play all the great plays?
You know, I could play all of the goals, but I want to skip to cut number 5 because we said that we were hoping that you would see, you know, a huge bounce back, and I know it's just 1 game from a miserable playoffs. But go ahead and give me cut number 5, and this gentleman looking like he put it away.
Harley finds Lundqvist. Good movement, shot, score! Wyatt Johnston through traffic. It is raining goals here in the third for Dallas, a 5-1 lead.
Now, that's 5 goals that was given up by the Winnipeg Jets goalie, and sometimes I forget exactly how to say his name or what his name is. If only there were something that could help me remember.
I hate this song.
Corey, it's Connor Hellebuck, and he hella sucks.
It was going so well, and then you played that song, and it might have ruined it.
Well, guess what? I wouldn't count on that being the last time you hear that song today. And so, Corey, we got a chance.
Is he going to win the Vezina?
I mean, not based off of this. Although, to be fair, the Stars had a huge amount of shots on goal, so that certainly doesn't help. But we're looking at it.
Hold on. Can I revisit what you just said there? Didn't it feel like this team was afraid to take shots unless it was a perfect shot?
Yes.
And this year, right out of the gate, they're just like, throw it at the net, baby. Let's see what happens. We're all studs.
Well, I mean, look, they proved last night that playoffs or not, maybe that goalie isn't very good. What was that Winnipeg goalie's name again?
No, don't do that.
Drawing a blank.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, my gosh. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it today.
All right. Now, at this point,
I don't know if I can.
By the way, Alec, you're doing a great job so far this morning. So, look, it's 5-1. Perhaps you pivoted over to Thursday Night Football. Well, guess what? If you did, that was almost a massive mistake because it's 5-1 about midway through the third period, and you're like, hey, what a great day. The Stars absolutely dominated. They beat a rival. They beat a team that we think is going to be very good. And then in the back half of the third period, this thing fell apart. Corey, this is the part.
I thought you were
this is the part where you
Okay,
talk.
well, here's the deal, Kevin. I have a story to tell you. Last night, Carter had.
Hold on. Somebody said my dance moves need work. We're in a booth. Like, what do you want me to do?
Last night,
I'm white.
My middle son Carter. That's true. White man overbite. My middle son Carter had an orchestra event with the high school, so they were doing the cluster concert, if you will. So it started at 7 and went till about 9 o'clock. It felt like, and so I got home and I was like, all right. I've been watching, on the phone throughout the night. And I said, I'm going to finally sit down, watch this game, turn it on. As soon as I turned it on, the first goal in the third period happened. And I was like, oh, crap, this is not good for me.
The first goal for Winnipeg?
For Winnipeg in the third period. And I was like, they're already up 5-1. Kevin, I was getting ready to fire off a tweet that said, looks like the Stars understand going 82-0 starts tonight.
Well, the good news is that wouldn't have been the worst tweet because yesterday Sean said even the Shanks can't mess up Philadelphia minus 7.5.
Okay.
And we'll get to that game in just a few minutes.
But Kevin, like that was the case. I was getting ready to do that, and then all of a sudden they have 3 goals, and I'm like, oh, I can't fire this tweet off right now.
Yeah.
But didn't it just kind of feel like, just watching that period specifically, it felt like they said, hey, we're going to keep attacking. And that kind of fired back on them. It backfired just a little bit. And Winnipeg was like, we'll bounce back against you, too. They could have bled out the clock. They could have just chucked it down to the end and said, we're good here. But they were like, no, let's keep adding to this. And it kind of came back and got a little scary. But not
good for you for only being a little scary. Because Kyle Connor really put the fear into me the way that he was able to score his back-to-back goals. And I started having flashbacks to, was it Vancouver, San Jose? Who was it last year that the Stars played and they gave up the 3-goal lead in the final minute for the first time in the history of the NHL? I started having nightmares like that. I really still 10.5, 11 minutes when scoring 5. Man, it felt like we were on the brink of going from what a celebration to, oh no.
Because yesterday during our conversation with G-Bag, when everybody on the G-Bag Nation, who we love so much, we love that show so much, everybody agreed that it was a pivotal game. Everybody agreed that it was the level of importance for this game. Desperate team theory for the Stars, really needed to come out the gates firing. And you were like, nah, not that big of a deal. But you said, man, I hope the Stars aren't up 5-0. And then they proved me completely wrong. But there they were, 5-1, and you were like, oh no, this is crazy.
Yeah, and I was very concerned about that. Luckily, they were able to close it out. Dallas gets the victory, and yes,
San Jose?
I think it was either San Jose or Vancouver. Okay. I would believe it if it was San Jose, because I remember it was against a team that it probably was San Jose because they weren't good. From the 903, so you're telling me 82-0 is possible. Do you believe in the Stars now, Kevin? I believe in the Stars. There's a difference between that and going 82-0. And from the 469, my math says the Stars are going 82-0. I cannot tell you.
You told me the other day that the Lions were on pace to have a worse record than last year. Right now, the Stars are on pace to go 82-0, and you keep denying that.
That is true. I'm not denying that that's what the pace says. I'm denying it will happen. But, Corey, you'll be glad to know I cannot tell you how many people tweeted me or messaged me on social media last night saying, hey, can't get to 82-0 without 1-0. Even frickin' Waddle
that is a fact.
Said that oh yeah, and that person added, I said go debate a wall, Kevin. Now, if we're talking about debates, I have an amazing addition to the NHL rulebook for you. No, I'm not. This is not political.
You said debates.
All right. Did you see what the NHL added to the rulebook? They added the term common sense. I'm not kidding. Good. I'm not kidding. To their glossary of terms, like one would hope that you would understand what common sense meant either way, but the NHL put a specific definition for this in their rule book. NHL officials are empowered to use common sense. This applies to any situation or rule that isn't explicitly covered in the rule literature. So they are encouraging, Corey, common sense from the NHL officials this year.
Oh, I'm proud of that. Like that is essential to the sport itself. It's essentially every sport. Like, what's a catch? Oh, who knows? Let's break it down to something stupid so we don't really even have a clue. Des caught it. I love that they added that to the rule book this year. Can I go back to the Stars real quick and ask you a question?
Okay, do you want me to go back to cut 14?
Yes!
All right, you heard it, Alec. Give me cut 14.
That's Connor Hellebuck.
Okay, I didn't know that was cut 14, honestly. I'm sorry, y'all. For everybody, never go to cut 14 is what I just wrote down.
I was just so excited that you authorized it.
No, what I wanted to ask is we had the discussion about who should wear the C next.
Sure.
And after the way last night's game went and started, do you feel like this is Mikko's team? Like this is his group? It's such a
Sure.
deeply talented bunch. He is definitely the best player on the ice.
So I will just say I probably should have done in the offseason a historical study about when people get the C, because he's only been here like a handful of games going back to last year. So, I mean, I know there's a history of going with the young players. Like if you went with Wyatt Johnston, I know that's not what we're doing right now. But if you did, I know there's a history of giving the C to the younger players on their sweater and going with it. I'm not as familiar with the history of players that got traded or picked up in free agency immediately picking that up. But strictly from a playing, money, skill, in the room position, that would make sense to me, especially in another year.
And you also probably think that all the guys in that room are also like, yes, we have that dude. We know that we have that guy on our team and you don't.
Right.
And it's got to be an exciting thing to know that he can do some special things. Like we know he can disappear at times.
Sure. Yes.
Hopefully Glen Gulutzan he's like, no, I'm going to find ways for him to always appear.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Coming up next, we'll be live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. I promise I will not play that song in the next segment, but we need to talk about Thursday Night Football. Did we just see the next step in the Eagles' collapse?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast beef?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon sisters?
Razor Blades.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts in a shotgun set. Barkley to his right. Motion Smith out. Hurts back. Throws left. Pass intercepted along the right sideline. Racing up the sideline for the Giants is Cordell Flott. He's to the 40, 30, and knocked out of bounds at the Philadelphia 22. Hurts picked off for the first time this year. Cordell Flott's his name.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway here in Dallas. We got giveaways. I already got my stressed taco that I'm squeezing on right now.
Why are you so stressed?
Dude, you've met me. It doesn't matter. Well, you should know exactly why I'm stressed right now.
You're nervous about me asking Jerry about the evil dream that my wife had the other night when she was like,
either that or the alternative Super Bowl halftime show. Those are both stressful questions. Oh, my gosh. All right, so let's talk about Thursday Night Football last night because holy moly. If you would have told me that the Giants were going to win this game, I'd be like, I don't know about that, but maybe they'll figure out a way to eke it out. If you told me going in that they were going to straight up dominate this game, and the second half they would impose their will on the Eagles, and the Eagles would not particularly put up much of a counterattack, there's no way I would have believed that.
You know, the New York did exactly what they said they were going to do, and they weren't going to let Saquon Barkley get going. And that being said, right now the Philadelphia Eagles don't seem to be able to get their run game going at all, no matter what.
True.
But even whenever he would go into the flats or he would go out in routes, immediately he was covered, and Jalen Hurts was like, well, I got to go somewhere else. And by that time, Brian Burns or somebody was already in his face. Their pressure up front absolutely got to Jalen Hurts last night and affected him in so many different ways. And then, Kevin, on the other side of the ball, Jackson Dart looked like he had complete command of this offense, understands it, knows his outs, even whenever he's in bad situations. And having Cam Scattaboo near the goal line just looks like it's going to be a terrifying problem for a lot of teams.
In your face, Bobby.
Well, and that also, I guess I'm going to kind of take a little bit of credit. I feel like I was on the Jackson Dart train a little early, and he's turning out good right now.
So, by the way, speaking about Cam Scattaboo being on the goal line, Cam Scattaboo, the first Giants player with 3 rushing touchdowns in a game in 14 years, and he's only the second rookie in franchise history to do it.
Brandon Jacobs?
I don't actually.
Tiki Barber?
I don't know.
Saquon Barkley?
Definitely not him. And then for Jackson Dart, 3 quarterbacks have rushed for at least 50 yards in each of their first 3 starts in the Super Bowl era. Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, and now Jackson Dart. And there's something that...
They're one and the same.
I mean, there's something that...
I'm not going to lie. Watching Jackson Dart a few times yesterday, I was like, oh, those are some moves that Jalen Hurts has.
Okay.
Like when Jalen Hurts breaks the pocket, he gets low and when he runs. And Jackson Dart had a couple of those moments too yesterday. That's interesting that those numbers stand that way.
And he said something after the game that I was like, oh, man, that is the kind of connection and leadership that I don't want to see as a Cowboys fan. But if you're a Giants fan, I think you should be super stoked about it. In the postgame, he started talking about the city. He goes, man, this city, I've talked to so many people. They're hard workers. All they want to do is win. We need to win for this city. And it was that level of, it just felt like a leadership moment.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, like I said, for a young quarterback, that's kind of scary because you've got the reigning Super Bowl champion quarterback, and I know they've struggled with the Eagles. You have Jaden Daniels that I feel like everybody is expecting to take over the league. And now if there's Jackson Dart, who's already showing the maturity and leadership after his 3rd start, that you're kind of like, uh-oh, that's a lot of quarterback talent in your division. But on the flip side, Dak Prescott is playing insane right now. So
yeah, I mean, he's playing like the longest tenured quarterback in the NFL.
Right.
He actually is.
With
but
his team.
Yes. Yes. Yep, that's it.
Okay. Now, for the standings or for the Eagles, we talked about it, and it's probably way too soon. They're still 4-2. But when you see the maybe internal turmoil followed by just getting walloped, man, do you see the combination potential for this team spinning out some?
Yesterday when you asked that, I was like, let's wait one more because they had won games they shouldn't have won.
I agree.
And I mean, even the Cowboys game,
yes,
that's really honestly that could have been a toss-up. Just like the way that it went, unfortunately, CeeDee Lamb had the very bad moment in the game that I think that, that could – how bad are we going to feel if that marred the season? At the end of the year, that was the thing. Or will we blame it on the fact that ball should have just fallen straight to the ground in overtime the clock?
I keep thinking, man, I wish it would have hit his calf and gotten us
maybe
that
the Cowboys
extra
are
half a
right.
second.
Maybe Jerry and Steven are right. They are unlucky sometimes. But like they could have lost that game. They could have lost a bunch of other ones so far. And I think as losses start to stack up, guys start to get more impatient. Guys start to get more pointy finger thing. And I think that could be a real problem for this bunch that already seems like they all go in different directions anyway, but they're so talented they're able to win. Now this is probably, Kevin, for me, where we find out what Nick Sirianni does.
Okay, well, then you will be fascinated by this schedule. Next up, on the road against the Vikings, host the Giants, Packers, Lions, Cowboys. So that is a tough schedule ahead. And we'll talk about all the tush-push stuff a little bit later. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Well, good morning. Good to be on with you guys.
Well, we were just having an in-depth conversation about it. I know it feels like every single week in the NFL you get a result that maybe some people like myself weren't expecting. Were you locked in to the divisional game last night, and were you surprised by the way it played out?
Well, of course, again, each team in the NFL, in my view, can beat any team. And it's because we are designed for parity. We're basically designed so that if you win the Super Bowl, you're the last to draft. When people waive players, you're the last team. If you're the Super Bowl winner, you're the last out of 32. You're 32 to be able to pick that player up. Every other club gets a chance to pick him up when he leaves another team. That's subject to his contract. Where I'm going from this whole thing's designed for parity, and it's designed, frankly, every way it can be for everybody to be 50-50. And candidly, I really think you should go 50-50. But for your ability to get better than everybody else. So, long-winded answer, doesn't surprise me at all that a team can evolve. That New York Giant team that we played when we opened up this year, didn't open up, but played them, is not the same team that's playing right now, and it's but 3 weeks later.
Do you feel like the East is even more open now that Philadelphia has lost than it was going into this past weekend?
Well, I don't know that game created my answer, but in general, I have felt that our division is we're very capable of evolving into what we want to be as we hopefully get better against the Panthers. I hope we evolve into a team that can compete for the NFC East Championship or the division winner.
Now, I know you were talking about some of the rules in place for the NFL that create this kind of parity, and we really like that. Sometimes the rules are a little bit tougher, like when they fined you for this past weekend. Have you appealed that fine? And if not, is today the deadline, and are you going to appeal it?
I'm still considering that. We've got a couple more conversations that we're having with various ones. But that's still open, so I'm not going to be able to give you an answer there on the appeal. So that's that. And, of course, a league, teams have to have basic rules they agree to, because what one team owner, what one team's coach, what one team's players does have a reflection on everyone. And then there's always a matter of opinion. And or questions about the amount, or certainly whether it falls in that category or not. And so all of that relates to an appeal. It's part of being a league. I understand the discipline of the league for sure. The disciplinary actions of the league.
If if I know anything about my co-host, he wants you to keep fighting. He's always about keeping going after it. Jerry, there were a lot of positives coming out of that Jets game. One concern from a lot of people was how much the Jets were able to run on the ball on you guys. Do you think after y'all's meetings this week that's a quick and easy fix, or is that something you feel like you need to keep an eye on?
Oh, well, quick and easy is really not trite to your question, but really it's more than that. But it is a fundamental scheme thing that execution is as part of is what the scheme is. And it's simply said, everybody's got a gap responsibility. Everybody's got a place they're supposed to be responsible for. And if you're not, you can create quite a hole in the defense. And you can practice that. You can repeat your practicing, or you can repeat your well, I'm getting the same word, but my point is you can get better. No, you can get better practicing with what's causing us to have these problems.
Are you feeling like we might see the same offensive line as last weekend, or are you thinking Tyler Guyton will be back starting at left tackle?
Yeah, I think that game day is going to tell us that, but we'll have it's likely that he'll be in there, absent some setback here these next couple of days, and but some of the same players that played well you will see out there because of the fact that we don't have everybody, and we'll need to dress out extra players, and you're allowed to dress out without counting on the roster count. You're allowed to dress out an extra offensive lineman. And that's something a lot of people aren't aware of. But you can be above your 53 dress out if he's an offensive lineman.
You just talked about some of the offensive linemen who have been playing really well. Obviously, Nate Thomas is one of those people. Do you think before the injury, Tyler Guyton was playing well enough to remain the starter?
Well, I do, yes. But Nate Thomas has really been a pleasant thing to watch him evolve. He had an outstanding training camp, and he's really gotten, if you will, of more importance, of more depending on him than we could have anticipated starting this year. So bottom line is, yes, it's a good situation to have, and Nate gives us position flex too. He can go to other positions.
And we're always looking for more of that for sure. Mm-hmm. We know we have George Pickens now, and everybody's very happy about that. But during the draft, there seemed to be some interest in Ted McMillan. Do you remember your feelings on Ted McMillan, and are you looking forward to seeing him Sunday?
Well, I think that I don't zero in when we've got an interest in a player and he's playing us and that type thing. It's a great question, and it's really something of interest to fans. But from my perspective, I'm more worried about who we're going to have out there and how they're going to play than I am about who we're playing.
Well, the other thing, too, though, Bryce Young, quarterback for the Panthers, hasn't quite lived up to that number one overall billing. Do you believe that it's kind of a roll the dice whenever you have the number one overall pick and you go for a quarterback? Or is it really about the organization and the development that they're drafted into?
No, I think it's a major roll of the dice at the quarterback spot. The issue is, of course, that's a lot of consideration when you look at it through what a number one first pick in the draft, what it's worth, or in terms of getting other picks. And so it is a big consideration. But the real consideration, the real cost to the franchise is all of the games and the time and the everything that has to be invested to determine or give this player every opportunity to be the starting quarterback in the NFL for whatever team. Now, that's a high price to pay. And you can spend a lot of years. You can spend a lot of games. You can have a lot of negative outcomes, and still not know if you've got a top quarterback. And sometimes you don't know it, and you see teams that the player moves on, and then he will go someplace, and after a few years, become the quarterback that the team originally that drafted him thought they were going to have. It's a rough road to hoe to draft and develop quarterback.
Now, in terms of y'all's quarterback, I think we all realize football is very much it's a team effort, but with the way Dak is playing right now, do you think he can carry the Cowboys to the playoffs?
Well, the way a lot of what makes Dak is what he does to the team. Not just his play, not just his responsibility in the play, but it's what he's done to prepare the team, not only at his duties at quarterback, but what he's done to prepare the team, as well as provide a unique leadership. He's the best leader, frankly, that I think I've ever been around. That's probably enhanced by the fact he's the quarterback. And I thought Michael Irvin may be one of the best leaders I've ever seen. But the bottom line is that Dak does enjoy that status of quality, maybe the best, and yet does play quarterback. And so it doesn't surprise me that what I heard time and time again from coaches that have been here that are not here any longer is that Dak raises the level of everybody around him better than anybody they've ever seen.
Now, Dak also said he would love it if he could play until he was 40. That was a nice round number, maybe into his 40s. Could you see that, given some of the injury concerns that he's had over the past few years?
Well, we all know that the physical game that we have, that injury concerns are just a fact. They are a real concern, more so than I think any other sport. Having said that, the way Dak plays this game and the mental aspect of it and what he does before snap out there. I've heard over the years different coaches say, we just got to get Dak to do less. We've got to somehow make those calls before the snap. We've got to give him help in that area because we've just got so much on his shoulders apart from actually getting the ball to the spot he wants to throw it, if it's a pass play. So, this is a long-winded conversation you can have here, but that's why we made the commitment, candidly, with Dak at the time in his career that we made him the highest-paid player in the NFL. And I think he's the reason why we all have a chance to be optimistic about this season, and I think it can happen.
But you've never been known to be long-winded or anything, right?
When we get going on a subject, every word just breeds three more.
Yeah, that's the way. We understand. We're in the radio business. We got to talk too. Jerry, we heard Jonathan Mingo had a little bit of a setback. There might be a little bit of concern with what's going on there. Do you know exactly what happened? Are you concerned that he won't be ready for whenever the window's open?
Well, it doesn't surprise me when someone is coming off of an injury, and it doesn't surprise me that they can get out, and it may not even be in the same area. It's one of the things we always talk about, that after somebody has been rehabbing from an injury, that he could likely have something else come up. So it doesn't surprise me, but I don't know that anybody knows the time frame from the extent of the injury as to how it might compromise him on getting back.
Okay, gotcha. Now, this was something, I was listening to you talk with Sean and RJ, and you were talking about how much business you've done up in New York and how you spent a lot of time up there, and you mentioned business a couple of different times. I was kind of curious, on game day, when you're out on the field and y'all are all kind of getting ready for the game, do you talk business with anybody out on the field? Do you talk business with people up in the suite, or are you like, no, I'm focused, I'm locked in on the game today?
Oh, it's always about the game. Always about the game. Now, you can talk about if business is the numbers of fans that are in the stands, or if A business has to do with something they're doing with the showing of the game, the network. If you're talking about that, then, I'm answering a question with a question. Is that business?
Right.
Well, the business of the NFL is that player or those players out on that field. I'm always amused when someone says, I'm out here playing ball and I let others take care of business. Man, this is called pro football, not amateur. The whole show, from what you're wearing on your feet to what's being done to broadcast the game or what's being done on the sideline, it's all business.
Now, also, Jerry, yesterday Turning Point announced that they're going to have an alternative halftime show. And I was kind of curious, do you welcome that kind of approach, or do you feel like that takes away from what the NFL does during the Super Bowl?
I'm not really familiar with that announcement, and I accept what you're saying.
Gotcha.
But it's such a knowing what I know about presenting events or presenting programming. You have a huge reason to get top programming, so that dial is where it is when you change the scenery. It's called preceding something you want people to stay on and watch with something that will cause that dial to already be there. Keeps them right in line. And so to me, to be playing a Super Bowl, you've got to be pretty compelling to have something that reach up there and turn that dial. Just from the standpoint of the habit of the nature of, if you will, the business. So one of the most important things top programming does is the lead in to what's coming on the screen after they're through with that programming. And I know a lot of people have always put a high value on what the NFL is, its value as a lead in to following programming that's coming later.
That's a really good point, Kevin, because Jerry Jones leads into Mickey Spagnola. So it's always about the lead-in programming.
Now listen, don't get anything going here about Mickey. He's my man, and we've been together a long time. So, boy, I do think the world of him, and he's an example that I give with media all the time. I say, guys, we're all cousins. I'm here because I love sport, and I chose to spend my life principally in sports, and you did too. That's why you're doing. That's why you guys are there.
It's true.
And so no matter what we disagree on, we're still family, and that's not buttering you up. That's just a fact. I can appreciate why you're doing what you're doing today.
Now, big weekend in sports in the Metroplex outside of just this game. Do you have a feel? Do you have a prediction for Texas OU this weekend?
Well, I'm not going to go with a prediction in any way, but I know that to me, long before the Cowboys, the idea of this game fed my desire to be a part of football and be a part of my future being a part of this great game. It is an institution of the game of football. And what's neat is it usually has a center cut of some of the best players there are in this United States in American football. So it is a big deal. And it happens that OU and Texas, so much of OU's program, so many of those players come from Texas.
Yeah.
And so it's just an original in terms of putting together a lot of the things that have made this sport be what it's been and what it's evolved to today for. So I just can't say enough about the fact that the Cowboys, Texas, all of that has a touch to the Texas OU game because it has a significance of its own in American football.
Well, we appreciate the time very much, good sir. Best of luck against Carolina, and we'll catch you next Friday.
Let's have a good weekend, guys, and
yes,
a
sir.
big one against Carolina. All right, bye.
There you go. Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we're trying to get as much content as possible into the show today. So right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for some baseball nuggets. Good job. And on the baseball front, just a reminder, we will talk with Texas Rangers new manager Skip Schumacher coming up at noon. Let's talk about the Dodgers and Phillies game. So the Dodgers and Phillies game goes into the 11th. It's tied 1-1. Some phenomenal pitching. And by the way, Shohei continues to struggle at the plate throughout these playoffs. The bases are loaded. The play is at home. It's a force out. Get the ball to home plate. Let's go to cut number 9, where it's going to be a comebacker to the pitcher, and it's not totally going to work out his way.
Pages breaks his bat. Kerkering got to find it. Throws to the plate. Oh, my goodness. He throws it away. And the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win. And they are moving on to the NLCS.
All right.
That's it, man.
So
that's the difference.
And what threw him off was he couldn't collect the ball at first. I realized that's difficult on a comebacker, but he had trouble scooping it back up, and clearly he panicked about rushing it. I don't know if he wasn't thinking it's just a force, just get it to the catcher, as opposed to like dropping a tag or whatever, but he threw that ball way too high, and it is on an error in the bottom of the 11th that series ends. And I know we made reference to this the other day, but let's go back now. I told you the Phillies wouldn't win the World Series. Well, let's go back to the 2023 NLCS. Since Game 2, the Phillies are 3-10 in the postseason.
Wow.
So now you talk about a team that regular
Bryce
season.
Harper.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, look, regular season is going to become irrelevant to them because they're going to be like, well, what are you going to do in October?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. And then that's kind of already what Philly fans are feeling.
I can see
just
that.
look at their basketball team, the Sixers. They're like, we don't care about any of this other stuff. Y'all need to do the right thing whenever we get to the playoffs.
Right.
Like, that's where that city already is our Eagles just won a championship. Why can't you?
Right.
You know, like that's the where they are mindset wise. It always fascinates me, Kevin. And I know you were talking about the fumbling the ball a little bit, and also the pressure of the situation.
Which I get the fumble, I will say that.
It always amazes me how pitchers have a hard time throwing to first or a shorter throw to the catcher in those kinds of instances, because their bodies are all wound to do one thing, and then now their whole mechanics have to change just a little bit. But that one's costly, and that's why when Mike was talking about how the Rangers pitching staff works so hard on their PFPs in these moments and practicing those, because those things pay off. And you can't stop doing those practices in the playoffs. You got to keep at it, just because these situations might pop up and be the reason you win or lose a game.
Now let's go ahead and go to cut number 8, because the Chicago Cubs, you wouldn't have known it at the time, but they put it away straight away in this game.
The stretch by the right-hander Peralta. The pitch. A swing and a drive. Deep right field. It's got a chance. Gone. 3-run homer. Ian Happ. Cubs lead 3-0.
Now, one thing that the Cubs have been really, really good at in this postseason, they have been a menace in the first inning offensively. So they have been able to, most of the time, establish a lead, or in one game, I think, at least not fall further behind. So they are able to force a Game 5 right there. That will be Saturday. Game 5 of Mariners-Tigers is today. And it's an interesting number because we've talked about this. Teams that take a 2-0 lead at home in a division series have won 31 of 34 times. Now Chicago able to fight back to force Game 5 on Saturday. And like I said, in the American League, you will see Game 5 of Detroit and Seattle today. I take it just because of the American League nature and it being an elimination game. You were invested.
Oh,
and
absolutely, dude.
And
Yeah, with Skubal on the mound, like that's huge right there for one. But also, you know, with what the Mariners have done, their ability to pop one and change the game completely with one swing, it makes an exciting adventure.
A couple more quick baseball notes for you. Former Red Sox All-Star Mike Greenwell He died at 62, just a few months after revealing his cancer diagnosis. And I know for a lot of people like around our age, definitely grew up with plenty of Mike Greenwell baseball cards breaking down those stats. NBC is going to air a standalone primetime MLB game the second night of the season. You know, we had talked about how Netflix is going to have the standalone first night game. Everybody opens their season the next day, and that will be capped off at night. So that means the vast majority of teams, as is usually the case, will be playing during the day for their, opening day.
No, I'm sorry, Kevin. I didn't know. Do not take that clip of me sounding like I was. No, it's the city. I was acting as the city. I was not saying. No, I didn't say that about the Eagles, Kevin. That's not my.
You used the word our.
Dadgummit.
Well,
people are texting that in, and this is infuriating me.
Welcome.
Look
Alec and I have known this for months. Alec and I have known this for months.
You have done this.
And then, if you are interested, I know some people love it. I know some people think it's the worst thing that's ever happened to baseball. The Savannah Bananas are going to play 3 straight days at Globe Life Field. That is going to be September 25th through September 27th next year. So I'm sure they will have no problem selling that out if you've seen what they've been doing at these football stadiums. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, the man that Jerry Jones just shouted out, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
Racing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Dallas. 7940 North Central Expressway. Pick up your stress taco. I'm sure there's other reasons to come by. We've got Maroon 5 tickets to give away, TOLO hats, Taco Bueno party boxes, and once our show's over, there's going to be a Cowboys extravaganza with a former Dallas Cowboys player who is in the Hall of Fame. He plays defense, and he won 5 Super Bowls. I will let you figure that out for yourself, as well as the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. But right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, good morning. How's it going?
Did you listen to our Jerry Jones interview?
Didn't know you were in such good company with me, huh?
Man, you're fancy as all get out, Mickey.
I laughed. That was. I know it was shocking to you.
Yeah,
he was talking about programming and leading in, and I was like, man, we got a great lead in for Mickey Spagnola. Mickey benefits from this a little bit.
Well, I appreciate your setting it up.
That's what you taught Corey to do. I like it.
Mickey, I didn't really get a true answer from Jerry on Jonathan Mingo. Do you have a thought on that? Because he could be lost for the year if he's not activated.
Well, he's still got
2 weeks?
Another week, right?
Another week.
Yeah, and I just didn't know if there was what the setback was.
Yeah, I it said knee, so you're assuming it was maybe irritated something that he was recovering from, because I saw him out there the day before, and he looked like he was moving around fine, and
yeah,
you never know when you go to bed and wake up that something aches, right? So maybe we get a better feel for it, and for sure, next week when they do have to make a move. But remember, when you make a move like that, you got to cut somebody to make room.
Yep.
So, when you start looking at some of the injuries they've got, there's not a lot of positions of excess, I think, out there. Same thing with Kalen Carson, too. He's kind of in the same boat.
Now, I'm intrigued by Tyler Guyton being available and what that play split looks like. Like, I know he was starting, and coach has said he's old school, not a big fan of people losing their starting job specifically to injury. But do you think we might see some switching out at left tackle, or do you like the idea of, hey, this offensive line worked really well last week with Nate Thomas. Let's trot that out there to start and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think they're going to have both guys prepared to play.
Okay.
And, even if Guyton starts, Thomas has got to be ready to be the swing guy at either tackle spot. So I would imagine they continued to, give him some reps with the first team. I think, he's taken advantage of his opportunity to earn that, and just kind of see how Guyton goes today after 2 days of practice. Obviously, to be able to practice, he's out of concussion protocol.
Right.
And now, you can keep an eye. I mean, think about it. In the previous game, they had Nate Thomas ready to get a series or two at right tackle for Terrence Steele.
Yeah.
So I would imagine, at the left side, they'll see how it goes with Guyton, but I would imagine they've got, want to continue developing Nate Thomas. It'd be interesting to see, because I thought he played well, and I think they did too. And the good thing is he thinks he needed to play better, and thought he was capable of it. So I think that's another point in his direction that, good on you that you're not satisfied.
Now, one of the things I've been super intrigued by, especially for a Cowboys team that feels like maybe they don't have the most margin for error, especially defensively, they haven't turned the ball over at all offensively in the last 2 games. And
you want me to go tell them that, or what?
No, yeah. Continue to not turn the ball over.
Yeah.
But how sustainable do you think it is for them to continue to be at least even or winning the turnover margin? I know it's not sustainable to just never turn over the ball, but this feels like a huge advantage for this team if they can at least continue to stay a little bit above average in terms of the turnover margin.
Yeah, and I think that's always, critical in any game to try to win the turnover margin.
Especially because Carolina will turn the ball over.
Yeah, that seems like they will. And again, you want to keep that up and get some takeaways. And, they've been pretty protective of the ball. I'm trying to think. Maybe 2 lost fumbles. And then Dak doesn't have a bunch of interceptions, right? Did he
Except
have
for that one game.
That tip?
Yeah.
Was it a tip pass or off somebody's hands or something? I was trying to remember real quickly, but yeah, that's a huge thing, especially for a team struggling on defense. Finally this last week. Well, and it wasn't so much the takeaways; it was the one was really big, but getting pressure on the opposing quarterbacks. I always think that's awfully huge. So, the Cowboys had two lost fumbles, and Dak had 3 interceptions. I remember tip passes, and I know
at least one of them
he forced into the end zone in that one game. I think it was against the Bears, right? Which just they would hope that was the outlier game, right? That wasn't indicative of how they're capable of playing, and everybody has one of those during the season, usually 2 or 3, right? You go, oh, what happened there? I'm wondering if the Eagles are thinking, oh, what happened there?
Yeah, but by the way, since you brought that up, that's a team that it felt like when you heard all the noise, and I know that the noise that's displayed in the press is not always 100% indicative of what's happening, but when you hear all that noise and now start to see the losses pile up, and even I think Lane Johnson came out and he was like, hey, our offense needs to be less predictable, it feels like Philadelphia has some really combustible elements moving right now.
Well, I think one of the things that gets overlooked is they come back and it's like, well, they're the defending world champions, right?
Right.
And to me, it's like the beginning of the college season. Well, they're ranked number 1. Well, they hadn't done anything to be ranked number 1, right? Other than somebody voting for it is impressed, right?
Yeah.
You got to earn it. And so, I think everybody should quit with they're the defending world champions, because it's not the same team. They've lost players or have players hurt that aren't playing. So this is a completely different team than the one that, won. And think about it, they barely got into the championship game, right? Into the Super Bowl. So we'll see if it flattens out or if this is sort of who they are. Think about it. They're one possession away with the Cowboys, that final possession in the opener, of being 3-3 right now.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to. Did you watch the post game?
I can't say that I did.
So they had Jackson Dart and Cam Scattaboo on there together.
Yes.
It might have been the most entertaining 10 minutes you've ever seen. Those guys were just out of this world. Jackson Dart, he's acted like he's been in the league 5 years, right?
Did Scattaboo have his shirt on?
No, they did. They got this deal with Fitzpatrick about take it off, like take a shirt off. So they brought it up, and he started taking his off, and Scattaboo took off everything he had, and he got to his T-shirt, and he ripped it off.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hulk style.
And they bumped chests, right? Yeah.
Yeah. When's the last time you chest bumped somebody?
I don't think that's happened. Because if I did it, I'd probably hit them at their knees, right?
Should I assume?
And I didn't do any backflips either, okay?
Okay. And you've never ripped your shirt off in excitement?
No.
Okay. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Smart answer.
And it's a good thing, too, right?
Mickey,
I don't know.
How is Ferguson liking or handling or enjoying all the targets, all the looks, and all the opportunities he's getting right now?
Yeah, I think it's revigorating for him after last season having to go through, mostly, I don't know if he was ever healthy, right? But he played through it like a good tight end. But yeah, I hadn't had any touchdown catches since the end of the 2023 season. And then, to get 3 in the last 2 games and 2 in 1 game, I think he's, revitalized. And I think he understood how good he was. And now the fact that there's some production, they're relying on him. I think he thinks this is great. And, I brought it up yesterday, you guys, that, when we were talking about the running game, you got to give these tight ends credit, too. It's not all about catching passes, right? You got to be able to block and, do your job at the line of scrimmage. And I think all 3 of them have certainly done that. But, I heard him do an interview for .com yesterday, and he's pretty stoked about how the season's going so far.
I know you don't necessarily engage in the over-under of the football world, but Carolina has had their own struggles on defense. It feels like we have talked plenty about the Cowboys' struggles on defense. Do you envision this, and I know we'll get to a prediction in a minute, but do you envision this as a high-scoring game?
I don't know what the over-under is, but I bet...
What do you think it is?
I'm trying to judge by how I picked the game. I'm guessing it's 48 or 50.
Woo! 49.5.
Oh, wow. I swear I didn't know. I had no idea.
I think that's the first thing he looks at in the morning every day.
I don't know. Right? Sometimes, Mickey, these predictions are pretty close.
The point spread.
These predictions are pretty close to Vegas sometimes.
Hey, I've been doing this a while,
That's a good point.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good idea.
I already heard a good job recommendation for you from Jerry Jones this morning. So, what are you feeling in terms of your prediction for this?
Yeah, I think I don't know that they've fixed everything defensively.
Sure.
But I did look to see what Carolina was doing prior to Rico going off for 206 yards. And in the first 4 games, they were averaging just a little above 100 yards a game rushing. So it wasn't anything spectacular. But if you add those 206, right, to around 410, then it looks, oh, boy, they run the ball well.
For sure.
They did for 1 game. So, and I don't know, is Rico better than Chuba Hubbard? And, that's who he was playing behind. And from what I read out of Charlotte, people were starting to complain, well, why did we hire this guy sign this guy for that money that he got? And all he's averaging is about 40 yards a game. So,
right.
Then he gets an opportunity, and it's like, shut up, right? Just like that. I think, this run game, they weren't all that great about it even before this, right? I think the Packers ran for like 160-some yards. Now, I know some of these stats get skewed because you played 2 10-minute overtime games, right?
Yeah.
So you've played more. You're going to give up more. But they weren't real good against the run against the Packers. So I think it went from like 164 to 144. So maybe an improvement. And the fact that they did better cutting down on the explosive pass plays, I think, was encouraging. But, yeah, they're going to get tested in the run. And, they watch tape. They see. And they're going to come at them, and they better be ready, and they need to be better. But again, if you can hold a team to less than 25 points with this offense, I think you give the Cowboys a chance to win.
Which means your prediction is?
Cowboys 33, Carolina 23.
Ooh, you heard what he just said. pound the over.
All right, that sounds good to me.
Thank you very much, good sir. Let's talk again on Monday.
Yeah, and I wouldn't do that with your money, okay?
All right, I'll do it with Kevin.
Fair.
See you guys.
Fair. All right, there you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. Coming up next, let's totally switch it up. We got AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the next baseball prospect you're going to want to keep an eye on. He's got Ranger ties. Next on the Fan.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't know your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We're live at Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway. You know what I really love, and I've seen it already a couple times today, when a Tolo walks out the door and then either holds the door open or the other person holds the door open and it's another Tolo. And they're just like, oh, hey, what's up and stuff. They don't even know each other, but they love the station. And so that is super, super cool.
So, like, community.
Yes.
You love Community.
Community.
Not just the show that was on NBC for a while.
I mean, I did really like that
but
show.
you love the community
well.
of the Friday football feast.
I do. And you know another thing, you should come out here.
Would life be better if we all just acted like everybody in the world's another Tolo and just treated everybody as Tolos?
Yes. Or, you know, just don't immediately come out firing and say you're a piece of S or whatever.
Hey!
Like, that's probably not going to get your conversation. But what I would really like you to do, come out to the Taco Bueno, and you can see the Cowboys player that's going to be here via sign, and then look at the table to see definitely not that player sitting at the table, and just enjoy that. I think that's a fun dynamic.
That is a woman at the table.
Yes, it is. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Yeah. To get involved in today's conversation, answer the question of the day, plus a high school baseball prospect with Rangers ties that you should probably get to know. I know Corey likes to get ahead of the game on some of these prospects, especially pitchers. So,
yeah, I've been pretty good at it so far.
Yeah, you have been. You got a good track record. You're good at talking about football, baseball prospects. What can't you do?
Thank you, Alec.
And Corey, you know, Kevin was saying that he likes the community of the football feast. It sounded like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, Corey, he likes the friends that we make along the way.
Always.
At the football feast.
Yeah, that's one of the. That's actually, I think Kevin got that tattooed on his lower back.
No.
The friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
He's a huge fan of lower back tattoos.
I think.
Back to you, Alex.
I think that's a sentiment that he's often shared with us here.
No, I hate it. I hate when people say that.
You don't want to make friends along the way?
No, I care about the end destination.
But those friends could be there at the end.
Yo, well, look.
When you get Sister Jean.
This is an argument that I've had with my wife. I appreciate when she puts up effort for things, but like if we didn't achieve the final goal, what's the difference?
Jeez. Okay. Knowledge bomb there dropped by Kevin Hageland, but I'm going to drop some knowledge on you before we get to the question of the day. Reminder, tomorrow, after the football feast, obviously, that's where you want to be today, but the party continues tomorrow. We got a huge Texas OU fan hang and watch party at the Highland Hotel in Dallas from 2 to 5. Come out for a fantastic pool party, another huge Flagtober stop as well. Some names that are going to be there: Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, Lucius Alexander, Peyton Russell, Jake Riepma, and myself. I will be there as well. So come hang out with us.
You're going to get down to like just a Speedo, right, and be hanging out in the pool. Is that what you said?
I'm going to do something in the industry that's called a tease. Come out and find out. How about that?
I like it.
How
I like
about
it.
that? But I do have one in the closet, so maybe. But gentlemen, today is actually, I consider it a good national, it's not even a national holiday, it's a world holiday. But it's not on the random obscure side of things, but it's something that we talk about often here on the KNC Masterpiece. Today is World Mental Health Day. So not just national, we're talking about the whole globe, people. So everybody needs to take some time today and reflect and take care of themselves. So that's what I'm going to ask. What's something that you are doing lately, today, this weekend, something that you're doing to take care of yourself, something to treat yourself? 877-881-1053, because I know for me it's going to be hanging out with all of you tomorrow, watching the biggest game of the weekend that is not involving UNT, Corey.
Okay, yeah.
I know this doesn't answer that question quite yet, but we were just talking about talking doctors yesterday, and I know we're maybe talking about more fun things, but I would highly recommend anybody who's struggling, whether it's NamiNorthTexas.org, going there, or wherever else, I would highly recommend finding somebody to talk to.
Man, I'm so proud of you for doing what you just did.
Thanks, man.
I'm going to say you should come out to the Derbyshire tomorrow from 8 to 11. FC Dallas watch party.
Hey, dude, they've been on a roll, man.
Yeah. We do our interview. We had Lawless on. He helped Kevin, exercise his demons, if you will, his Christmas demons.
Except I think I decided I need to buy him a present. Because
a birthday present or a Christmas present?
Well, it's a birthday present because he didn't celebrate Christmas. But he goes, yeah. People are always like, oh, do you get 2 presents? And he goes, I just get 1 present. So I feel like I should get him a present.
Okay, I understand this, Kevin. But if you wrap it in Christmas paper, is it a Christmas present? And
Yes.
if you give it to him as a present, and you think it's a Christmas present, he thinks it's a birthday present. Who's right?
Look, I actually believe in this quite a bit. I know most people will be like, who cares? Stick it in a bag. If you stick a Christmas present in a bag for somebody whose birthday is like in July or whatever and it says happy birthday, I think you did it wrong. And I'm disappointed in the effort that you've put out for this.
Do you think that all presents must be wrapped? Because there's somebody sitting near me that thinks that.
Yeah, and she and I usually agree on a lot of things. I would say I think most presents should be wrapped. But I'm sure there's like some exceptions that maybe if it's like ridiculously large and you're like, I'm not.
But you don't need
that.
a card, right? Cards are ridiculous.
Look, I think I've said this before, Alec. I'm really sorry if this segment ends up running a little long. That's fine. I think cards are stupid because you get a card and you're like, hey, I found what I would want to say, but I didn't, and somebody else wrote it. Okay, so you found something by reading that you would want to say? Man, get a piece of paper and write your own message. Or get a blank card that just says, hey, what's up? Like, I get the joke cards if you're like, that person will get a lot out of it, but if it's like, this Christmas, I want you to know I'm thinking about you, then just write that down yourself.
Or just text them. Yeah. Also,
yes.
Also, Sunday, Bearded Monkey in Lavon. So,
nice.
That's where you can do that to do something for yourself if you'd like. That's
or
what I'll be
cold
doing.
beers and cheeseburgers
so
for
much
G-Bag
going on.
Nation and Euless
We're
today.
such a busy station.
Man, so the point is, if you're looking for a place to find us, we're there.
I like
Probably every place, it feels like.
There is a lot going on this weekend in the best way possible. A lot of good times ahead. So if you do need plans, please just come check us out. Come hang out with us here this weekend. Corey's all over the map. And then we got our watch party at the Highland Hotel tomorrow. I think this is probably in line with me this weekend as well from the 817, how they're going to treat themselves and take care of themselves this weekend. They're not going to check their fantasy team.
Dude.
Oh, I could see how that would make you a happier
There
person.
are times, Kevin, where I have to take a break away from what even caring about fantasy football. Not while I'm 5-0. All right. Whenever you're undefeated, you're just like, you just keep rolling that thing. But whenever you're having a bad season, it's just like, why even bother? You know, there are times, and I completely agree with that.
See, from the 817, they're treating themselves to some golf tomorrow. From the 469, consuming large amounts of alcohol. Well, as long as you are safe in doing so, party it up, man. Party it up. Please do that. But let's see, from the 214, playing Battlefield 6 with a couple of my oldest friends of 20-plus years. Oh, yeah. More community right there.
I haven't gotten into that one yet, but we might be making a turn from Call of Duty to Battlefield.
Oh.
Yeah. But we've said that for the last 4 seasons of it, so who knows?
Yeah. Creature of habit, huh? From the 972, a good start to mental health is wiping OU with toilet paper. There you go.
Wow.
Hey, Alec, I'm really sorry. I have one more question about cards.
This is really heavy on your heart today, huh?
Yeah, I think about this stuff a lot. And, it's probably because I had an aunt when I was a kid, and she gave me, I don't know, a nice shirt or something, and she gave my sister a purse along with $13.67. And people thought that was weird. And I was like, it's not weird. That makes sense. That's obviously the difference between the cost of the shirt and the purse. So that made all the sense in the world to me. Do you ever get a card and look at the price of the card and you're like, that could have been added to my gift?
Kevin, I'm glad you said this because I am one of those people that is the first thing I check. I actually, before I even open the card, I go to the back side of it where the barcode is and it tells you the price. Sometimes in multiple different currencies. So I even do the conversion rate on that as well to see, to see if it all adds up because of math. Why not? I actually do check that. I don't think about the idea that it could go towards the gift. I just want to know if you spent double-digit dollars on a card. And if you did, I will judge you.
And I'm assuming judge them poorly.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, because I would
richly. Because they spend a lot of money on the card.
That's true. But what's the threshold? Is it like $5.95? Like what's the threshold here?
Anything more than $5, I think we've got a problem. Like, go to the dollar store, figure it out there. They've got options too, and it's very resourceful. Save your money, man. Just save your money. You don't need to impress me with any cool cartoons or anything, or drawings or nice words that were pre-printed. Write the nice words, dang it.
Yeah, and look, let's reveal the secret to everyone. If you get somebody a card, they just want to know if there's something inside of it. And I don't mean your beautiful
That's why
words.
you open it like this and then kind of shake the card a little bit.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
I do. So by the way, somebody said, do you still have an aunt since you had her as a kid? No, she died.
Oh.
She really did, but I just
all of your aunts are dead?
Not all of them. I'm just saying this aunt in particular who was just like me.
Well, this is a great way to try to transition. Thank you, Kevin, for setting me up for that. Success around here is what we set me up for. So I'm going to talk about a high school baseball prospect because I think that's more fun than death. You guys know the name Hunter Pence, right?
Yes.
He has a nephew who is playing high school football, or baseball rather, in California. And the nephew of the four-time All-Star, he jumps off the page when you look at the box scores or if you just look at his bio. Just keep in mind, Hunter Pence was a very tall guy. He was 6'4", 216 on his last MLB roster. Striker Pence is his name, so a cool name too. Striker Pence is listed at... Yeah. He is listed at 6'6", 200 pounds at 16 years old. So he is already lighting up the world just because of his last name, but he is a massive kid on top of the fact that he throws 101 miles an hour. So he's got a fastball in high school that completely obliterates hitters, and he plays both ways, and he is a very good hitter as well. He's only 16, but he consistently throws his fastball at speeds of 90 plus, but he has topped out at 101.1 miles per hour at 16 years old. He's already getting a lot of attention from scouts and whatnot, but he is a name to watch because, one, he's got the Ranger ties because of former Ranger Hunter Pence, but... this kid, if you watch some of the videos out him, he's actually pitched in a couple of Youth World Championship Series games and whatnot. He looks really, really good. So Corey, if you want to get ahead of the curve on one of these young pitchers, there's one to keep an eye on.
Dude, you're already there, baby. So I'm going to give you all credit on this one.
Yeah, this is going to be your Kamar rocker.
Yeah,
I hope so because I want to sound smart. So
maybe Mike Bassick will call him out one day on the broadcast.
You know what? And if you meet Alec in person, I don't even think you need to sound smart because with those glasses, man, you look smart, and I think people will just assume that you are.
Hey, fake it till you make it. That's the name of the game, baby.
There you go, and there's AM on the FM. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to switch it up today because we've got Schumacher coming up at noon. So coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because. Next on The Fan.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, a lady?
Cinnamon sisters?
Angel babies.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Fake pitch, going deep. There's a shot for Pickens. He got pushed. He cocked the ball to the post. Touchdown to Pickens. Dagger.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron in just a second as we're live at Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. But first, Corey has a question.
Kevin, are you excited about Skip Schumacher getting ready to join us here in a little bit?
Yeah, very much so.
I'm so pumped up about this.
Look, I'm excited to hear some of his philosophical thoughts about like launch angles and different things, but I'm also excited to get to know him as a person. Like, this is somebody that we're going to talk to every single week for 7 months out of the year after year.
Do we open things with, hey, you're going to talk to us a lot, so you better be open right now?
Yeah, and we'll see how he answers, and then we'll ask him if he wants to apologize for the 2011 World Series, and I think it'll be great.
Mm-hmm. That's a good approach. I like it.
All right. Right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it, rip it.
And let's start. I want you guys to go ahead and give us some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because 877-881-1053. Frankel injury attorney text line or the Twitch or the YouTube. Before we get to that, I got a few different notes for you. Chris Godwin, he is expected to miss the game against the 49ers. I know there was some hope that he might be able to be in there for this one, but no, he will be out. Now, for the Pro Bowl games, it appears as though the Pro Bowl games will still take place, but they're going to shift it to the Super Bowl market as just part of Super Bowl week. Now, obviously, Corey, we've been to several Super Bowl weeks now, and it's an extravaganza. And so they've decided, as opposed to doing it in the off week between the championship games and the Super Bowl, they're going to do it the week of and have it just be part of the Super Bowl extravaganza.
Wow, man, that's going to be make it even busier now, huh?
Yeah, because some of those things look fun.
Name one.
The tug of war.
Okay.
I always think is neat, but that's probably because now I think about Squid Game, tug of war. That's probably not.
Do you think
healthy.
they should do it more like Squid Games?
No.
But if they did, you're not saying
if they did it more like Squid Game, where you like fall onto a big blue mat, like a cushioned mat, so you're fine.
Uh-huh.
I don't actually want
instead of a underground floor of spikes. And,
gotcha.
Gotcha.
I don't want any harm to come to anybody. Actually, now you mentioned this. I think you mentioned it off air. If you said it on air, I apologize. The NFL and the NFLPA is investigating, and they've launched a review last night of Jackson Dart's concussion protocol. I know there's some thought that maybe he bounced in and out of that blue tent a little too quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like I remember seeing the play and him laying there, and then I went away from the game for a second, came back, and he was like walking back out on the field.
Right.
I was like, "Whoa, hold on, what's right?" Like that looked bad too. Like even the way he was just kind of, that's there's something they must investigate. But Kevin, I think the most important investigation is when he high-fived the referee. You're not supposed to touch the referee. Yet there was Jackson Dart saying,
emulated Tom Brady.
You think it was a touchdown? High five, touchdown.
Yeah.
It was the moment right there. So,
by the way, one more note from yesterday, because I was going back and watching this play, and I'm sure you can find all kinds of plays that are like this in each game, but I think it was ironic. On the interception that Jalen Hurts had, A.J. Brown had broken away for his defender kind of to the left side and looked like he would have been open in the end zone for a touchdown pass. So just because of all of like the issues this team has had, maybe those two in particular, I thought that was a fascinating take from yesterday's game.
Do you think he's seeing the field, or do you think he's just not on the same page with all his guys?
No, I still think he's seeing the field, but it feels like there's something off connection-wise.
I mean, I think it's off between them, the offensive line, the run. Like, everything just is not functioning correctly.
It's tough to argue. This morning, we were talking about one of their offensive linemen came out and was like, oh, we got to switch some things up. So, like, I think that very much leads into your point. Now, let's talk about the Cleveland Browns. I know this is a snappy headline, and some of these numbers are low, but this is wild. Did you know that the Cleveland Browns currently have 8 quarterbacks on their payroll?
All right, let's see. Shedeur Sanders.
Correct.
Dylan Gabriel.
Stop that, but yes.
Joe Flacco still getting paid?
Yep.
Can't think of the other. Is Tyrod Taylor?
No.
Okay. All right. Who are the rest of them?
Jameis.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Deshaun. That was the one I was like, you're going to kick yourself for that. Bailey Zappi, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, and Kenny Pickett. Now, those last 3 make a combined $500,000.
Yeah.
But it's the fact that there's 8 of them on there. And the one you're paying all the money to, he doesn't even play.
Oh,
so...
Man.
Like, it's a gigantic-ass show.
Don't you, like, somebody in that organization, I don't know who it is, has got to sit back and say, what are we doing?
Yeah, I would hope so.
And with the draft of the quarterbacks, like, that probably was more of an answer of, like, hey, let's fix this a little bit. Let's start with some younger quarterbacks, see if we can develop them.
Right.
One of these guys is going to be talented enough to do it. But, man, the fact that you have money invested in that many other quarterbacks and still have lack of success.
Absolutely. Now, it looks like, once again, Lamar Jackson, he's not going to practice, which means Cooper Rush would be in line to play once more, which that goes back to what we talked about when Lamar Jackson first got hurt. What did we say? It looks like a 2 to 3 game injury.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this will be game 2, and we'll see where it goes from there.
Pick up the Rams defense if you want.
Yeah, you know what? That is a good suggestion. On the flip side, it looks like Kyler Murray is going to practice today, which we'll see how it goes, but that would lead you to think that he's in line to play this weekend.
Okay, good for him. The Cardinals have become one of those, like, the Browns are still intriguing because they're so bad that it's hilarious.
Sure.
You know, Arizona has become almost irrelevant to me, and that's an unfortunate thing right now.
Now, go ahead and give me cut number 7 if you can, Alec. I want to go back to Thursday Night Football last night.
High set. Bellinger, the fullback. Now he motions out to the left. Handoff, Scottaboo into the line, to the goal line. No signal yet. And touchdown, Giants. Scottaboo's third rushing touchdown of the ball game. Oh, he does a backflip.
Now,
oh, he does a backflip.
You needed to hear that part. That was amazing. So, nothing particular controversial about that play, but you saw yet again another tush push where clearly one of the Eagles' offensive linemen moves early. Like, it is very obvious. But also, you saw the ridiculous sequence of tush pushes. I think that's why it hasn't bothered me, is because if you get to 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1, 4th and 2, that's probably what you're going to see. But when you're looking at it and you're like, hey, this is how many yards and this how many downs, let's just run several of them, that really beats me down.
Yeah.
Plus just missing a clear false start.
It kind of almost feels the clear false start is the problem for me more than anything. Because don't you feel like teams back in the day were like, can y'all stop running Emmitt Smith at the end of the games, guys?
Right.
Like, and we were just like, why would we ever do that?
Yeah,
like, what are you talking about right now?
Yeah.
But I'm with you, man. Like, you can't – there are guys lined up off the line, too. Like, they're not lined – it's illegal formation.
Right.
And so, like, that's another thing where this is becoming more of a technical thing than, it's an advantage. We got to take it away from a team.
All right, so this is, I'm sure you're probably going to think it's ridiculous, but stick with me. Do you think the Eagles could lose to the Vikings?
Yes.
All right, do you think Washington...
There's not a team. You can name a team right now. They lost to the Giants.
That's
now,
true.
Now, granted, it is division game, whatever, and the Giants are like, they've got a little juice right now. I don't think there are many teams that I don't think the Eagles could lose to right now.
All right, so here's my fun theoretical that I'm going to throw out just to drive people insane, especially if they don't like the Cowboys. If you think the Eagles can lose to the Vikings and then the Cowboys win their next 2 games, do you realize the Cowboys would be in first place in this division?
Heck yeah, I do. And I'm just waiting for it to happen, Kevin. So's Jerry. So
I'm not.
I told y'all.
I'm not promising it's going to happen, but man, that would be fascinating as all get out. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers' new manager, Skip Schumacher, right here on The Fan.
Our goal.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, helper lady?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. We got Maroon 5 tickets to give away. We can give away TOLO hats. They have little stress tacos here at Taco Bueno. You got the chance to spin the wheel, and then at 2 o'clock, once our show ends, the Cowboys cheerleaders and a former Cowboy who is in the Hall of Fame will be here as well. Now, we're going to talk with Skip Schumacher in just a few minutes, but we didn't get a chance to really dive into Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because from the 940. Cowboys win because Dak continues on his MVP track, which allows the defense to play free. Cowboys lose because they can't stop the run, and Rico was right, saddle up. That's a fair concern when you look at the run defense from last week.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it'll happen, but it could.
So you think the Cowboys' run defense is more effective this week than it was last week? Or do you think?
I think it will be.
Yeah,
I do.
I appreciated Jerry saying, "Hey, look, quick and easy." He was very he ran us around a little bit this morning, Kevin. Look, I'm not going to say
Hold
quick
on.
and easy.
Are you insinuating that sometimes he doesn't answer questions straight up and instead tells a folksy anecdote?
Sometimes those folksy anecdotes are hilarious too.
That's true.
But yeah, man, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay. From the 806, Cowboys win because they play their game, build off defensive performance, and don't look ahead to Washington. Man, this feels like a Mike text right here. Cowboys lose because Bryce Young grows 5 inches over the week.
Okay. He would have to get on whatever program Kuminga got on that year.
Yeah,
and whatever program that Derek Lively got in over the summer.
Or Wemby.
Yeah.
Wemby said he got taller, too.
I think Wemby got taller because he was hanging out with Hakeem, and so he was just like,
Okay.
I just feel taller.
All right.
You know?
From the 254, Cowboys win because our defense gets to Bryce Young early and often. And you know what? That is actually something. You talked about the turnovers yesterday. This is an astonishing statistic to me. Of the 7 turnovers that Bryce Young has been involved with this season, the opposition has scored on 6 of them. The only time they didn't was when Jacksonville ran out the clock to end the game.
Wow.
So not only does Bryce Young turn the ball over, they pay when they turn the ball over. And if you get a positive turnover margin in this game, not only is that logically going to help you, but I think against Carolina, it could really help you because they are very susceptible to giving up scores when that happens.
Yeah, and one of the things, if you're getting the right pressure on Bryce Young, you know, we talk about pressure affecting the pass so much, but he's the type of quarterback the pressure can affect him fumbling the ball.
I can see that.
And that's one of those, like, you get around him and he starts to panic just a little bit, and that ball gets loose in his hand, and it can be on the ground. And that's gonna sometimes that's better than an interception because it puts you closer to the end zone.
From the 972, Cowboys win because it's what's best for the NFL. Man, you would have really thought we would have had more long-term and sustained success because of that. I always say when people are like, the NFL is rigged, and I was like, there's nothing the NFL wants more than for the Dallas Cowboys to win. They need to do a better job of rigging this in our favor.
But for years, didn't it feel like the penalties definitely were against us?
Yes, and that's why I don't think that it's rigged. It would be rigged in our favor, though.
There was a time, Kevin, where they were just like, nah, we got to go after these guys.
I also thought that one time when there was no salary cap and the Cowboys retroactively got penalized was ridiculous. All right, we are ready right now. Let's turn things over and let's talk with the new Texas Rangers manager, Skip Schumacher. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Man, we're doing great. So glad to have you moving up to that top job. Appreciate the time today. And one of the things I've always been curious about, Michael Young talked about this, and I know he was kind of joking, but do you think a manager's job is also as a part-time therapist?
I've been Mike Young's part-time therapist, so that's probably where he's getting it at. What a beauty that guy is. I've had more questions about Michael Young in the last 30 minutes than I think I ever had in my life. It's so funny. One of my good friends, good buddies, and he is absolutely right. Yeah, it is part-time therapist. Always finding ways to get guys feeling like they are invincible, and getting the best version out of them every single day is obviously the goal of a manager. And yes, talking them off the ledge sometimes too is it's real. This game is really, really tough. It's every single day. But getting them motivated, and making them feel great every day is part of the gig.
I know you can always get better. We can all always get better. But how difficult is it to hone that skill set of being able to talk to all those different players, knowing they all have different personalities, different needs, different struggles?
They do, and that's why I lean on my staff, my coaching staff, quite a bit. I have blind spots. I don't speak Spanish, for example. My bench coach, Luis Ureta, he does, and it's always challenging sometimes to find, a staff that is aligned with your messaging and delivers the message that you want delivered to some of the players, whether it's organic or, walking around the outfield and talking to them or taking them to coffees, as a staff, and not undermining. And that's really the goal of a coaching staff. And whether it's me or them doing it, figuring this out collectively is what we're trying to look for.
Skip, one of the great moments that like sticks in Rangers fans' minds is the moment that Ron Washington had the moment with Derek Holland, and he's talking to him, he slaps him in the face, he's telling him all the things, and Derek goes out there and pitches one of the best games of his career. And I'm just kind of, how often can you have that kind of a motivating speech, or does it have to be a little more subtle than that?
I think the game tells you what to do, and certain personalities can handle that. Derek Holland can handle that. There's other pitchers that I have been around that certainly cannot handle that type of coaching. So I think you coach everybody differently, and that's part of building relationships with these guys in the off season. This is where it starts. So I understand what makes them tick, and then we can go from there and start building some trust. But every now and then, guys need an arm around their shoulder. Some guys need a slap in the face, and so I think that's my job is to figure that part out.
Now, Skip, I know one of the things a lot of managers, a lot of coaches want to do is change the culture. This team was able to win a World Series just a couple of years ago, and then something happened. How do you go about changing a culture in a clubhouse?
Yeah, that starts today. Well, it actually started, a few days ago when I got the job and started making phone calls with, our core guys. I'm probably 10 or 11 in right now, and just having like real conversations. So they understand, where I'm at. I'm trying to understand what happened last year and getting a good sense of, the clubhouse staff, the coaching staff, and honestly the player dynamics and figuring out what that really looks like. And so I can hit the ground running first day of spring and not meet them for the first day of spring and start asking questions, because then it's too late. So some really healthy, good conversations have happened, and plan on more of those to come.
We've heard that, Bruce Bochy was offered a, position as kind of part of the front office. Do you believe that he will be there to pick his brain as well going forward?
Well, I hope so. I mean, I had an incredible opportunity to watch him, learn from him this year. I've known Bruce for a number of years, always respected him, and how he treated me this year, I'll never forget. He called me right when I got the job and said, Skip, I can't wait to learn from you. I mean, who does that?
Wow.
As a Hall of Fame manager to a young 45-year-old manager that has managed 2 years in the game. So it just shows you what kind of leadership qualities he has, what kind of person he is. And I'm very hopeful that he stays around here, because I'd love to ask him questions throughout the season.
I know by no means it wasn't a done deal, but I think when you came over to the Rangers, a lot of us assumed this is the direction it would eventually go. Did he treat you at all like a manager in training, and what all did you learn from him?
Yeah, I don't think that he treated me like that. He just treated me like, first and foremost, a friend, a former manager that was hungry to get to learn more, and knowing that I definitely don't have it all figured out, and I'm still trying to, figure myself out as a manager and get to learn. My first few years as a coach, I've only learned from rookie managers. So to be around a Hall of Fame manager was incredible opportunity for me. So I tried to take it all in as much as I could, but also having respect for him in that seat. But he was fantastic. What I learned from him is, there has to be constant communication, lean on your staff, don't micromanage. But I could go on and on with some of the lessons Bruce taught me.
We got time. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Skip, from what you observed last year, what do you think was the biggest impact on this team's, I'm going to say, lack of ability to produce offensively?
Well, just observation-wise, every team goes through injuries, so I'm not going to, say it was strictly injuries, but I felt like there was, times where you could, the game tells you how to win that day, whether it was situational hitting, whether it was on the bases, whether it was slugging. And I've said this before, I would love a 3-run home run every inning, right?
Yes.
But that doesn't happen. So we have to figure out a way to score more runs in different ways. If you're watching the postseason right now, yeah, there's some slug. There's slug that are helping teams win games. There's also guys are hitting behind runners. There's guys that are stealing bases and taking advantage. Great defense plays. There's also some errors that we witnessed recently. But I think there's some real talks that are happening right now about how we can get more baseball type of plays happening where we can be more creative in scoring runs.
Okay, so with that in mind, I know it's more complicated than just this, but how much of any philosophical adjustments y'all make includes lowering the launch angles?
Yeah, so I think if you are thinking about launch angle, that's going to be really challenging to hit. So I think you can practice different things in cages, and I think very rare you're going to hear me talk about let's try to get the ball in the air at the top of the cage. I think your line drive is a ball in the air, by the way. So I think you're going to be hearing that more often coming from us, and then obviously the guys that slug will slug, but I think being able to manipulate the barrel, being able to be a hitter first, I think is the goal, and then slugging will come later.
Yeah, I love to hear that line drive discussion right there, because for years we've had that conversation of putting pressure on pitchers means having runners on base. And if you have guys on base, it does make opportunities for pitchers to make mistakes a lot easier. How your philosophy on having runners on and how to really affect pitchers?
100% agree. Yeah, you want to get them in leverage as many times as you can, make it hard on them so they're out of the game. Hard innings, hard pitches, as many times as you can from an opposing starting pitcher is the goal. So you can, because it catches up on you in a series. It catches up on them in a series. So that's the goal. You want to make it. And if we lose that game, we just want them to feel us on the other side. Like, gosh dang, that was not easy. And that's the goal that you want. You don't want any easy wins from the other side. And so the more pressure that you can put on, of course, I think every manager wants that, and I think hopefully there's ways that we can figure out a way to not only hit better with runners in scoring position, but being really good on the bases creates runs too. And I think any hitting coach will tell you, oh man, if we have an elite base running team, it makes me look better as well because we're scoring more runs, and so I think we're trying to get to that as well.
I can't wait for baseball season, Kevin, to come back.
Baseball's still going right now. Unfortunately,
Rangers baseball season to come back. When you walk into this clubhouse, you feel like you have the man advantage on the pitching staff with DeGrom, Eovaldi, and the group that you have there.
Oh, heck yeah. I mean, my goodness, what a staff this is. And, the goal is obviously to keep them healthy first and foremost. But, I think maybe my favorite part of the year last year was game 161 when Jack Leiter was pitching, and you saw the emotion from Evo and DeGrom with like fist pumping after Jack struck out his, I don't know, whatever it was, 10th hitter in Cleveland. And it just shows you how this thing should work, right? You have, borderline, or even future Hall of Fame pitchers are trying to get that young Jack Leiter to be them one day. And they know that if we get Jack to be the next DeGrom or next Evo, like we have a chance to, do some pretty fun things the following year. And just to think about how much Jack grew with those guys around him, I can't wait to get this thing started because of, what that pitching staff is going to look like.
Talking to Skip Schumacher right here on 105.3 The Fan, the Rangers' new manager. Now, we get a chance going forward to talk with you every single week during the Rangers season. I would love to get to know some of your outside, or I guess still kind of inside baseball personality. I heard this story. Can you share the story with you and Adam Wainwright that started the prank war and had Body by Wayno on it, and how that all played out?
We've pranked each other throughout the years. It started with me putting baby powder in all of his vents in spring training and putting it on high, and so when he turned the car on, it just blew all the baby powder in his face. And then he retaliated with his newborn he saved all her dirty diapers and put it in my car in Jupiter, Florida heat the entire day. So when I got in my car, you can understand what that smelled like. Then it turned into some, we started, we were in the major leagues, and we could do, bigger pranks. So he decided to make a kind of baseball uniform out of my getaway slacks and dress shirt. So he had Wainwright literally sewn into my suit on the back of my suit jacket, and his number on the back of my pants, 50. That turned into me getting his car wrapped with his email if he needed any pitching lessons or weightlifting lessons, strength lessons. It was his face with his email on it, and you couldn't get it off. You had it you had to go get it off by professionally. So he was driving around that for a couple weeks. So it's been an interesting. There's been a million of those stories, but it's been a fun relationship.
Do you encourage your own team to do that, or is it like, no, y'all need to be friends and then you can establish that a little bit?
No way. I want all the pranks happening. Yeah, you need to have fun to come to the ballpark and enjoy this thing. And the game is the game. Obviously, we want to win as many games as we can, but you got to have fun doing it. And if you're not having fun doing it, it's just not worth it.
Well, you did say you've answered a lot of Michael Young questions. I'm going to add one more to this. We know, we've been very lucky that every time we've had a chance to talk to him, he's treated us like he's we're his best friend. It's really awesome. He's one of our heroes, obviously.
Except when it comes to In-N-Out versus Whataburger.
Yeah, that's a real tough discussion we have to have with him. But why do you love Michael Young so much?
Well, Michael Young went to UC Santa Barbara. And I went to UC Santa Barbara, and that's where the relationship started. And he didn't know it at the time, but I was a redshirt junior, hoping to get drafted. He came to the alumni game, and he was, perennial all-star Michael Young. We're like, oh my gosh, here he comes. And he was playing shortstop. And he asked me, hey, I heard you're a pitcher too. And I said, yeah, but I don't really want to pitch. That's not the goal. I want to play. I want to be a hitter. And he goes, well, in this game, you prove people right or you prove people wrong. And then he walked back to his position. And that stuck with me forever. Fast forward, 2013, he gets traded to the Dodgers. I'm on the Dodgers, and we just kind of built this, incredible relationship that's lasted the next, 10, 12 years now. That, I feel like I get a daily call at 9 a.m. about the game the next day or something with his son or my son or whatever. And it's just built this incredible relationship that obviously all you guys know who Michael Young is as a person. I'm just so grateful for that relationship.
That is too cool. Do you think, we feel this all the time, do you think he has any interest in being in a dugout at some point?
Yeah, hopefully in Texas, nowhere else, because he's good, and I don't want to manage against him because I know how good he is. But yeah, if he wants to, he could do it. There's no doubt about it. It's just, if he wants it or not. But yeah, I think anybody values having Michael Young in a dugout, and there's no doubt he could lead a franchise. Any franchise would be lucky to have him.
Going back to when you won NL Manager of the Year with the Marlins, one of the things that really particularly stuck out to me was that year the Marlins went 33-14 in games decided by one run. What do you learn about your team when you not only consistently find yourself in these tight games, but you're consistently winning them?
Well, I know when you lose them, it's really deflating in a clubhouse. Those one-loss games are really, really deflating. So you got to find a way to at least be 500 and hopefully be on the positive end of those things, because it can wear on you, especially if you have a day game the next day. So trying to figure out. Obviously bullpen matchups and, extra inning games. It was such a learning process, as a bench coach. And I'm so grateful I had the bench coach opportunity to watch it and give managers option A and option Bs to see how they would do it. I got to learn from it and then utilize it, whatever I learned, because everything I know I've learned from somebody, into my own way of managing. To be honest with you, we had a really good bullpen, so that's how that thing worked. It wasn't not really anything I did. We had good players that were really good in that pen that threw really hard and threw strikes, and it kept us in games. And we didn't score a ton of runs in Miami, but our pitching kept us in games long enough where we could end up winning those games.
Now, the last thing I've got for you today, the very first time we got to interview Boch when he got the job, He said he would not apologize for the 2010 World Series, and instead he would bring the Rangers another World Series. Would you like to make that same deal for the 2011 World Series?
I would love to make that deal. Absolutely, yeah. Sign me up.
All right, well, I love it, Skip.
I'm in, Skip.
Thank you very much for the time today. We look forward to seeing what you do with this team, and we look forward to talking with you every week in the season.
Sounds great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, your brand new Texas Rangers manager, Skip Schumacher, right here on The Fan.
Dude, and you can tell he's intense about the sport. You know, he's excited. He's ready to get this thing rolling, too. He has great thoughts, great philosophies that I agree with, so that makes me happy. And it should make a lot of Rangers fans happy, too, because if he can pull those things off, this is going to be a good ball club. And then it does sound like he's willing to have some fun with us, Kevin. So let's look forward to that whenever Rangers season rolls around. We'll probably talk to him again at spring training whenever we get out there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. We'll bring you some NFL overreaction or reality and Forgiveness Friday. All of that next right here on The Fan.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, yeah, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts.
I formation behind Prescott. Williams the deep back. Handoff, Williams coming right. There's a block. Williams tiptoeing through traffic. Williams to the pylon. Touchdown, Cowboys! Touchdown, Javonte Williams!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, it has been busy all day today here at Taco Bueno, 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. I told you. But don't worry, we still got room for more people. We're going to be doing the show until 2, and then remember at 2, Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders are going to be here. A Cowboys legend. He's a Hall of Famer, defensive player. He won 5 Super Bowls. You should probably be able to figure out who it is right now. We would be doing NFL overreaction or reality, Alec, and we'll get to that in just a second. But I want to call attention to the fact that Corey, minutes ago,
overreaction,
said,
reality.
Hey, did you know that Spanish has 2 eyes in it? And I was perplexed and then looked over at him, and it took him just a few seconds, but then he goes, oh, no, it doesn't. Can you confirm that that is what happened, Alec?
I can confirm that is what happened, even if Corey doesn't want that to go to air. That absolutely happened. That was a reality, Kevin. That was a reality.
That is fake news. That is as fake news as it gets right there. I've never heard any more fake news. That's the most news that is fake of all newses, and that's how I feel about that.
All right.
But actually, what happened was I typed in Spanish the correct way, and it had the red line underneath it, and I was like, hold on, does it have two eyes? And
was
then
it a caps issue?
It was
then?
caps locks. I've never seen caps locks be the problem for a misspelling, but here we are in today's world.
All right. Overreaction or reality. Now,
Go Mean Green.
We move to the NFL. Cowboys need to extend wide receiver George Pickens right now.
Overreaction. Look, man.
One person here thinks you're bananas.
I made it very clear. This trade was about George getting the most out of George Pickens this year.
Sure.
This trade was about George Pickens getting the opportunity to prove himself to the rest of the league, not necessarily the Cowboys. He's going to ask for money that requires payment of a number one receiver, and the Cowboys cannot pay two number one receivers. That's just not going to happen. Now, if he says, "Hey, look, man, I'm willing to take a bit of a discount because I love playing here and all that stuff," sure, I'm absolutely there with you. But this is not a move. Now, I do have a question though. In your question here,
Spanish just has one eye.
Would you take him over CeeDee Lamb?
No.
There are people out there. I guarantee there are people that are going to text in and say, "I would absolutely
might know
take him."
some of those people, and in fact, I will tell you, I think the exact thing you do want to do is not re-sign George Pickens after this year because you're getting all of the best parts of this.
Yes, absolutely. You're getting the honeymoon period where you don't have to worry about anything else. He's having to perform at a high level because he knows he's got a lot of money on the line, and that's what Mulligataw's telling him too.
Alec,
or Mulligataw's group.
Yes, overreaction or reality, the Cowboys should re-sign George Pickens right now.
I wouldn't mind it, but I'm going to go overreaction because of what you guys laid out, that there was a plan already in place.
Right.
We're going to figure out what he is right here, right now, for a season. An entire season, and then we will evaluate. And the idea of him walking away, it sucks, but hey, if he keeps playing like this, you're going to get a third-round comp pick out of him. So I'd rather have 2 first-round picks next year and 2 third-round picks, and then you can really make some moves if you want to move up and go get somebody. Maybe there is another receiver in the draft that you think does what he does very well right now that could do the same for you next year and for 4 extra years. So, yeah, I'd say overreaction for now.
I have a question, and then I have an overreaction or reality question.
Oh.
Question is, and because Alex said that, do you always just stick to the plan?
No.
Like, you made the plan originally.
No.
It's working the exact way that you expected it would.
Okay, so there's 2 ways. No. I think if you always stick to the plan, even though I love plans, that can be foolish.
But new information happens.
But exactly. Even if the plan is working the way you wanted it to, you might see openings for it to work better along the way. Like, for example, let's use George Pickens. If along the way he's doing all of these things and he goes, you know what? Right now I'll re-sign 3 years for $60 million total.
Right.
Then I think you'd be foolish to stick to the plan and not be like, oh, well, now that you mention it, I think we can probably make that happen.
Can I throw my overreaction or reality in now, Kevin? This is for you, Alec. Overreaction or reality? Kevin is furious that Jerry Jones is not appealing his fine.
I'd say reality because it gives him more questions to ask, and also the fact that he could have said that when he was on at 10:30 today.
And there it is. And there it is. I'm furious that he couldn't have just been like at 10:40. What the hell do I care? It's $250,000. Grab it off the pile and throw it to the NFL. I wish he would have just said it
That
then.
would have been so much cooler if he'd have said that.
Yes. Guys, NFL overreact. Now that's made me mad again. NFL overreaction or reality. You would go for 2 pretty much every time. Now, I realize there are some times when you're like, that's probably not wise. But most of the time.
Yeah, no, if I get a penalty and I move back to the 15, then I might change my mind unless I got to play for it.
Don't do that.
Or
if it's 31-31 and all you got to do is kick the extra point, I'd probably be like, you should just do that.
Yeah, but now I do feel like a couple of years ago this was put to the test. Where coaches were, all right, we're going to try this out and try and go for 2 as often as possible, and then they found themselves chasing a lot. But if you're like a Dan Campbell team, don't you just like your mindset is that's just what we do.
Yes.
Rather than, man, we better come up with a play right now.
Yes.
And I would be very prepared with so many of those opportunity plays because I want that advantage. I think it's fun to go for that and have that advantage, and then this is just like having runners on base. It applies pressure to the opponent now because they can't just go say we're going to kick extra points. They have to chase you.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You would go for 2 pretty much every time.
I'd go reality because of the fear that the other team has that mentality. And if I don't, then I can do everything right but not have the ball at the end of the game. And then whenever they do score, they go for 2 and they beat you by 1. That does me no good. So I think out of the fear of the rest of the league picking up on that trend, I would say reality. It goes against my ideas and my philosophies, but you got to keep up with the game. And I think that the game is certainly moving towards where that's more of a reality, and I want to keep up with the other teams.
Overreaction or reality? There are no elite teams in the NFL right now. So there are no undefeated NFL teams heading into Week 6 for the first time in 11 years. I realize sometimes great teams will take the first month to work out some of the kinks, but overreaction reality, there are 0 elite teams in the NFL right now. Because nobody would say the Eagles.
So the only elite team in the NFL
and I just heard this. You can define elite however you want.
The Miami Dolphins of 72 are the only ever elite team because they were undefeated.
And I don't think that. I think obviously you'd put the 92 Cowboys, 85 Bears, 89 49ers. There are lots of 07 Patriots, except they choked. There are a lot of elite teams that are not undefeated.
See, I want to say the Lions. Their points against aren't great, though.
Right.
And, I do think, you talk about elite teams, defense is such a huge factor for me. Sure. Then you go and look at the Colts, and you're like, are they elite? Are the Colts elite? Because their points are up, their points against are down, and you're like, holy crap. And then you're like, well, the Texans give up the least points, but they aren't very good.
Yeah. And, that's not to say there won't be an elite team emerge or teams. I just think right now, I don't think there's an elite team in the NFL.
You know what, Kevin? I'll say reality.
Boom. Alec, overreaction or reality? There are no elite teams in the NFL right now.
Reality. I didn't think Philly was all season. Even after week 1, I didn't think they were. I didn't think they were going to be, but last night definitely proved that, I think, for the rest of the league. And that was really the only team in my mind that anybody could have made an argument that I would have halfway listened to. To Corey's point, you start looking at the standings and looking at the numbers that some of these teams are putting up, but you're saying, okay, at some point, they're going to go back to being what we know they are, and I expect that with the Colts. I hope it doesn't happen, and knowing my luck this season, it probably won't happen, and I'll be wrong on that too. But, yeah, I don't think there's anybody that really stands above everybody else right now in all 3 phases of the game.
Now, one of the teams going into the season we might well have thought was going to be elite is the Baltimore Ravens. Now, the Baltimore Ravens are 1-4. It looks like no Lamar Jackson again this weekend.
They're toast.
They're a touchdown underdog at home against the Rams, and yet Derrick Henry, which this is the right thing to do. What's he going to say? We should quit now. Derrick Henry says we can turn this around, get what we want out of the season. Overreaction or reality? There is no way the Ravens can turn this season around and get what they want out of it.
Kevin, last week it was you got very upset with us for all the overreaction comments.
Mm-hmm.
This is now my 2nd in a row reality. I don't remember the question now, but I do agree with it.
Okay. I'll accept that.
Well, there was something you said that made me go, it has to be. Yes, they're done, bro. They are done.
Alec?
The Ravens are unfortunately done. We talked about it, I want to say earlier this week. Kevin, you're a big math guy. You're a big numbers guy.
Right.
And the numbers are just going to be too big to beat when it comes to how many games back are you from this wild card team or in the division. It's going to feel a lot like the end of the Rangers season where they're going to keep pointing at mathematically it's possible, but you still got to go out and win the games.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that defense is good enough. Even when fully healthy, they've really let me down this season. I thought they were going to be a little bit better than people anticipated. they've been a lot worse than people
Man,
anticipated.
how much of that just goes back to the way the season started? Like, they had, somebody was like talking about how the Bills might be elite, and you might be right. They might become elite, but man, they had the Bills dead to rights in that game, and then they ended up losing it, and it feels like it's been just a cavalcade of mistakes since then. All right. Listen to the wording on this one. Overreaction or reality? Ryan Flanoy has overtaken Jalen Tolbert on your Cowboys depth chart.
This is interesting because hearing Schotty this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show.
And sometimes Aiden.
Yeah, and sometimes Aiden. Thank you for reminding me to throw that in there. I want to keep growing that. He said he just thinks the world of Flanoy. And then he throws in, and we all know what we have in Tolbert. And I don't know what to take whenever a coach says, and we all know what we have in that guy.
Right.
All right, so he's not quite elite.
As a positive?
I don't know. It's an attempt to be positive.
All right.
While also knowing, I think Flanoy's a better receiver, and I'm not quite sure what Tolbert does great.
Okay. Alec, on your personal depth chart, Ryan Flanoy has surpassed Jalen Tolbert.
It's a reality, and I know it's a small sample size for what we've seen with Flanoy, but Jalen Tolbert consistently in a bigger sample size has not shown up for me in the ways that I need him to. And I know that people are going to keep pointing at, and I see other people who don't, cover the media here locally. They're like, just look at his numbers last year. And it's like, well, last year was a really weird season in and of itself, so I don't even want to consider that he led the team in X, Y, and Z receiving stats. When I watch Ryan Flanoy, I see a guy that it seems like he learns on every drive. He's making different breaks. He's expanding his route tree, and it seems like a guy that, to be honest, Dak Prescott really trusts and has great chemistry with. So I'm taking the chemistry and the trust over the idea that a guy that's been here a few years will do good things.
Okay, so there's some NFL overreaction or reality for you. I got more, but we're going to have to do that another day. Right now, Alec, can you go ahead and give me cut number 2? Because I would like to fire up some Forgiveness Friday.
Unable to get in on Rantanen, who finds Lundqvist. He scores! What a setup by Mikko Rantanen, and welcome back, Niels Lundqvist.
Now, the reason why I bring that up is from the 903. Well, I might also need forgiveness because am I hoping we hear that goalie song again? Maybe. But also from the 903, do I need forgiveness after the Stars went up 5-1? My son, who hadn't seen any of the game, came in the room to hang out with Dad and then watch Winnipeg immediately score 2 shorthanded goals, so I made him leave. No. I do not think you need to ask for forgiveness. You did the right thing. Who knows if this thing would have gone to overtime if you didn't do that?
Oh, he's asking for forgiveness for kicking his son out, not
Correct.
for allowing him in there in the first place.
I don't think – I think you should have allowed your son there, but I think you did the right thing and kicked him out. Right?
Kevin –
I say yes.
Well, this comes down – I replied back to that person.
Oh, okay.
Because I experienced the same thing. Do I deserve forgiveness for turning the game on and then that happening? Like, I feel like I do jinx it sometimes. When I turn the game on, you know what happens? Teams start to lose. Goals get scored.
Are you a bigger jinx right now than Sean, who said take the Eagles minus 7.5 yesterday?
Oh, man.
And they only missed that by 24.5 points. Because they lost.
You told Kevin, I should have listened to you.
Yes.
Yesterday, my heart, and this is, please forgive me for not listening to you. My heart was in my fantasy football team's interest, and I needed Saquon Barkley to have some yards. But you said hammer the under on yards, and last night I would have won a lot of money on underdog with a good play.
You would have.
Yeah.
By the way, promo code Masterpiece. Sign up right now. $100.
Any other advice? To me, not anybody else.
Oh, okay. Why? That doesn't impact. I mean, look, we would have to get a lot of people to directly impact the line for like all this money flowing in on underdog. But yeah, promo code Masterpiece if you want to check that out. All right. Somebody sent this in.
Spanish with 2 eyes.
On the text. Was asking about LeBron. So here's what I want to figure out for Forgiveness Friday. I think you have a couple of different options. Does LeBron need to ask for forgiveness for I guess, faking a retirement announcement? Or does anyone dumb enough to fall for that need to ask for forgiveness? Because J.J. Redick made fun of the, quote, idiots that were duped by LeBron James because somebody has filed a lawsuit claiming LeBron James owes him $865.66 after he was tricked into thinking that was going to be his retirement game. He bought the tickets, but he's a liar because he was buying them to flip them, not to go to that game.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, man, because I would buy them to go to the game. So I don't like that the coach of the team that I root for is calling me an idiot for having this, thinking ahead and being like, dude, I got to be there for this moment.
But I
don't want to buy air online from Kobe's last game in a bag.
Right.
I don't like that he's calling them idiots. I think it's kind of ridiculous. But I understand the people that you're saying that are trying to flip those tickets for a bigger price. Yes, you got duped. Sorry.
But don't you think they should have known better that this was going to be an ad?
Why? Well, the last time we saw the decision, what happened?
Right.
He took his talents to South Beach and lost the first championship he tried to win against the Mavericks.
Yeah, I think just when I saw it put on his social media, I was like, this feels like a very attempt at a viral media campaign. And guess what? It worked.
It worked. It was brilliant. It's one of those, though, now it's the boy who cried wolf, I'll never believe him again.
Right.
When I saw it at first, I was like, oh, man, he might retire. I was like, this could be a crazy moment. And then I was thinking, and I was like, what else could it possibly be? But yeah, I don't know. I don't like J.J. Redick, Kevin.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
He went to Duke.
Oh, well, do you like Cooper Flagg?
I don't know yet.
Stop it. From the 682, let's F and go. I forgot Filthy played last night and apparently lost their ass. Yes, they did. Now, since I just mentioned Cooper Flagg, do basketball fans or the NBA, do they need to ask for forgiveness? Because Mark Spears said, why is everybody so quiet about this guy? Where's the Cooper Flagg train? I don't get it, NBA. What are you doing? Why aren't you promoting this guy? Does the NBA need to ask for forgiveness for not hyping up Cooper Flagg more? Or hooping up?
Who do they hype up? LeBron was the most hyped ever,
for
right?
Sure.
And
he somehow surpassed
the
that.
NBA didn't hype it up as much as everything hyped up LeBron James. I felt like the Brian Windhorst was single-handedly involved in hyping up LeBron James. Who else after that, though, had this much hype? As Cooper Flagg? Because I feel like Cooper Flagg's had plenty of hype.
I feel like even just 2 years ago, the hype level for Wemby versus this was outsized. I felt the hype level for Yao Ming even was outsized. Now, that might have been because of more of a worldly reach right there. But
and Wembanyama is kind of the same thing. It's overseas as well, but
that's true.
And he's a freak body. The things he does and the body type and everything, and oh my gosh, are we going to see a center that can do the things that LeBron can do? All those kind of questions. This is interesting, though. I do think the NBA needs to do a better job at it. I think it's because it's the Mavericks. They hate us. They always have.
This year it's hard to argue.
Go look at 2006, Kevin.
Fortune favors the bold.
Whenever we were in a championship, and we pretty much had that one hemmed up, and all of a sudden there's 92 trips to the charity strike.
Wasn't that the NBA that hated us? Not
that
the
is,
Mavericks?
yeah.
From the 817, should I ask for forgiveness because I refused to go to work today to hang out at Taco Bueno? I mean, first of all, thank you for that, but you're going to have to be careful about how you phrase that, because if your boss goes, hey, I need you here at 9, and you go, no dice, I'm going to Taco Bueno, that might not work exactly how you think it will. Although maybe it could.
A good boss would say, just bring me a couple of Frito burritos or a party box, and all is good.
Or do you think a good boss would be like, is it for the Friday football feast? And then
they would be here with you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then you are good to go for that. Mm-hmm. Does Paul Pierce need...
No.
Or... All right. We'll move to the next
question.
I have a feeling you're going to say this for the next one as well. Does Conor McGregor deserve forgiveness?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's move to the next one.
What did Conor do this time, though?
Well, Conor McGregor got suspended 18 months for missing steroid tests because he thought he could just show up.
Oh, this is Odell Beckham Jr.
Yes.
Why are you accepting the penalty when you're never going to fight again?
Yeah, but he wants to fight. on that not July 4th card anymore at the White House. But by the time that event gets around, he would have won one fight in the MMA in the last 9 years.
Yeah.
Do the Cleveland Guardians deserve forgiveness? A fan took out a full-page newspaper ad in the Cleveland Plain Dealer saying Jose deserves better, the fans deserve better, Cleveland deserves better, going after the ownership group.
Wow. 105.3 The Fan did this, huh?
No.
Okay.
Although that would be a funny bit.
No, we just start buying ads in other
like
cities.
I'm going to buy an ad and say like the ticket will do our show next Tuesday. Like that's pretty much what my ad would be.
You know what? I think the Guardians have a lot of apologies in order for what they got that city's hopes up. They thought they were getting Major League 7, and then they said, you know what? We're losing to Detroit, who we passed along the way.
Did you ever see Part 3 when they went back to the minor leagues? I don't think
tried.
I saw that one.
I tried it, and I was like, the first movie was just so great.
Yes.
And then the second one was good. It kind of carried over a little bit and had some of the pranks, but after that was enough.
Corey, this is going to be a tough call from the 817. Will you please grant me forgiveness? I've missed 2 straight Friday football feasts.
Who is this?
I don't know.
We
817.
have to hunt them down.
Okay.
And find them.
Oh, my
and
gosh.
bring them to the next one.
Okay.
Oh, I know who it is, actually.
Okay,
You're
great.
forgiven. Just make sure you get 35 kills in our next Call of Duty game.
Oh, well, there you go. And there is some Forgiveness Friday to go along with overreaction or reality. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and special guest
Kyle Yeomans.
Next on The Fan.
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. Want to remind everybody our coverage. There you go. I want to remind everybody our coverage of Cowboys Panthers starts at 9 a.m. with Chiafalo and Broadus and Chris Arnold's player profile for the week. The man of the hour, the man with the power, too sweet to be sour, Ryan Flanoy. So all kinds of sweet stuff happening there. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that introduction. Big weekend coming up for everybody. As we are out here at Taco Bueno tomorrow, the station having a hang at the Highland Hotel on the top of it for the Texas OU watch party. I'll be at the Derbyshire in Frisco for the FC Dallas watch party. That's from 8 to 11, 8 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay.
So because that's a late game on the road, I believe.
I got the Galaxy.
Yes. Trying to beat them twice now. And then on Sunday, Bearded Monkey in Lavon. We're going to get that thing rolling, so it's going to be a lot of fun. But right now it's time to bring on our good friend from DallasCowboys.com. It is Kyle Yeomans. Kyle, how's it going today, man?
Where's the North Texas Mean Green watch party tonight? Do you guys have one of those?
At the stadium.
Yeah. Good answer, Kevin. Good answer.
Yeah, Daku Stadium is going to be an absolute that's not a good word to use. Party. It's going to be an awesome party tonight.
Okay, so Kyle, what is your breakdown on a game that, like, I realize there is a lot of work to go, but if North Texas can win this game, you can absolutely see a path to them making the playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. They have the easiest schedule in the conference, arguably, from this point forward, maybe in the country from this point forward. So they've got to win games, like you said, but this is probably the biggest hurdle for North Texas to get over until they would make it to the American Conference title game out on late December, first weekend of December. So if they can take over and win against the number 24 South Florida team that's already defeated Boise State, that has already defeated Florida on the road in Gainesville, and then you turn around and a team that was at least competitive against the top 5 Miami team initially, you would feel really good about their chances. Now, like you said, you got to win all your games if you're North Texas. You can't afford one loss. But South Florida's on the other side saying the exact same thing. They can't afford another loss because they've already fallen to Miami. So both teams still have an open path to the college football playoff, and a win tonight would certainly clear that path for either one of the sides whenever they come out of it. It's funny, I'm actually looking outside the window at the Star here, and there's a group of like 4 South Florida fans walking by, and I'm having to hold back the urge to tackle them as they walk by. No, I think it's going to be a great game.
And just think about it. How wild is it that we are currently living in a world that we're just a few hours away from North Texas not only hosting, but being favored in a game with playoff implications?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it's part of why I love where the college football playoff is right now, because of course SMU benefited from this last year and they got to go through a playoff caliber season where they went to an ACC title game, but they're in a Power 4 conference. So no matter what, if they're able to put together the right team, no matter what the playoff scenario looks like, you're going to have a chance at it. TCU was an example of that a couple years back. But with the current 12-team playoff and the way that it's organized, anybody in the country, literally any team that is an FBS football team, can have an argument that they should belong in the playoff as long as they take care of the schedule that's in front of them. And I think that's so exciting. That's what makes college football great, is not just the money-clad programs at the top of all of it that have the money and have the resources to win football games, but for some of these schools that are in the group of 5 or group of 6, as you want to call it now, depending on how you view the Pac-12, it gives them an opportunity to see a chance at the playoff as long as they take care of business, and it makes games like this that much more special.
You know, Kyle, this is you saw what happened with SMU. You know, SMU has a hot season. Yeah. Indiana has a hot season. Their fan base.
Indiana's here to stay, baby.
Their fan base gets rejuvenated or invigorated. I don't want to say rejuvenated, but how like I saw your tweet yesterday. I loved it. It was hey, they're sold out, and then you tweeted out all right, it's time to get to work. And I love this opportunity for this team and for the school to show everybody, hey, we're not just a liberal arts college. We got a lot to offer too. This is
a
great
top-notch drumming program.
Yeah, you've seen what it's done for a lot of colleges, as you were just talking about with the college football playoff. But like, what kind of opportunity is this to bring a bunch of people to Denton?
Oh, it's unmatched. I mean, this is the biggest regular season game in the history of the program for many reasons. But as I put in the post yesterday, I said it's just the beginning, because even if they fall in a game like today, which I of course don't want that to happen, and I don't think it will happen, but should they come up short, they have a chance to still win 10, 11 games this season and fight for a conference title. So it shouldn't die down the hype around a 5-0, possibly 5-1 team, even if they fall short. But the 6-0 possibilities, I mean, like you just talked about, if they run the table, they'll be in the American title game. They would probably host the American title game, which would make that, in turn, the biggest game in program history. And then turn around, and if they win that, they would go possibly represent the Group of Five as the highest-ranked Group of Five team in the college football playoff. So I think everything's in front of them. It's an unbelievable opportunity in front of what's going to be an incredible crowd tonight, blackout crowd at Dak Stadium. As you can tell, I'm really excited about it. I can't wait to see the atmosphere, see the response, and hopefully the football team responds as well.
Well, I'm not done asking about it, Kyle. So here we're going to keep going with this real quick. The as you said, huge national opportunity. Like, these opportunities being national stage, significant for anybody listening right now. For anybody local that's like, hold on, I don't know much about this team. Give me three people on this team that you're like, hey, these three are the ones that you need to keep an eye out on, because you're going to hear more about them in the future.
Yeah, Drew Mestamaker is one. Redshirt freshman. You may have heard the story already. Did not start a varsity game in high school. Was at Vandergrift High School, powerhouse down near Austin. He's a guy that was kind of under the radar and was discovered at a football camp by head coach Eric Morris, who is known as a quarterback whisperer. He's probably number 2 on the list of guys you don't maybe know a ton about yet, but you will. Cam Ward was an Eric Morris product. Patrick Mahomes was an Eric Morris product. I mean, he's had a lot of really high-level success. Chandler Morris, who's, of course, doing great things at Virginia now. Maybe not a Chandler Morris guy, but he played for Chandler Morris in North Texas last year. Mestamaker's come in and been one of the more efficient passers in all of college football. Part of it is the scheme. Part of it is the weapons around him. He takes care of the football, and he's a fun guy to watch. Caleb Hawkins, freshman running back, true freshman out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. He was a guy that Patrick Cobbs, a former Shawnee, Oklahoma product and North Texas great running back, had his eyes on since his high school days. And Caleb Hawkins has come in and just torn it up. He has 7 touchdowns over his last 2 games. And, of course, they're coming off of a bye. So had 4 touchdowns against Army, had 3 against South Alabama. He's just been electrifying to watch. And those are kind of the 3: Mestamaker, Hawkins, Drew, Coach Eric Morris. And then on the other side, I'll say defensive coordinator Skylar Cassidy. He was hired by Sam Houston this past year, has just been incredible, turning around one of the nation's worst defenses and turning them into one of the more incredible defenses from a turnover element this year. They fly to the football. They can certainly hit. So 3 guys to watch out, a couple coaches to watch out for as well.
Now, as long as we're talking about scenarios that would have seemed unlikely even just a few weeks ago, I'm just going to throw out this scenario because it would be awesome. If Philadelphia can lose to the Vikings and the Cowboys win their next 2 games, they would then be in first place of the NFC East. How unlikely would you think that would have been after, let's say, the Bears game?
Yeah, after the Bears game is where I would have had probably a hard time believing that. One, because you were going against the Packers and you didn't really know what to expect there. But you kind of knew this was the favorable part of the Cowboys' schedule.
Yes.
Couple road games, but against winnable teams. And then the Washington Commanders don't look like the same Commanders team that was playing at an extremely high level last year down the stretch. And even then, the Cowboys beat the Commanders last year down the stretch as well. So you always saw that as a winnable game at home. So I don't think it's as unlikely as what we were just talking about with playoff scenarios and group of 5 teams, but it definitely has shown how crazy this NFL can become on a week-to-week basis. I mean, less than a week ago, we were talking about, can the Philadelphia Eagles lose again? Will they ever lose again? And then they fall in a tight game at home, then they turn around and get blown out by the Giants on the road. I think you've seen how quickly things can turn, and then same thing with the Cowboys in the opposite direction. You tie the Packers, had a chance to really win that game, and then you blow out the Jets and have a chance to do so again this week against the Panthers.
Now, this is probably always a relevant question in literally every single NFL game, but when you look at the turnovers that Bryce Young and the Panthers have had, teams have scored off of every single Bryce Young turnover except for one, and that was when Jacksonville kneeled the ball down. How key is it to not only force turnovers, especially against this quarterback, but to cash in on them like other opponents have?
Yeah, and I think Dallas has done a nice job of cashing in on the turnovers. There just haven't been a ton of them. We haven't seen the Dan Quinn level of turnovers that we saw from 21 to 23 out of this defense. There have been a couple times where turnovers have helped this offense in that complementary football that we've been waiting to see from both sides of it. And I think it is. I think it's crucial that you take advantage of it, because the way that Carolina is going to win this game, if they were to win it, is by controlling the line of scrimmage, running the football effectively with guys like Rico Dowdle, who had, of course, the 200-yard rushing game that we've all talked about by now, but to also control time of possession. If they're controlling time of possession, that's the way Carolina wins. If you're taking the football away, then all of a sudden that time of possession goes out the window, and no matter how much time of possession you have, if you lose the turnover battle from the Panthers side of things, the Cowboys will have the advantage on Sunday.
Well, I mean, talking about that defense and being able to create turnovers, did the defense last week give up some rush because they were pressuring too much, or was there something that New York did well against Dallas that they hadn't been able to stop yet?
I think it's a mixture of both. I thought New York did a good job of blocking on the interior last week. You didn't hear much from Osa Odigizua. They used a lot of Mozzie Smith in a package last week with Kenny Clark. Kind of used both big guys last week, and it was still enough for Breece Hall to find openings and to run behind that offensive line. I do think Dallas overset a couple of edges last week, but that was kind of the byproduct of having a better pressure rate and better finishing ability against Justin Fields. Dante Fowler Jr. had his best game as a pass rusher. Probably his worst game or maybe not his worst game, but a bottom-level game as a run defender. That's the trade-off that you're going to have at times, and it's going to be up to Dallas and some of the discipline on that front seven to kind of marry the two and find a nice little middle ground where you're able to finish at times against the quarterback, but at the other parts of the game, you got to be able to avoid 8.1 yards per carry or whatever it ended up being for Breece Hall last week.
And then last thing before we let you go, Ted McMillan. We asked Jerry about him this morning. There were some thoughts there. But Ted McMillan, you're like how he's going to what you've seen from him so far. I've watched a little bit of him, and it seems like I told Kevin, I was like, Keyshawn Johnson. He moves the chains. He runs a good route, gets open in the middle. He's not afraid to do that. And then he's a big body for Bryce Young to throw to.
Yeah, and don't sleep on his yards after the catch either. I think all of those things are true. He is a big-bodied receiver. He can play against the contested defensive back. He can go up and get it over the middle. He can do it on the boundary. It doesn't really matter. He's an all-around receiver, and he's still learning the NFL pace of play and the NFL game. But for a guy like that to have as much success as he's had in his first 5 games as a pro shows exactly why he was such a topic of conversation during draft time and for Cowboys fans. And, of course, we kept going further into the draft scenario, and all these mocks were getting Tedoroa McMillan to Dallas, and all of a sudden the mocks started saying, no, we're telling a different story. He's not even going to make it to the Cowboys, and now you're seeing why. I mean, he is an all-around receiver. He's only scratching the surface of what he can do from a yards after the catch standpoint. That's where I'm worried about Dallas, because you've got a banged-up Donovan Wilson. You're missing Malik Hooker. You saw some better safety play last week from guys like Wanye Thomas. I thought he stepped up in a big way. They're going to all have to be on the same page this week, or else McMillan will break free for a big one if you're not looking in the right direction or if you're not situated in the right coverage.
Well, we appreciate it, as always, very much, good sir. And then just text me about awesome charity stuff.
Okay. You're right. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate you guys having me.
There you go, Kyle. Appreciate you, man. All right, one more thing I wanted to mention. We haven't really talked about this today. I was kind of reading up the Panthers rookie kicker, Ryan Fitzgerald. He's become really good at the dirty ball kickoff. And so it's kind of like a knuckle kickoff. And I realized that Kevontae Turpin, very, very unlikely. He's not going to play in this game. But just for the returners, especially less experienced returners, I just wonder if that could make the difference in the starting points throughout the day, or maybe one particular drive that ends up tipping the game. So, yeah, just keep an eye out on Ryan Fitzgerald. He's done a really good job with his kind of wacky knuckleball-esque kickoffs.
Okay, that's a concern. I love what Brandon Aubrey's been doing.
Yes.
But that's interesting to, keep an eye. Because I know
Do you love it more than Mike Tirico?
Somebody texted in earlier, probably not, but somebody texted in earlier and they were like, these stupid kickoff rules. And I was like, I kind of like them.
They've accomplished exactly what the NFL wants.
Yeah, I kind of like what they've been doing. So I'm all right with it. By the way, this place is filling up right now, Kevin.
It's been
mostly because of us.
Yeah.
But also, they decorated this place very beautifully for our party today.
I don't know how much of that decoration is just for us, but, man, we've had it packed all day. I love to think that it is. Coming up next, what football game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Give us a Texas OU prediction and masterpiece of the week, a jam-packed segment live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway, right here on The Fan.
TOLO.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, helper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Man in motion, jet sweep to Burks. At the 10, cuts it outside to the 5, dips it into the 2, he's to the 1. Is he in? Give it to him. Touchdown! Touchdown! Dion Burks, and the Sooners take the opening possession, 75 yards to Peter.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Taco Bueno in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway. We have been full all day long, and remember, as soon, or almost full, there's room for you, and as soon as our show ends, they're going to have the Cowboys cheerleaders out here. Rowdy's going to be out here, plus a former Dallas Cowboy who started a charitable foundation here, is also in the Hall of Fame, plays defense, and he won the Super Bowl 5 times. Really think you should be able to figure this out by now.
He's been on our show before.
That's true, a couple months ago.
Was he featured in a documentary recently?
Yes, he was, and he'll tell it like it is.
He will tell it like it is.
No, it's not Kyle Yeomans.
Yeah, Kyle Yeomans, ladies and gentlemen. He's
right.
back.
It's not, no.
There's the Cowboys cheerleaders.
Okay.
They pulled up in a vehicle.
Well, there you go. All right, so, well, I don't know if that's breaking news for you, Alec. They pulled up in a vehicle is what he just said.
I was going to say the kind of vehicle, and then I was like, I don't want to give that information.
Probably
Obviously,
shouldn't.
it's a secret vehicle.
All right, so OU, Texas predictions. What do you guys got while we discuss what games we're looking forward to most this weekend besides Cowboys Panthers?
Who's quarterbacking for Oklahoma?
I mean, the word is they're going to give Mateer a shot to at least play.
Okay.
I don't know how effective that's going to be.
I think Oklahoma can score 20 points.
You hope so.
Yeah, no, and I do hope so, because that's that could be enough to win the game,
right?
And I could definitely see a 20-13 kind of game.
Okay,
because Oklahoma's defense is stout, man. Like they are a fun defense to watch. They are. This is one of the things that if you haven't watched Oklahoma football this year, like, hey, no, that's fine, that's okay. But watch their defense play, and you're going to be excited.
Especially their defensive front is terrifying at times.
They have speed, they have power on that front, and that's one of the things where I would say watch that defensive front play, and that'll be an enjoyable experience for you. Offensively, they've been kind of hit or miss for me, but they've had a couple of moments. Like I loved the concept of the play that everybody hates. The guy, when the receiver's walking off the field and stops and says, I'm going to line up way out here. I love that they asked if it was okay, and somebody was like, yeah, I guess so. But the defense is really the thing. However, this game is so weird. This specific, and I feel like all the rivalry games are kind of weird, but it's one of those games. I know you say throw all the records out the window. We've seen it too many times happen.
I've seen it happen in this game specifically.
And there's a lot of times where you'd be like, oh, that blowout wasn't expected. And then there's other ones where you're like, man, that was a close game. Like that's the thing. I'm going to say Oklahoma 20-13 in this game.
Okay. From the 7-2-0, Oklahoma 31-17. I think I'm going to kind of be in that 27-17 range. But that is the thing, to your point about this rivalry, is you could change a narrative really quickly. Like if Arch Manning goes out there and he balls out, or the offensive line steps up against a top-notch defensive line, you could change a lot of narratives.
You've watched Arch play all season,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
Because you're an A&M fan, just loving the opportunity to hate on UT.
Well, not necessarily that, but also I like to plan for the future. So whether it's Nussmeier, whether it was Lenora Sellers, whether it was Arch Manning, I'm taking a look.
Okay, and you and the Cowboys have plenty of picks to work with. Do you have any sense that he can come into the Cotton Bowl and put work on Oklahoma?
And that's why I think I might be being conservative with my pick. That matchup of what has been a struggle offensive line against the defensive line in Oklahoma that have showed that they can impose their will. I think Arch Manning might be like running for his life at times in this game. Now, luckily, he is very mobile, but I don't see it. But like you just said, how many times have you gone into the Cotton Bowl and been like, I don't see it, and then it happens?
Yeah.
Dude,
there was a comeback that DeMarco Murray was playing on that team, and I was like, how did they come back in that game?
Like there was a game that OU beat Texas by what felt like at least 50 points. There is no way in hell I would have thought that there would have been a blowout in that game. I was like, man, that thing's going to be 28-24 down.
Was that the 2000 season?
I
Quentin
think
Griffin,
so.
like 62-3 or something like that. That was a fun one.
I'm down to the last minute. So sometimes you never know. And that's why this is a really fun, because we talked a lot about South Florida and North Texas. Obviously, tomorrow, Texas at OU will take center stage. I think nationally, Indiana and Oregon is a big game. And then for me personally, I'm interested in Florida and Texas A&M. So I think there's stuff for everybody this college football weekend.
Do you also – I've heard some people say that Texas can still get in with 3 losses. Do you subscribe or ascribe to that philosophy?
Yeah, I do, if this is the 3rd loss, or if they lost to A&M and A&M was undefeated. This is one of the things that you have to have the right losses. You know what I'm saying? And it looks like Ohio State will be one of the right losses. It does not look like Florida will be the right loss. But let's say they lose to OU and OU runs the table. Well, then that's going to look like a really good loss too.
Yeah, it will.
And I think people will be able to be like, well, 2 of the 3 losses.
And the further back in the year, the better a lot of times.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And if you run the table from here in the SEC, people will put credence to that as well. I know we're going to move to Masterpiece of the Week, but it is a loaded NFL schedule as well.
Last thing real quick, Kevin. Today is Tony Khan's birthday. Are you better than one Tony Khan?
No, because he went out of his way to be on our show the other day and be on Zoom on Tuesday, in case you missed it.
He runs a business.
Tuesday, and his family's worth billions of dollars. That's really weird that we've had multiple billionaires on this week. All right now, it's time for some Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, how are we doing?
That was delightful. Did you hear that, Alec?
I could hear that, and I want to know how we're doing at the finest fast food establishment in all of the land.
Dude, we've been busy all day, and there's momentum picking up with the cheerleaders showing up, and the player who I'm not supposed to say is going to be here. Hey, did you guys ever see that show Charles in Charge? Mm-hmm. That's unrelated to all of this, because I'm not supposed to say who the player is.
He once did a rap song on that show, Kevin, on live radio, where he was rapping about a bass or something like that, and then he said he would fall on his ear.
Huh.
And I thought that was the funniest joke I'd ever heard in my life.
Well, top that, Alec.
I think I can actually for once, because it's time for Masterpiece of the Week, where we are going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, some of them.
He's
Some of
right.
them are, and this week especially. We're going to start with people who are not here to defend themselves. And we've got,
Here we go, Mickey.
We've got two people that fit that bill. As you mentioned, it's an evergreen statement. Mickey Spagnola is part of Masterpiece of the Week.
Mickey Spagnola is turning into like the Shohei Ohtani outside of these last few games.
Mike used to be a big part of this.
Yeah.
It's Mickey now. It's the Mickey show.
Oh, hey, guys, also unrelated. Have you heard that Haley Steinfeld vampire movie, Sinners? That's really good.
She married Josh Allen.
She did.
Yeah.
So that's,
you think she
that's
chases,
unrelated.
You think she tries to sack Josh Allen from the end position?
Yes, I do, but only if they win. Alec?
All right, Mickey or Sean pick?
Mickey.
Okay, Mickey Spagnola. We're going to start off light because it gets worse. He said this.
Okay, big boy, all you.
Well, we got our winner.
That could have been Haley Steinfeld. I don't know.
All right.
Oh, that's too far. Whatever. All right, next.
Back to Mickey, or do we want to pick on Sean?
Keep going with Mickey.
Back to Mickey.
All right, Mickey said this.
I'm not sure what, turned him on that way, but sure it was a welcome change.
Oh, man. That is speaking of somebody who's been married for a while.
Oh, okay.
Did it make it worse that he didn't say turned him on? He said turned him on that way.
Yeah. Who knows what that way means?
And I was already looking forward to this because somebody said if this is not what wins before it even got played, that this segment is rigged.
Oh, man. Well, Sean said a couple of incriminating things as well. This one was just rude.
You're fat.
Oh, that was his thought about how end a date quickly, right?
Maybe.
Yep,
I don't know.
that's
I'm
good.
not here to provide context. I'm here to present these.
Yeah.
So wink, wink, nod, nod. But he also said this. I want to know who this was about because I really don't even remember.
He's daddy, isn't he?
I think he's talking about RJ.
Okay.
I think because RJ was like, Daddy doesn't change over or whatever.
That line may have been my favorite one this week, and I don't know if it made it. But yeah, Daddy doesn't connect.
Daddy doesn't connect. There you go.
The inner machinations of the mind of RJ Choppy never fail to amaze me. All right, Corey. You can run, but you can't hide from Masterpiece of the Week. We're starting off hot.
I'm into some real freaky stuff.
And again, that could extend the date. That was one of those, like, would that be a date ender? Obviously, there are some people out there that are also into some real freaky stuff.
When do you bring up that you're into freaky stuff on the date?
All right.
I feel like you got to set the table early. Let them know.
Alex judging me, but like, is it fourth date?
What's
Like,
the
how
point?
How far do you get into this until you're like, hey, look?
Well, because if you wait too long, you wasted time. If she's not, or he, you're just like, hey.
That's a good point.
We were working our way towards something, and now you're like, you won't do that for love?
Yeah, like Meatloaf.
Yeah.
You could have married Meatloaf, and then he said he wouldn't do it, and you're like, ooh, mistake.
Oh.
Did you say steak?
That was quite the perspective. Thank you for those. Eye-opening.
You're welcome.
Corey, you said this.
Oh, my
That
gosh.
is true.
Numbers.
Once more.
Is that the way I feel Kevin thinks about numbers?
Once more, Kevin, the co-host, there to support you.
You're so
Can you play that one more? Can you play that again real quick, Alec? Oh, my gosh.
That is true.
Numbers. Numbers.
So there's this show that Noah's gotten really into. It's called like Number Blocks or something from the BBC. And so it's exactly what it sounds like. So there's this stack of like 5 blocks bouncing around and then a 4 block bouncing around, and they have adventures and stuff.
What do they do?
I don't know.
Oh.
Hey.
Are they like the Backyardigans where that one has a peg leg?
Alec, did you ever watch the Backyardigans?
I did, religiously.
So the very first episode I ever saw of that, I didn't know it was make-believe, and I was watching it with Brandon, and I don't know if it was Uniqua or somebody
It was
else.
the penguin.
Oh, yeah. Goes, but I can't go fast because I got a wooden leg. And it was so sad. And I was like, oh, my God. And then all of a sudden they go,
and they were back to
and they're in
snack
their
time.
backyard. And it really threw me for a loop.
Oh, I miss snack time. I wish that was a mandatory thing in the workplace. That would be cool. Kevin, this is just weird.
Let me check your belly.
Dude.
So that was about the guy who stole the football. And I stand with that. It would be easier for a woman to get away with that because you can be like, how dare you, sir? I'm 4 months along. You're a monster. And like, what is that guy going to do? Prove you're pregnant?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Show me your stomach.
All right, 1:38 on Friday.
No.
Thank you. We will hear that next Friday. But you can hear this right now. This might be a late favorite for me. Corey, very, very upset about something.
And you're furious with the people that came and sold you this before, and you're like, why doesn't it last longer?
That felt like a gas station purchase that extends with a C or whatever.
Yeah, had a rhino on it. Yeah.
Yes.
Goat weed.
Oh, yeah. That's just the dumbest name ever, too. I love it.
What was it? Spanish fly? Was that the other one?
Spanish fly.
Spanish.
Yeah, Spanish. Yeah, 2 eyes. We got 2 more here, and both of them are pretty solid. This one is actually a team effort here. Supportive teammates, Kevin and Corey. Very, very problematic here.
You either need to hump before 2 p.m. Central,
which is almost impossible.
How many people do we have listening right now that are like, no, it isn't? That's what I want to know.
Well, for us,
it's not impossible for you to do that before 2 p.m. Do it in the morning.
Okay, 1:39.
Get the kids. I gotta get the kids off to school. Like, this is gonna be too
All
difficult.
right, well, how bad do you want it? How bad do you want to wake up early?
I'm already up at 5:30.
Okay, fine. But if
she's not.
Okay, but if your wife is like, we can get up at 5:10 and get it going.
Then I'm in.
Yeah.
Deal. Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
Well,
I like her. I like her a lot.
Corey, thank you for the transition because you also really like this man and in a very specific way, it sounds.
How close is Donovan Ezeraku to getting this sack? Damn it.
That is going to be my vote because when I heard it yesterday, I think it was yesterday.
Yep.
I was like, that is freaking amazing. Alec, I'm going to spoiler alert. Will you play that one more time? That is 100% my vote.
How close is Donovan Ezeraku to getting this sack?
See, and what makes it so bad, Corey, is you didn't say his first career sack, a sack. You said this sack.
This.
Yeah.
You could see why Mickey might have
I
paused.
said the sack. No, I said this.
No, you said
I
this.
definitely said this one. And I think I pointed at something, too.
Would you have died if Mickey or whoever would have been like, oh, that sounds like that's up to you?
Mickey started laughing.
Because he knows.
Mickey started kind of like snickering. As soon as he heard that, he was like, he tittered, if you will.
Oh.
As Mike used to say.
He knows.
Mm-hmm.
That's my vote. What say y'all?
I'm voting for Mickey in the big boy comment that he made because Mickey just says things.
Okay, big boy, all you.
That's solid. Oh, this one's tough, man. This one's really tough, but Corey, I feel like you dug yourself a hole that you can't really get out of. This is your winner.
How close is Donovan Ezeraku to getting this sack? See, Broadus is just looking. I can see Broadus right now just looking at me in disappointment. That's so upsetting.
There, man, right then he just shook his head at you. That is amazing. We will go out to cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation and disappointed Broadus next right here on The Fan.
and some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Extended Cowboys coverage this Sunday evening at 6 with the Specs Tailgate Show with Fred Davis and 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold. Specs Wine Spirits Finer Foods, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Cheers to savings.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
That Duchesne spins. Fed it to Sagan, who scores straight to the highlight reel on opening night. Beautiful from the Stars to stretch the lead.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've had a great day at Taco Bueno, and the fun continues at 7940 North Central Expressway in Dallas. You got Cowboys cheerleaders. Rowdy's going to be here, and the mystery Cowboys player that it feels like everybody figured out, especially when we were talking about Charles in Charge in the Sinners
There's
movie.
a sign right there that says his name on it,
Starring
Kevin.
Haley Steinfeld. But right now, let's take you to Euless. Cold beers and cheeseburgers to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
Dude, I'm doing great, and I'm excited, Gavin, because tomorrow, correct me if I'm wrong, you've got multiple Hurtado Flagtober stops going down, do you not?
That's right. We'll be in Mansfield 10 to 10:30 and Fort Worth 11 to 12. So come get your barbecue from Hurtado and get ready for your college football watch day. Pick up your 2025 G-Bag Nation flag. Everybody loves these. They're flocking in here to cold beers and cheeseburgers already. They're excited. They're saying, and many of them are saying, I haven't got one of these before, but when I saw it was Texas flag themed, I had to make sure I got this one. It is gorgeous.
I think you could put up an argument. This is the best one ever. I don't know. I don't want to start an argument, but I think
there's a lot of good ones.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we should do a power ranking at some point.
I love that idea. We just host a big party downstairs.
Yes.
Well, we have a new studio on the way, so we just host a big party somewhere and then bring out all the flags. And then we put them in order. Everybody has to hold one.
I love the TOLO flag. I love
the airplane flag.
The camo flag. The airplane flag was good.
Yeah, the airplane flag.
Whataburger flag was great.
Yeah.
Y'all
hey,
had a whole run of them.
we're over here at this restaurant. We're just waiting for you to invite people to come over and join us so we can buy them lunch or dinner, whatever you want.
Okay.
Like we did in Arizona. That time.
Oh, geez.
We had a big big team dinner, and Kevin's like, "Hey, let's invite everybody to come sit down, and we'll pay for their dinners."
Just waiting. Yeah, Hagee just put the word out.
That was like 2 people.
Hagee just and then you could sit on the other end of the table and not entertain him at all.
Turn into a
thank God we got Dawson, who was able to, really good people person.
Put the social chair in charge.
Yeah.
Well, what I will always remember about that, Broadus, is what happened after.
No, hey, you can
it's
come
what
over.
happened.
I think there's some people over here that they're waiting for you to come over and touch all their food too while you're at it. There's some people with appetizers that are. I see some cheese sticks and stuff like that, just ready for you to kind of move it around, maybe dip your finger in the marinara a little bit.
Dude, all I'm saying
just
is
make sure everything's good.
His scouting on you is fantastic. Like he's got you.
I wish on the fan cam, so I got my pen here, and Hagee takes some mozzarella sticks and moves other food away.
See? So I don't touch it with my hands.
But it was this restaurant. It was our staff.
Yes.
It was.
Here. Yeah.
Yes.
Really good food.
In Arizona.
Yeah, Arizona.
Yeah, that one was in Arizona though.
Look, I made multiple mistakes that night. I will certainly concede to that.
Did you?
Or did it go exactly how I planned?
Yeah, were you just sitting around all day and let's mess with Broadus. That'd be a good thing to do today. He'll be real happy with that.
We've talked about it a good bit today. How much is Texas OU always a stop down for y'all outside of like particular rooting interest? And obviously, Broadus, I understand with your son now, but is Texas OU always a stop down regardless of record, ranking, all of that?
I would say yes. It's part of football history. It's one of those games, and I don't know how many there are. Probably less than 6, maybe 5, where you're like, holy cow, if it's on, you're watching.
I could see that.
As Jerry told you guys earlier, it usually has a good center cut of some of the best football players in America. And it's just one you don't want to miss ever.
Yeah, the fact that, it's now because of the SEC stuff, it's a 2:30 game. That was
perfect.
Kind of cool. But I think the fact that it's now moved to a 2:30 game makes it interesting because of the SEC ties and stuff like that now. But man, when that game was on at 11, because it's got that 11 a.m. feel back in the day, like in Michigan, Ohio State, and stuff like that. That to me, when you're the first game, one of the first games out of the blocks, and the way it used to be, it was like, and I grew up in an era where this game was like the only game on TV for the week.
Yeah.
Like there was one college football game. There wasn't like we have every single football game you can imagine. But this was the one that Keith Jackson and Frank Broyles or Bud Wilkerson showed up for. These were huge games.
To give you the doctor. What
there's one of these games you pull up the cooler or prop up your feet and say, oh, by golly, this is a team from Norman, Oklahoma. That's one of the better teams in the country. They've won 49 straight games. University of Texas with Darrell Royal, a historic program in its own right.
Man, that's really good.
That's really I watched a lot of football with that, man. A lot of football.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Stop
and where
shaking
can they
hands,
find you?
Hagee, and get this thing out. Let's go.
Hey,
Really pure
unrelated.
gold as
I was
always.
shaking.
Thanks for asking. As you can tell, Broadus is already half in the bag.
Yeah.
There you go. There we
Broadus
go.
for 5 hours. We're talking football. We're talking Texas OU and Cowboys right out of the gates. But Chip Brown's going to join us from Austin coming up at 2:20. Stephen Jones at 3 o'clock. Carter Freeman is going to join us at 4 to give us that OU perspective. And, we're basically just talking football here with 5 hours. Lucius is out here, and we have the all-new 2025 G-Bag Nation flags. Come get them while you can.
Woo! All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. You can make your way out to Taco Bueno here in Dallas, 7940 North Central Expressway, where we got some Cowboys royalty out here and the cheerleaders and Rowdy. We'll see you on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
Say 94, Kevin.
94.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it something?
That might have been the greatest leader, but he said Dak's the greatest leader, plus he plays the position of quarterback, which magnifies it a little bit. All I know is this is Dak Hader's darkest hour.
Yeah, he is playing so well, but we talked about this earlier, too, is that, even if you're not a Dak fan, you have to appreciate of how well he is playing. On the flip side of that, the Dak lovers or the Dak fans are like, they need to be a little bit mindful too. Like, hey, okay, our guy's playing at a level that we're happy with. But yeah, he is the reason why this team probably could have won a couple more games. Probably could have, like Philadelphia's losing games with their guy. Last couple. Dak
could be tearing it up with the Eagles right now.
Exactly. I mean, yeah. Dak is playing at such a high level, and if you're one of those guys or gals that's not a fan, you have to acknowledge that how well he is playing, and you have to be able to say, wow, my own eyes. Just look at your own eyes and trust them what you're seeing. But
he's one of the hardest. He's one of the hardest working players out there, and you've been telling us that for like the last 8 years. And I just think you have to have room to believe that players that work hard can get better. Yeah. And even significantly better, especially at a position like quarterback that's so cerebral. It's a matter of learning and experience.
He is. There are things that Dak Prescott has struggled with through his career. Health has been a part of that. His ability now to see the field and not get fooled. Now, we've got more of the season left, but right now, his ability to turn his back and then use the play-action game and then get the ball down the field to open receivers has been outstanding this year. And that's something in the past that's been a little bit of a problem for him. His ability to like, okay, now I got to find where everybody is on the field. Yeah. And he's like, oh, my gosh, why did he throw that? Wait, why didn't you see the drop linebacker? What the hell, clogging cover? What are they doing? That kind of thing. And I think Dak is really they've thrown a lot of things at him. And what we've seen over the last couple of weeks without key players and his ability to have the offense still function at a high level, you got to tip your cap to him for that.
Looks like we're
that comes with the years too, by the way, right?
Yeah, it does.
That comes with the years.
It sure does.
And that's good that we didn't see that guy digress throughout the years.
Yeah. Oh, he could have gotten. Yeah, he could have gotten a lot worse, but he didn't. He really didn't.
And that's why Jerry fell in love with Dak, him being the leader. So I like to hear him say that again. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. It was a really good interview from Jerry today. We're handing out flags, and it looks like Tolos are bringing us gifts in the form of a fancy cigar.
I got a fat, nasty cigar from a Tolo, and I appreciate that much, man.
Yeah.
Now I wish somebody would send me an IT because I'm over here struggling with my computer.
No, you need some Wi-Fi.
So I don't feel in the pocket, you know what I mean? Because I'm not it's not the Wi-Fi. I just don't have a face on my Zoom.
Oh, the Zoom.
Yeah. So
Carter's going to blow you up about that.
That's what I'm kind of nervous about.
Yeah.
Carter doesn't play that, man.
Been on the receiving end of several of those texts over the years. Carter is going to be at UNT tonight, so he's in that Pimp Cup adjacent until 4 o'clock, coordinating your video. That he's going to head up there, and I believe from the road to a college football game. The host of Fan University is going to join us and talk to us about the college football weekend and, Red River and Texas OU and all that. It should be a lot of fun here this afternoon. But join us from Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Maybe you're on your way up to Denton tonight. Swing on by, get you a G-Bag flag, take it into the crowd, fly it. TV cameras are going to see that, and you'll help us plant the flag on national television tonight with UNT kicking butt.
I'm going to say something here. It's probably going to get some people in trouble. I know that Zach and Eric aren't with us today, right?
Yeah.
Big-time UNT alum, right?
Yeah.
I think they're going to the game.
You think they're ball sacking us?
I think they're ball sacking us. I think they're saying, "Listen, hey, we know you guys."
The wedding was a ruse.
Yeah, I think all
got a wedding.
got a wedding.
Yeah.
These guys, I don't think Chief even owns a suit, and when he owns a suit, he rips it. His pants get blown out. Something happens. Sure. I think they're going to the ball game. I do. I don't. I think they're acting like, oh, we got a wedding there. Boss guys, we got to be out. We got to go to. Nah, they're going to be in Denton. I bet you Wooly will have his shirt off, jumping around in the crowd.
That wedding time was kind of fishy. Now that you say something,
this
we got a wedding on Friday.
And it's like they kind of both teamed up at the. Oh yeah, wedding. Yeah,
sure. Sorry, General.
And
wedding.
nobody else who supposedly is a team member of our station. I didn't get an invite.
I didn't either.
Lucius,
I think Bobby Belt might have.
I don't even know who's getting married.
Yeah, but I think what's going on right now is Wolchuk and Eric are in a tailgate.
Yeah,
in Denton, getting ready for this game.
That sounds great, man.
I don't mean to call people out.
I'm not mad at them if that's the case.
I think
you won. You figured it out.
I mean, the most fishy thing is that it was a sports radio sales guy who scheduled a wedding for a Friday night, a football Friday,
a
historic one. That just doesn't compute.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Maybe if you had told me it was an IT guy, or something like that, I could see, a little bit of a blind spot there, but not in this situation. Schotty said, Overshown, quote, "We're getting close to his return. You don't have to worry about Demo. He's always going to be engaged. He's a guy that's going to beat most markers." I do think the timing is getting closer. All along we'd heard before Thanksgiving. This is going to help you, I think, with your pass rush and your playmaking a little bit, some splash plays, obviously, but I still think they need to be looking at the trade market to find themselves a middle linebacker. We did get some injury updates, and Todd Archer actually provides a little bit more context on Overshown. Had a positive checkup with the doctor, and he remains on PUP. No decision yet on when to start his practice window. Once that starts, the team has 21 days to make a decision. You have Tyler Guyton concussion and Tyler Smith knee taking positive steps yesterday. We'll be looking for the practice report a little bit later on. They're trending in a positive way to get back, said Schotty. Mingo did not suffer a setback, is dealing with soreness. Milton and Fowler back at practice.
Those are
today.
sicknesses, illnesses, yeah.
People are getting sick here. You know? This is it's that time of year.
Getting sick of that defense. Needs to play a little bit better.
Yeah,
we all suffer that every once in a while.
We're going to talk to Stephen Jones coming up at 3 o'clock.
Steve Jones, I love when you do that.
Yeah, the snapper, Steve Jones.
Steve Jones.
You remember him, Bill Walton?
Yeah.
Marv Albert on the call. That was maybe my favorite Steve Jones. But Steven's going to join us coming up at 3 o'clock. We'll talk to him about this trip to Charlotte, taking on the Panthers and what they have to do, his confidence level. I mean, at least you eliminated the big plays against the Jets. Can you do that and stop the run here against the Panthers? That would go a long way to confidence.
At 3:40, Dawson's going to jump on and explain cover 6 to us. Is that right, Dawson, what we're going to do?
There's no way in HE double hockey sticks I'm going to explain cover 6.
He gave you a tutorial. He broke it down for you.
He did. I was like, okay. I think at some point I said, it's like Greek to me.
What happened, buddy? Spit it back out.
I go, Dawson, this might be the easiest way to explain it. And I was letting and he's kind of looking at me like, oh, okay. Yeah,
so RJ Ochoa, blogging the boys, tweeted that the Cowboys ran their most cover 2 plus cover 6 cloud since 2018.
Yeah.
So Brian walks up today, and I usually have a couple of football questions for him, and I was like, okay, so what is cloud cover 2 plus cover 6?
Yeah.
And he explained it to me, and I'm trying to upgrade my understanding. It's always interesting when you change coordinators, how they expose you to a different set of.
I've seen you lose
schematics.
focus a few times during that explanation.
I could see.
I get back on it, baby. Come on,
lock in.
Yeah, lock in, dog.
I could see a podcast in your future talking about cover 6. I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, maybe sometime in the next couple of years. Jerry did say he's not going to appeal the $250,000 fine from the NFL.
So stand on it then. Just said I flipped him off. You got to pay the money, stand on it. Jerry, I don't like that. That was my thumb. Man, come on, man.
Yeah.
That was an iconic image. Stand on it.
Get your money's worth.
Get your money's worth, Jerry.
Yeah. These Jets fans have been heckling me like Baker Mayfield. Did people like the Baker Mayfield or not?
No,
they did like that. They did like him talking. Was that a Seahawks fan or somebody?
Seahawks fan, yeah.
And then he circled back around at him and bleeped him again.
I wish Jerry would have said, "Hey, I'm getting ready for when we come back here and play the Giants. I'm just practicing here right now."
There you go.
You're in New York. I know there's somebody to flip off. I'm pretty sure.
They probably were
give you
flipping
that
him off
energy up
back.
there.
They were flipping
Yeah.
him off back.
Right.
There's no question.
Come on.
No question. Yeah.
All righty.
Jerry.
That
I was
fires
trying
me
to
up,
give,
man. I don't
trying
like
to give
that.
him the thumbs.
Yeah, I don't like that. That explanation just fired me up all week.
Yeah.
We gotta ask Stephen what he was laughing about too, because it looked like as Jerry was going for the bird, Stephen was laughing in the replay. Go check the replay.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, like, were you egging Dad on there?
Give it to him, Daddy.
Or did you not see it? I mean, you go into New York into enemy territory there, and those fans are vile and disgusting. And you got to match fire with fire.
I'll tell you what, being on the field with DallasCowboys.com, I can't tell you how many times after a winning field goal, winning touchdown, something like that, you turn around those fans and you saw, F you,
Yes.
and F you. And Derek Eagleton would always go, Broadish, you're going to get us killed. I'm like, F you. And then we start yelling at the fans. I had Philadelphia,
get into
New
it,
York.
man.
You get into it. Then it's your team. You win.
I'm surprised
man.
you didn't go viral for that. You know,
I'll tell you what, if they
Cowboys staffer.
Now he would for sure.
Absolutely.
Now he would for sure.
If somebody was filming me while that was going on, yeah. And I'll tell you another one, that the Dez catch. If you'd had a camera on me in that Green Bay game, that would have been pretty bad too, because I lost it pretty well on that one too. That one
was ugly.
That didn't set well with
They
me.
earned it.
I was cussing everybody on that field that was wearing the officials' outfit.
They earned it.
You know what's disgusting about that game, too? Wasn't there like a miracle deflection pass to Devontae Adams, like on their 4-minute drive? Once they get the ball back, you're trying to get a stop, and the weird tip happens, and it's completed, and you know that was emotionally excruciating. I still remember that.
Marco Murray gets the ball knocked out of his hands. He's going to score. I mean, that's a bad game. It was just a bad game overall.
That was a holiday Friday. Remember we did that down in the performance showroom?
That was terrible, bro.
That was
terrible. That was on my birthday too.
No way.
January 11th.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
all
on
right.
my birthday. It was pretty sad.
That was a tough one.
I can see Lucius though with the cigar and the bottle of tequila, just kind of sitting it down and taking it all in.
I think I was Greenville Avenue with Jeff. I really think
OT Tavern?
Yeah, I just can't fully remember. At this point, I was playing drop. That's weed. But yeah. And I believe I just walked out. We were all stunned. We just left, man. All right, well, you have
What
a good
the
day.
hell?
Yeah,
What just happened?
That's it.
No matter how low we were that day, I don't think we were as low and as toxic as the Eagles fans are today after they fall to 4-2. Giants tore them up pretty good there in that second half.
How
Philly
about that?
couldn't mount much of a comeback. It was punts and 3-and-outs and turnovers in the second half for them.
Yeah.
So what's your diagnosis? Is this Philly flaw fatal?
Oh, man, they've got some problems here. They've got some problems, and we were talking about it, and to be honest with you, even the Jackson Dart playing, you probably should have played earlier. Maybe this team wouldn't be 2-4 right now, but that kid right there is a winner. And the thing about it is they've got a pass rush, but Philadelphia, talk about them. I mean, the noise in that locker room and around that team is only going to get louder. And, man, you just wonder who is the one guy that's going to pull them out of this, because I just don't think that Jalen Hurts' personality is that way. I don't think he's a, grab him by the bootstraps kind of guy and say, okay, don't listen, we're going to go. And he seems very much like they just don't have that guy in that locker room that can kind of turn things around. When it starts to get toxic, because that head coach can be toxic, with the way he operates.
That's one of the stories is, hey, we've seen this happen already.
Yeah.
And Sirianni sort of can't pull it out of
He can't. He's not a pull it out of the ditch guy. So
No.
yeah, they're going to need something different to happen. But to be honest, that game did not surprise me. I know we talked about it in, the fact that
you called it, didn't you?
The fact that we're getting Cam Scattaboo, and then you were getting the pass rush, and then, man, they did a great job. The Giants on third down were just
1 of 9.
Yeah, on defense, and I think you're going to have to worry about that crew a little bit with the pass rush they got and the fact that they got these two rookies, very reminiscent of 2016 with Dak and Zeke, with that kind of the combination of the young running back and the quarterback.
Yeah.
You put any action down on that situation?
I did not.
God damn it, man. You call it. I thought about that last night when I seen the score. I said, bro, it's predicted.
Yeah, I was. I'll tell you, Wolchuk's the one that's saying that the Eagles weren't going to make the playoffs. I mean, he's kind of he's been a guy talking. He's had a good handle like he had the Commanders last year. But this Eagle team, they don't have. I mean, yeah, Super Bowl winning team, lost a lot of players, lost their coordinator. Who's going to pull this thing out of the ditch? Because there's a lot of finger pointing going on right now.
Okay, my bad. We got to run because we got to get to Chip Brown coming up here from Austin. He'll join us and talk Longhorns Sooners. Then we'll get maybe to Wolchuk's top 10 here at 2:20. We got your 2025 G-Bag Nation flags. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless is our broadcast location, and we're back with more sports here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just
Man, we're doing great. We're excited about everything going on here. How's Austin doing this week?
Oh man, they're like taking long looks at bridges and reconsidering everything. Yeah, that was rough. That was a rough landing there in the swamp. And Arch Manning, my God, he got put on his back. He got hit every which way. That offensive line looked like it had never practiced before. Couldn't generate much of a running game. The defense, which has been really good all season, got pushed around. So I guess if you're a Texas fan, you expect this team to answer after that. If they don't show up tomorrow at the Cotton Bowl with a mission to look like a football team again, then there's probably bigger issues going on.
Hey, Chip, it's Broadus here.
Broadus?
Yeah, good to talk to you, brother. Hey, my son Bennett fires Smokey at the games. He's one of the Cowboys. So how much is Bennett going to get to fire Smokey tomorrow? And is the offensive line, can they be fixed in 4 or 5 days?
Man, I don't think he's going to get to fire that cannon very much, Broadus. I think this thing is going to be this could be a field goal fest.
Okay.
With the way that these teams, but they fire Smokey for a field goal, right?
Bennett says he's going to fire it at the coin flip. He feels that way about it. Yeah. If Texas wins the toss, Bennett's firing Smokey off right there.
Yeah. Maybe every first down, fire that thing. I mean, that'd be worth celebrating, especially for this offense, which averaged 3rd and 11 on third down last week, which was just a nightmare. So, I think yards are going to be hard to come by in this. Sark's got some decisions to make. I mean, he wants to push the ball downfield. He's been calling, the longer routes. When he max protects, he's trying to get deep, and that's just not working, or it didn't work last week. Does he, get some quicker throws for Arch to get into a rhythm? Florida did that. My God, DJ Lagway was on one leg last week, and they couldn't get to him because, Billy Napier did a good job of getting the ball out of his hands. So I think they need to incorporate some more of that. I think having Emmett Mosley, the 5th, the Stanford transfer receiver who made his debut last week because he'd been injured, I think he helps in that area. He's a really tough, physical receiver, kind of a possession guy who can go over the middle, run those quick slants. He's a good route runner. I think he's probably he and DeAndre Moore are the best route runners on the team. He gets separation, which is something that Ryan Wingo has struggled with at times. So, I think this is Texas's college football playoff life on the line tomorrow. If these guys who, talk so much about, hey, we're the only team that's been to back-to-back CFP semifinals, they want to continue that kind of conversation. They got to play the best game they've played all year.
Hey, Chip, we've been seeing from afar, you're in the trenches every day with Sark. The press conferences, how are we handling all that? We haven't seen this side of Sark. Am I wrong about that? Does he feel a little bit of what you guys are asking good questions? I kind of feel like he's being a little defensive with you guys.
Yeah, I mean, now this is what being the head coach at Texas is like. Yeah. And to his credit, he has not made many missteps since that 5-7 season in 2021. I mean, the recruiting on the offensive line, getting Kelvin Banks, getting, DJ Campbell and Cameron Williams and the guys who really helped protect Quinn Ewers the last 3 years. That really started to turn the program, and obviously he had some war daddies on the defensive line that he inherited, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy, and then Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton. So, Texas has been really good on both lines of scrimmage for the last couple of years. Now, wholesale changes. And, And that's, 4 new starters on the offensive line. You got new interior defensive tackles. And that's one thing that needs to be considered in this game. OU now has all the experience in this game. Their defense has a bunch of dudes who've been in this game. Texas's defense has guys in the secondary, has guys up front who maybe have been on the team but haven't played key roles in this game. And this game is different because of the Cotton Bowl being divided at the 50. The sound never goes down. So both teams are on the road, but it doesn't feel like any kind of game they've ever played, because normally when you go on the road, you make a play, the crowd gets quiet. The crowd never gets quiet because it's a herd mentality of one end of the Cotton Bowl trying to out-scream the other. And for the team that's having success, it's like you're lifted up like Superman. For the team that's on the wrong end of that momentum, it can just bury you. I was talking to Dan Neal, former All-American offensive lineman, 2-time Super Bowl winner with the Denver Broncos, and he said, if there's any game I could go back and play, NFL, college, high school, it would be Texas OU. He said, but it is the most emotionally exhausting game you'll ever play, because from the shared tunnel to both, ends of the Cotton Bowl, trying to out-scream each other, every play getting magnified because of that sound. If you make a big play, it feels like you just won the game. If a sack starts to feel like a fumble. Cale Gundy, who played quarterback for Oklahoma, told me, that a sack, feels like a fumble, and everything just, the momentum swings in this game. It's what makes it, to me, the best college football game of the year. But then you incorporate the state fair, it's the best game day atmosphere in sports, in my opinion, because what the hell else when are you gonna have 100,000 people coming into the state fair where you're already got 200,000 people just trying to get corny dogs and, rides on the Midway. And then you throw one of the, biggest, most important college football games in the middle of all that. Man, it doesn't get any better.
You paint a hell of a picture, Chip. Final question. Arch Manning against this defense, expectations. It would be pretty magical if this is his breakout game, wouldn't it be?
Oh, my gosh. If he had a breakout game, that would, imply that he kind of lit him up, and that would be something. He'd have to go Dylan Gabriel circa 23, which he's capable of doing. Are his teammates ready? Are his offensive linemen ready? Their running backs have not been healthy. Quatravian Wisner, C.J. Baxter, both have hamstring issues. I think Wisner's, good to go, although he did aggravate that hamstring last week. So, he just hasn't had the rhythm, the cast on a consistent basis. Now they're holding auditions for left guard in the middle of the swamp last week, which I would move Cole Hudson over to left guard and put Connor Robertson in at center. Both those guys have played in this game. I think that matters. So, I think Arch is, I think this defense is going to have to help the offense create a couple turnovers. Texas has forced 9 turnovers. They've scored 4 touchdowns and 1 field goal off of those turnovers, and none of those drives were longer than 44 yards. So the defense has helped immensely, and I think they're going to have to do that. And then, special teams. Both these teams have really good punting, field goal kicking, and dangerous return guys. So, I think both offenses are going to struggle to move the ball. This is going to be a game won by defense and special teams who can create turnovers and then capitalize.
You're the best, Chip. Enjoy your show this afternoon. Have an absolute blast covering the game, and we'll catch up with you soon.
All right. Appreciate y'all.
Salute. Yes, sir. There he goes. Chip Brown with us live from Austin, as you have Texas and OU coming up tomorrow at 2:30. It's quite a scene this year.
It is.
Going on with it. And OU might be back.
Yeah, I've been to that a couple of times. He's absolutely right about the atmosphere. Been to some huge games.
It's intoxicating.
Yeah, it is. It is
so
really intoxicating. And when the funny thing about it too is, like, if I went with some OU people one time, and so their emotions and the emotions of the crowd as that thing goes back and forth, and there's a lot of times where one team might have the advantage over the other, and then that other team that seems like they might be a little down are the ones that play to this level of, like, because just the magnitude of the game.
It gets pretty even in that Cotton Bowl all of a sudden. It gets pretty even.
It gets very even all of a sudden. So I expect it to be a really good game tomorrow. I really do.
Well, I can't wait. Can't wait to tell you more about Eagles-Giants coming up here in about 10 minutes or so, but a little late because we had Chip Brown on. It's time for Lucius Alexander, the G-Bag of the Day champion.
All right, let's see. Every weekday on the Fan, about 5:30, we get to G-Bag of the Day. We're going to replay the champ right about here, just like my man General just said. Hit me up this weekend at Lucky Lucius P. If you see anything on social media platforms that you think I should be playing and whatnot. Boy, it's going to be a big stage for Mr. Manning tomorrow, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it will be.
That's a big stage, boy.
Huge.
You got to show up on this one a little bit. You got to show up. All right, anyway, the playmaker, Michael Irvin, is our G-Bag of the Day champion for his viral moment of crashing out. He told the absolute facts to tell the haters of all the facts feelings. What is it? Facts Over Feelings podcast. Okay? He told all the facts to Facts Over Feelings podcast to keep his name out of his mouth. Don't disrespect Dion. Don't disrespect Jerry Rice. Don't disrespect me. Is what he said.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name. And I certainly don't know your game because you don't. I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are. So who the are you to talk about what? You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the you're talking about. Keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock me out. I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. Man. So shut the hell up.
Bro, I'm telling you, you got to hear the unedited version of that part right there.
Yeah.
Mike is out of control. We'll play that against some challengers at 5:30, y'all.
Man, somebody needs to take that and give it. Remember that remix guy that did the Allen Iverson presser with the Joe Namath?
Yes.
Who was that dude?
Is that Suede the remix god, or is that somebody else?
DJ Steve Porter. DJ Steve Porter. Okay, he was the one that did that in 2009. I just Googled it up.
Good for you.
Remember he called it press hop?
Yes.
And it was Allen Iverson and all these great that deserves the treatment right there because that was absolute bars for Michael Irvin. Yeah. And for that, he is your G-Bag of the Day champ. He'll face the challengers coming up at 5:30.
That was a 90s Michael Irvin right there. Came back out.
That
was 90s.
Pure heat.
And if you watch the video, Mike got some arms, too.
Yeah.
That was cut up.
Yeah.
He had like the sweaters with no what is that, sleeves on it?
Sleeveless, yeah.
Is that a sweater vest?
What is he doing?
As his top.
He just came from lifting out in the garage is what he did. Yeah.
Unloaded. G-Bag of the Day champ every day at 5:30. Okay, we'll get to coming up next. What is the story in Philadelphia after one of their worst losses of the Sirianni era? We're at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, 2221 Highway 121 in Euless. It is their 1-year anniversary here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, one of our favorite places to come and fellowship with you. And they got 83 beers to pick from, daily specials and lunch specials Monday through Friday. There's a Beer of the Month club. And you should join us now. Get your G-Bag Nation flag. I got some TOLO decals here while they last as well, and we're back with more sports here in the nation. I want to chat Frankels with...
to Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Kevin Walker in for Lucius, who's joining us on location today. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Come by for some fellowshipping and something delicious to eat and drink. Okay, what is the story in Philadelphia after one of their worst losses of the Sirianni era? Let's talk about that. Tomorrow, I'm going to be fairly early. Mansfield, Hurtado, 10 to 10:30. Fort Worth, Hurtado, 11:30 to noon tomorrow. That'll be your next chance to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag. And, of course, the big party, the big pool party, Highland Hotel, you're going to be there, Lucius, aren't you?
Yes, I cannot wait for that, bro.
Yes. That's 2 to 6.
Yeah, pulling that cigar out. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, we'll pull that cigar out. What time you pulling up, Brothers?
I think I'm going to be there. It's 2 to 6. I think I'm going to be there right before kickoff.
Nice.
Is what I'm going to do. So I'll be hanging out with you. Yeah, I think I'm going to get some more sticks, too.
As you should.
Some sticks and bring them
As
over.
you should.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
You know what's crazy? My daughter is trying to talk me into taking her to the fair tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And I'm trying to explain to her there's no way.
No way.
We're going to struggle to find parking.
Yes,
It's going to be a C. I'm going to be watching the clock. I'm going to be checking the phone saying we are going to get out of here before the end of this fourth quarter. But there's just no way that she can talk me into it. I've decided that sounds like a personal nightmare. About 300,000 people.
100%. Bad news. Don't do that.
I got caught there one year.
Unless you want to be out there, don't do that.
I did it one year accidentally.
Yeah.
I don't know how I was sleepwalking through my morning. I talked into going to the fair, and then all of a sudden I'm there, and I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on? Just trying to cross the road at the end of that.
It's
traumatizing.
Did the fact that you had trouble parking, was that a dead giveaway?
It should have been. I don't know what happened that day.
Did you park on fairgrounds, or did you go across the street? With that brother sitting outside in that shade tree, hey, $15 over here, my guy.
I think I was way down there where you got to jump on that like long golf cart train they got.
Yeah. That's
not a bad deal. They have good customer service there for the parking.
No, it's a great place to be. I love the spot, but Saturday night is not the time.
Okay.
Saturday afternoon is not the time.
No.
Sunday after the Cowboys game, though.
Okay. That's the time?
That's a nice little spot.
I was thinking about pulling her out of school maybe.
Okay.
Taking a day off.
During the week?
Yeah.
Pulling a Wolchuk and Chiafalo, just being like, my life would rather be at the fair today instead of work.
Lucius, do you have a spot, and you don't have to name it if you do, but do you have a spot that's like a hidden spot that nobody knows about?
Parking spots?
For that when you go to the fair?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want you to.
I got a buddy that stays exactly across the street from the state fair.
Okay.
Ooh.
Near a bar.
Okay.
And I always honk at him. He lets me pull up in his little driveway, and I have to walk across the street. It's like a block.
Yeah.
But I'm there.
I figured you had a spot
right by the
for
media entrance,
yeah,
too.
Yeah, that's what
Money.
I figured, yeah.
Money.
Yeah.
All righty. One of the stories this morning out of Philly is Lane Johnson giving his opinion on what needs to change. Says the offense needs to be less predictable. Quote, it seems a lot harder than it needs to be right now. Maybe moving forward, just have a little bit more variety. Hitting the perimeter some. Man does need some variety in his life, as Mickey and Mallory showed us so many years ago. But it did mark the first time the Eagles have lost 2 straight games since their historic collapse in the 2023 season. So they're on high alert there in Philadelphia, like, wait, is it happening again? Is this just like a Super Bowl sandwich with, 2 pieces of turd there for the bread? Because 2023, they were, 11-1. They ended up losing 5 out of the last 6. And now, of course, they start 4-0, but wheels are starting to come off. I think this is the saving grace for Cowboys fans, though, Brian, in that the big spending that the Eagles were able to do, we might have seen the worst of that, and you didn't weather the storm. I mean, they won another Super Bowl, so you can't take away the fact that that happened.
They did win.
They got the job done.
They did.
But now they're spending less, and I don't think they ever found the coaching staff. For as good of a job that Roseman does with the roster, have they ever had one of these coaching staffs that you're like, wow, these guys are amazing, where they're giving you an edge like the Clayton Adams Cowboys are right now?
Yeah, this is where the more you dive into these teams, and whether it's college football, pro football, whatever, coaching does matter.
Yeah.
Coaching matters. Scheme matters. Putting players in the right place to have success. Knowing your team, knowing that you got pullers, know you got power guys, knowing the secondary, you've got zone cover guys or man cover guys, and making that all work. And
obviously Vic Fangio's really good at his side of the ball. Yeah.
What's really interesting last night is, though, that Philadelphia was minus their defensive tackle again. And
Jalen Carter, yeah.
Yeah, Carter. And the Giants had 172 yards rushing. And so all of a sudden now you're thinking, yeah, players do matter. But, hey, Broadus, wait, Dallas is down some of their best players and they're finding ways to win these games. True. But it is about the scheme. It is, do you have players in place that can make up for when you have guys like a CeeDee Lamb goes out of a game for a couple of weeks, that you're able to kind of pick those things up. But they've got a lot of things in Philadelphia. That, like I say, I think it starts at the top with that coach. It's kind of a toxic guy, and they got a little bit of a toxic locker room with it. And a lot of people like pointing fingers at each other right now that, hey, well, this, that, and the other. We just haven't heard it yet. I mean, the national media is starting to talk about it. I'll be interested to see what players come out this week. Oh, players only meeting. We've had one of those already, kind of thing. Yeah, we'll see. Philadelphia, that might be a group's in trouble. I don't know where leadership is going to come from that group.
Jalen Hurts throws his first interception, I think, in like 300 days since late, last season. They had 2 muffed kickoff situations.
Yeah.
They had another fumble loss. So while all of the details might not be out, you're seeing the signs of lack of focus and bad chemistry. And a lot of it is just that they were so dominant in the offensive line last year and with Saquon Barkley, they could be generic with Kellen Moore and like a boring offense worked. And maybe that, lulled their coaching staff to sleep thinking they could have a similar type of game plan and continue to have success. 0 points in the second half. That's just crazy.
If you look at overall with Saquon Barkley and the number of games he's had so far where he hasn't even had 100 yards. And when you're telling me that the Philadelphia Eagles are averaging in a game like 3.7 a carry, that's not even at the level of successful runs.
No.
And if you're saying, hey, Philadelphia's, they're not even having successful runs, that makes a lot of difference.
What would you say to the Homer Eagles fan today that's thinking, oh, we're going to be fine, it's just 6 games, we're 4-2? I think like the symptoms appear to be pretty permanent. Saquon says, I think we just have to get back into that attitude, that mindset of not giving a bleep what people are trying to do to us. That's something that I'm looking for. But that mindset comes from having success. It comes from moving people and running for 8 yards.
That was a game last night where, again, eyeball test will tell you the Giants did a great job up front of stuffing the run. They had 8 runs. Dawson, you brought up the offensive line, which has always been such a strength for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you get into a game and you've got 20 rushing attempts and 8 of them get stuffed.
It's crazy.
That's like Dallas Cowboys football a couple years ago.
Yeah.
That's slow old Zeke trying to run in there for, trying to make something happen. That's not Philadelphia Eagle football, but the Giants did a great job against them last night. On third down, run defense was outstanding. And then on the offensive side, their ability to convert third downs was huge, and their ability to run the ball, which Philadelphia is usually the best at. The Giants gave Philadelphia a taste of their own medicine last night.
All righty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan Live. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless off 121. Come say hi. And we'll be back.
What if they push their asses all the way down the field? That's what they probably need to do at this point.
That was another. They ran 4 tush pushes in a row last night.
Yeah, they look nasty, bro.
And Micah Parsons was like complaining about it on Twitter, like it doesn't look good.
Yeah,
he said it's not football.
Yeah. No,
but isn't that like classic football in a sense, though?
It is very 1920 Acme Packers going at it with. I think to me though, the thing about the tush push, the more people I talk to, the more they're like they hate to play. But if it's your team doing it and Jalen Hurts is going to make the Hall of Fame and they're going to talk about 70 rushing touchdowns or something like that because of his ability. Because the tush push. They're like, oh, he's one of the all-time great rushers, and that'll be one of those things. But yeah, if it's one of your plays, you're like, oh, keep doing it. But if you're the opponent, you're like, ban that crap. We don't need. No, that's not football. But it's a successful play, man. It really, really is.
At times, pro sports, they change the rules just to make the game more entertaining.
Yeah.
I don't think it's hurting it that much.
No.
You
anticipate it every time you see it, though. You do anticipate, how is this going to work? Let me see this. But looks like they're jumping off sides a little bit every time.
Oh, no, there's a lot. They're starting to call it a little closer now. But okay, let me ask you.
They did have an offside last night that was not called a false start, rather. Yeah.
But as you watch that play, you said they do it 6 times in a row and all that. Do you think it takes away from the game, like the speed, like the flow of the game for you as a fan watching it? Do you feel like that? Like this is BS. They keep running. No, I don't want to see this. I mean,
It's very discouraging. Yeah, because when they're lining up, if your team doesn't have a chance to stop
I'm just saying as a fan, like you're a fan of neither team,
right?
No. But you're watching them 6 times in a row tush push.
Yeah.
You're probably thinking, stop effing with the game right now. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe.
I can see that.
I could see that.
I
for
can
sure.
see that. For some reason, I just anticipate it. I'm like, all right, what they going to do now?
Yeah.
Well, this is the tush push again. I like to see the tush push line up. I anticipate the snap.
Yeah.
It's one of the plays I kind of like, in a sense. Yeah. Even though it's a sloppy, old-school football play that people are mad at. I get it.
It's very,
I get it.
very much that way.
But we like what we like.
Yeah.
And there's some good play fakes and counters to be had off that. I think that they're working on. They're unleashing every now and then. So there's a little bit more intrigue to it. Not nearly enough. But, yeah, and I do hate that the Eagles do it. And I can't believe that Jerry Jones or Stephen Jones would vote to keep it. Okay? That's weird to me that if you're in a competitive league, you're like, oh, no, let them keep that one. It might determine a playoff spot. It has determined a lot of wins and losses over the last 2 years, and Stephen Jones is set to join us next here. It's the G-Bag Nation live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers on 105.3 The Fan.
When your friends say... D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
everybody. We are live in Euless today. Cold beers and cheeseburgers. Join us. We're celebrating their 1-year anniversary and getting ready for an epic football weekend here in North Texas. And it's time now for the Stephen Jones Show here on your home of the Cowboys. And he joins us now. Good afternoon, Stephen. How the heck are you?
I'm doing good, guys. How you doing?
Man, we're doing so good. The Jets game was amazing, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on this because you're watching the team in Oxnard and then seeing how many guys stepped up in that game off the bench, and the vibes are so good. I just think you really have something special with the leadership dynamics, like Schotty plus Dak equals leadership gold.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that a minute. Obviously, Coach Schottenheimer is just doing an amazing job. I thought he went through hiring his coaching staff, which you can see now is paying off in spades. I thought the way he went through that was amazing. And, hiring guys like Clayton and Connor on the offensive side of the ball, I don't want to get into names because I think I like every one of our coaches on our staff, but I agree with you. And then you throw Dak in the mix. He's always been the Pied Piper of this team. He's got amazing leadership skills. He's, quite an amazing man off the field, but what a hell of a year he's having so far. And in order to lead at the end of the day as a player, you do have to be, you have to be great as well. And that's the way Michael Irvin was. He was one of our great players, but also a leader. But there's no question those two guys are at the front of the line and making a huge difference in what this team's all about. And, the main thing is just overcoming, obstacles that, teams go through. And not only are we doing it, we're doing it well.
Seems like some years you're hoping that one backup offensive lineman can step in there and be next man up legitimately, and last week it was 4. What do you think allows that to happen?
I'll go back and start with coaching. I think, these guys are just doing a great job of communicating and our guys understanding what we're trying to accomplish philosophically in that line, whether it's the run game, pass protection, whatever it is. I just think between Clayton and Connor, they're just doing a great job of helping our guys understand. Now, hats off to Will and our pro scouting staff and college scouting staff in terms of, picking players who've got the skill set to get the job done. But there's no question. I mean, not many teams can step up, especially in the offensive line where, a lot of people look at it. A lot of guys take a lot of pride in being a unit, not just one guy here and one guy there, individuals, but a unit. And certainly to have 4 new guys step up and play at that level is great. Now, it also looks like we're getting ready to get guys back. So, as they come back, we'll get them plugged back in and hopefully not miss a step.
Stephen, you mentioned that about the offensive line. You can maybe say that about your wide receiver crew as well, them stepping up here the last couple of weeks. And you're talking about getting guys back plugged in. How difficult are those situations when you're now dealing with 21-day windows, maybe having to make roster moves, and then you got guys that are backup guys that are playing pretty damn well for you?
Well, that's a good challenge to have. Usually it's the other way around. You got, you don't have enough good players to put on your 53. But we are having some challenges. But as you know, we activated the clock on Mingo and Carson and fully expect those 2 guys will ultimately make their way up. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, attrition will get you. And we just found out we're going to lose Sanders for the year, our running back. And, these things have a way of spots opening up. And probably won't do Mingo this week. A good chance Carson may come up just to get him going. But that's just part of it. But it is great, as you said, to have guys like a Flournoy step up, a Tolbert step up, and knowing you got a guy like Mingo coming when you have injuries like we have with CD and Turk.
So, wow, thanks for that news. Miles Sanders out for the year. That's tough for him, but thank you for the news. How do you think the carries get picked up? Is it more Javonte? Is it more Jaden Blue?
Well, we're so fired up about what Jaden Blue can do for this offense. He's got rare explosiveness, and I know Coach Schottenheimer and his offensive staff are are going to certainly continue to figure out the best way to use him. But I think he's really going to bring something to this offense, at the running back position that we hadn't had. And I think this can, as much as I respect and think a lot of Sanders, I think, at the end of the day, Blue can really bring some more juice to this offense, which you start talking about getting him and Turp and CD in the mix going forward, then, an offense that's already doing pretty good has got a chance to just continue to get better.
Ed Werder has a cool story up today about how you guys identified Javonte Williams in the middle of last season and were really, chomping at the bit to try to get him under contract. What else can you share with us about how that process went of identifying Javonte and why you guys made him such a priority?
Well, I think it's been well written, well reported, however you want to talk about it, that, a lot of what goes into our grades, too, is what we thought about him coming out. And, we had, late first round, high second round type grades on Javonte coming out, and just, thought he was an outstanding football player. And then you roll the tape his rookie year, where I think he was in the running for Rookie of the Year. As a running back, he had right at 1,000 yards, I think, and then, had the unfortunate ACL. And certainly, at the running back position, you miss that year, and then sometimes you're just not the same guy coming back. And we just felt like there was a lot to him. And you go back and, you do your research on what kind of man he is. And, he's certainly a guy who's a professional, does everything the right way, and certainly the leader in that room. And I think Schotty got his hands around it early and often in training camp, that this wasn't going to be a by committee. This was going to be, his. He was going to be the bell cow and have everybody else support him.
Stephen, it looked like you manufactured some pass rush last week. And it has to be very encouraging what you saw from your guys. And against a New York Jet offensive line that wasn't compromised, was intact, have some quality players. It had to make you guys feel much better about your situation when you saw that.
Well, this thing is a work in progress. We still have to get a lot better on the defensive side of the ball. I think Coach Schottenheimer, Coach Eberflus, our top players and leadership on defense would tell you that the arrow's up for this group. And with the injuries we had early at the corner position, we were certainly trying to protect that as well as we could, and probably compromise the defense some. But now with Bland and Diggs getting back, and as you said, I think people are understanding the concepts, and I think this defense is only going to get better as the year goes, and we're going to get healthier, and we should get better.
Stephen, you could swat this away if you want to, but on my platforms that I've had a chance to talk about the team and stuff, I've kind of said I felt like that this team needs to prove to you and to Jerry whether you need to make a trade or not. If you find a way to put together some wins that, hey, let's go try and finish this off. Let's try and push this forward. But if the team doesn't play well, maybe you would stand pat. Is that fair, or am I way off base?
I think you're off base, Brian. I think only in the fact that we believe in this team. And if the right opportunity were there, sitting there today to do something, then we would pull the trigger. We have that kind of confidence in our team, and really like where we're headed right now. As you know, sometimes opportunities don't become available till other teams, I don't know, I guess I'll use the term until they're ready to mail it in and, basically say, hey, we're out of this thing this year. And it's still the first third of the season. So we got a lot of football to play, and a lot of teams are far from mailing it in. So they're not willing to, part with somebody, thinking, it's probably not going to be our year this year. And so, we're always looking for opportunity to make this team better. And if we saw a great situation that would really improve it even more so, then we would be all over it.
Love to hear that. It's Stephen Jones here with you on The Fan. What was your view of the birds seen around the world there from Jerry?
I don't comment on other people giving the bird. You need to ask the horse on that one. It needs to come from the horse's mouth. But I will say this: it wasn't venomous because everybody in the box was upbeat and fired up and grinning, and I don't think there was any rage in that particular finger, if there was one.
Yeah, seeing the replay, you were having a great time laughing and smiling at somebody. I was wondering if you saw Dad's bird and that cracked you up, or if it was something else.
No, I didn't see it. I was more listening to what was going on in the stands, and people got some great antics. And, at that point there were mainly Cowboy fans, and, everybody was certainly fired up. We love it when our Cowboy fans go out and support us in New York, and we had a lot of them there. And so anyway, a lot of great fun. People pumped about the day, and that's why I'm saying it wasn't one of those venomous type birds. If there was one, it was one having some fun.
There you go.
Stephen, I was kind of wondering about that as you're sitting there. I mean, you guys do a really good job of just if people are going after you and stuff, you guys just kind of take it and move along. And I just wondered, I know because I've been on the sidelines for you too, down there in those Giants games and stuff. I've turned around and yelled at fans too after one of these games. So I kind of understand when they get on you. I mean, you take it a lot better than I do.
When it's venomous, the best thing is look right over the top of them.
Yeah, I needed to learn that from you. Then. I never learned that. No.
If they think you're looking at them, then it just promotes more of the same.
Yeah.
Well, the winds of change are blowing in the division once again. Speaking of New York, Giants over Eagles in Thursday Night Football. What was your top takeaway?
Well, you know who I was probably rooting for. That goes without saying. But I guess my top takeaway was the Giants found them two really good offensive players in their quarterback and their running back. And I'm sure they're fired up about that. And they already had, an impressive defensive front. So they're certainly a team that is going to be another team in the East. Like usual, when you have good organizations, they usually always figure out how to have a very competitive top-end football team. But certainly between Dart and Scattaboo, you have to respect both those guys and the way they're playing here the last 3 or 4 games.
So do you think we get 2 Tylers back this week, and then what's going on with BB and Booker looking into the future? Will BB be activated in the window next week?
It may not be as early as next week on BB, but we do have another group of players who have a shot for next week. And but BB's coming, and he's coming fast. And Turp and CD and Booker all had good weeks. So, like I said, I mean things are the era's up, and certainly one of the ones we all got our eye on is Overshown too, and he's sure progressing in a great way as well.
Right on. We'll give him hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good weekend.
There he goes. Cheers. Stephen Jones with you here in the G-Back Nation on 105 through the Fan. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. That was a hell of a line. I don't comment on other people's birds. But, yes, he gave us the news there that Miles Sanders out for the season.
Well, it looks like it's a knee is what they're dealing with here. So, yeah, that's what we're kind of thinking it was like an ankle or something, but it might the knee is the issue.
So it was the injury from the game. It wasn't okay.
Yeah, it was definitely the injury from that, and so they've kind of moved on. So that does give them a spot. I was thinking about asking too about you, and then you asked about Overshown, and that's one of those ones too that they feel like that in talking to some people that once he gets that practice window, the 21 days. They're gonna take all 21 of those days and then plus some practice time. So that's what they have to get him to. They're going to try and get him to that window, and they seem very, very encouraged by that. But once it's going to take.
Do you think the window could open next week?
It doesn't sound like it to me right now.
Okay.
Now, but he's talking about it being close. Maybe you get to you've got the Denver game after actually Commanders, then Denver. You got to buy. You got to kind of think about all those things going forward. But that they're going to take all 21 days and then also some practice time before they get that one right.
Did you hear anything about Revel?
He is. Last night, I know we walked out. Fred made the proclamation that he didn't feel like he was going to play this year.
Yeah.
And I reached out to somebody, and they said, I said, hey, my colleague says, and they said, my guy goes, tell your colleague that he will play this year.
Okay.
Yeah, he did it in a nice way.
It was a good bold prediction from Fred. I thought it was very entertaining.
Fred just lobbed it right in there, and then matter of fact, I text Blake, and Fred sent me back this picture with the 2 thumbs ups. Okay, I got you, brother. That kind of thing.
It is a little interesting how long it's taken, though. Over, I guess it'll be 13 months post injury. I mean, if you got activated now.
Yeah, that's the rehabs at East Carolina, and then when he came in, he was working in Dallas for his rehab, and then Britt Brown picked him up after the draft. So there's probably some things that they had to do.
Hey, take your time
afterwards.
It's a rookie coming off an ACL.
I'd love to see him play. This guy's one of my favorite players. He really is.
Yeah, like that. I mean, I thought you had him as one of your top 40 guys.
I did. It was funny. It was funny. It was kind of the reverse of how I had Booker and Ezeraku and then Revel, but if Revel was healthy, Dallas wouldn't have been able to see him.
All right, we're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers here in Euless, G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. It's their 1-year anniversary, and if you need a great place to watch football, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers is it. Next week, they'll be running a special one-day promotion Tuesday, October 14th, to celebrate their 1-year anniversary. Buy any entree, receive an All-American burger for $1. It's a hell of a deal here, and that's next Tuesday, Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, but they got the goods for you right now. Great place to come watch the UNT game tonight, Red River tomorrow. We're back with the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening and everything trending across America's team's news here on 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens.
Three Curb?
Go. I just said that. Is it spicier?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. The Tolos have arrived, and we're fellowshipping with them here at the break. Salute to Jack Daniels for being here on the scene. They have some delicious beverages. Looks like Brian took the Hoover to one there at the break.
blackberry. I didn't know what the mix was for it.
Okay.
It's lemonade.
Ooh.
I drank this thing in 90 seconds.
Blackberry JD with lemonade?
Yes.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
I'm telling you what, that would be a great drink. It's a great drink overall.
Yeah.
Summertime drink right here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. We got the pool party tomorrow.
Yeah.
This could be.
That's going to be the one.
Right there. It just went down. Well, Jack's so smooth anyway. But yeah, with the lemonade, Mardi Gras Brian could show up with drinking a bunch of those.
They got the Herradura. They got, I think is it Johnson Distributors?
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnson. They got
Woodford
Reserve.
Yeah, we tried to get those Kentucky Derby hookups. We need to get one of those. Get Lucius in that bow tie like he looks like Cam Newton. Cam Newton looks
like a black dandy. Here I am. Betting on the ponies.
We got your Friday started properly here, though. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. The segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Thank you. The go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in Dallas. Tomorrow, you want our G-Bag Nation flag? Join us at the Highland Hotel for a watch party, 2 to 6. It's a pool party watch party. And in the morning, Mansfield Hurtado, 10 to 10:30. Fort Worth Hurtado.
You're going to get you some barbecue.
11:30 to noon. I'm going to load up.
I know you are.
I want
nachos?
I want the big tray.
No,
I'm probably going home with at least a half dozen birria tacos.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. They brought us this burger as well. It's called the O-Line. It has grilled cheese sandwiches for buns.
For buns, yeah.
Yeah. And you can get one of those here as well. Calvin Watkins in the morning news has a story on the Cowboys OC. The headline, Brian Schottenheimer's hire of Clayton Adams is the secret behind the Cowboys' resurgent run game. Under Schottenheimer and Adams, the Cowboys offense number 1 in yards and tied for 5th in yards per play. I always do get a little bit uneasy when we're talking about giving so much credit to the coaches, because these players, they go out here and they bust their ass and they're putting their health on the line and they're great and they did a lot of good as well. But I just think it helps so much when you have the coaches matter, and in this instance with Clayton Adams, I'm damn sure that the coaching staff does deserve their fair share of credit.
He, Coach Riley, Lunda Wells, the tight ends coach, they've done a really nice job, and you finally have a staff that came in and evaluated the players they have and how to use them in a way when it comes to blocking. Yes. When it comes to what guys can I pull, what guys do I down block, what guys do I combo with. There's times where you see, and we'd have never believed this looking at the way that Terrence Steele's body is. He is a really good run blocker, combo blocker.
Weapon.
And he can get second level. And you got guys like Booker, who's not so much a puller or a get outside guy. He's more of a power player. You got a center that's a power player. You got Smith that's a power player plus a puller. You've got tackles. You could take Guyton and make him a puller. So now they've got ways of running the ball right and left, and you got a back that's got really good vision to hit it. Yeah. He's not a home run hitter by any means, but you saw in the long run that he was able to get through. He saw it, he read the blocks, and then he was able to make it. Once he saw the way the defense was set up, he was able to take advantage of that. And then you got, and I mentioned Lunda Wells because the tight ends, and you see with Span Ford is like having an extra tackle in there. Mm-hmm. And you got a power guy where they sometimes struggle at the point of attack is they don't have anybody that just power, and Spanford can get movement. You put him one-on-one with an end, they double that tackle, and then you get a puller that maybe log or to kick out. That ball is going right up in there, and the back has got the vision to see that. So the coaches have figured out what they have. Eberflus kind of needs to figure out, I've got this guy to do. And a little bit last week, let's put Houston over on this side. Let's rush 2 defensive tackles inside and bring a looper. See,
hell of a play.
That gets you a sack.
It does.
Those are the kinds of things they have to do more of.
And Spanford is such a weapon. He's just so unique. I don't know if they've had a blocking tight end like that since Witten in his prime.
Yeah, Martellus Bennett back in the
Marty
day.
B. Marty
B was a get under you and just lift you guy. It's a shame that he had his kind of his run-ins and
he had to grow up while he was
the
here
front
maybe a little
office
bit.
got mad at him and they shipped away, and then he's like, oh wow, he turns into this type of player that he was.
Great guy, too.
Oh, yeah.
I love
really smart.
The Marty B story.
Yeah.
But I love how Calvin Watkins gave us the backstory on this. It was a 2022 pregame chat. The Cowboys were playing Arizona, and Schotty was using that time to meet people that he might want to hire if he ever got the chance of the responsibility. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of where it started. In the offseason, as Schotty began compiling names for OC, people he knew in the coaching positions or the professions, Tyler Boyles, Jake Doyle, Matt Turpening, they mentioned Adams. And Schotty also spoke with Eberflus, who was hired as DC, and they worked together in Indianapolis. Eberflus was a linebackers coach in DC, and Adams was a tight ends coach and assistant offensive line coach in Indianapolis. So that's kind of how the dots started to connect. Adams, as it sounds or as it reads, might be looking at Schotty as kind of a mentor as well, maybe a little bit of a role model. He says, I think there's probably also some complementary skill sets. I know there's things he does that I look at and I go, oh gosh, I wish I was a little bit more that way. So I didn't obviously get to make the decision to come here, but that was one thing I thought was really good about it for me. What do you think he's talking about there with Schotty, the complementary skill set? Is that the communication?
I think that Schotty, the
rah-rah stuff,
yeah,
connection.
But it's interesting, Dawson, because okay, you've done coaching, and coaches are coaches. You've done. What's one of the things that as a coach you have to be able to do? Communicate, right?
Oh yeah,
you have to be able to communicate.
If that breaks down, you're done.
Offensive line coaches are so used to working with their guys that they don't always think
they're in the lab.
Yeah, like Schotty is like he's over the defensive side. He's over, when he was working, when he first came here, he was a coach like, remember Ben McAdoo, where Ben McAdoo, they had him working with the defense, even though he was an offensive guy.
Yeah,
so
kind of scouting,
quality
control.
Exactly, he's doing all that stuff. Schotty was a guy that was always in you talk to the defensive players, and they're like going, Schotty was always in your face. He's like, hey, man, you got to watch. You got to watch. That's what Schotty is, that guy that's out there. Like he's a guy that's a people person. Offensive line coaches not always are people persons, So communication, how you communicate with the whole team, how you interact with the staff, all these things that you can learn a little bit from Brian Schottenheimer. I don't have anybody that's ever said anything mean about Brian Schottenheimer. What we were worried about was game management and how would he handle difficult situations. We're seeing how he's handling difficult situations with some of these injuries, and then the team playing hard for him. So that's where you could see a little bit of learning about from somebody how to handle people, but how to work through difficult situations.
And then what do you think of his play calling inside this offense, Schotty? Like, the proof is in the pudding in a lot of ways, isn't it? Like, it's got to be pretty good as far as sequencing and setting teams up. That's all got to be going damn well for them to be getting this kind of results with their injuries.
The fact that he is able to realize that, like, okay, I can maybe do this, but I'm going to have to wait 2 weeks to do that. He's not trying to play round peg, square hole guy. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to find ways of who do I have available to me and how do I take advantage of those guys. I talked about the offensive linemen, the quarterback's playing at a very, very high level. And, you got a running game that's really done a nice job because the back is such a tough runner. So he's doing things that his players are capable of doing right now. And when he gets Lamb back, gets Turpin back, gets Booker back, I think you'll see some more things to this offense that we haven't seen, because right now he's having to work with what he has.
Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. Tomorrow will be at Hurtado Barbecue location, Mansfield 10 to 10:30, and Fort Worth 11:30 to 12. That's your next chance to pick up a G-Bag Nation flag. We'll also be at the Highland Hotel with them 2 to 6 for your football watch party in Euless. Some of the best beer selections and delicious food, man. They have really nailed the art of the burger here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. And you've nailed Krusty's Corner once again, I'm sure. Brian, what do you have in store for us?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions I want to ask Dawson, Lucius maybe, but I also want to talk about the official for Sunday's game. We'll get into that next.
Okay.
shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Mavos, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Kevin Walker, on the board today for Lucius, who's on location with us today. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. Come on by and fellowship with us. Got a Cowboys and Panthers injury report. Then we're going to get to Krusty's Corner. Chuba Hubbard is out. Taylor Moton, their starting right tackle, is
big.
out.
Yeah.
And I saw him get whipped a couple times by Jalen Phillips last week, but apparently he's a good player. It was just a couple of bad reps that he'd had.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a group when you watch the Panthers play. It's not the most athletic one. And so, yeah.
They can look bad when they lose.
They can look bad. And this will be Nijma. I think Nijman. I always mess up this kid's name. Nijman. He's going to be the backup. He's going to likely be the starter at the right tackle spot. They got him from Green Bay, and he's a guy that slow-footed player. And
tear him up.
So now you're in a situation where here are the Cowboys. Can they take advantage? In the past, they kind of haven't been able to do that. In some of these games where some of these offensive lines have been compromised, they haven't been able to generate the pass rush. But we'll see with this crew. This is a group they're big, but they don't move particularly well as a unit. And so we'll see if Dallas can can bring some of that. We saw the twist stunts. Last week I mentioned the sack that Houston had where Osa and Solomon Thomas are playing at one edge, and they work down inside. So you attack, and then you get the three blockers all together, and then you bring the looper all the way around with Houston, and he's able to make the sack. So there's been times, too, with this quarterback, he will sack himself. He's a guy that, and I know you've watched some of the tape of him playing, that he'll drop back, and he's a shorter guy. He is a mobile guy when it comes to running and being able to get out of the pocket, but there'll be times where he will try and get out of the pocket, and he'll fall down. He will trip. He just doesn't have the balance at times. We've seen some of these running quarterbacks that have had some success. He's a running quarterback that kind of can't get out of his own way sometimes, and that's going to be a little bit of a problem for them.
You can't lose to Bryce Young. Not here, not now, not with him. And then their pass defense is atrocious. We'll get just to the Cowboys side of this here. Tyler Booker's still out, Lamb's out, Sanborn's out, Miles Sanders is out, and Stephen Jones told us top of the hour that's season ending with a knee. Cavante Turpin is out. Deron Bland questionable. He's been limited all week. Yeah. So is Kalen Carson questionable. Trayvon Diggs questionable. Neeland, Mingo, and then Tyler Smith is questionable. Tyler Guyton's a full go.
Yeah,
and a number of players on this deal. There might be 20 Cowboys sitting on this practice report, so they're just going to keep at it. And we'll have the pregame for you Sunday morning at 9:00 with Broadus and Chiafalo. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's going to teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Schottenheimer.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this one too. Going to get into the Zebra report for this week, and your official is John Hussey. Is the official now?
Mr. Hussey.
Mr. Hussey. There's been a time.
You Hussey.
Yeah, there's been a time where John Hussey and his crew have been over officious. Over official, over whatever you want.
Like a Hussey.
Just like, yeah, there's been times where they lose control of games. I've seen this crew in the past lose control of the games because they don't call penalties early, then they start to call makeup penalties. Then it's like, why? Why are we doing this now? Why weren't these calls earlier in the game? They've had a history of losing control of the game. But in this season so far, through 4 games, his crew is called, they're near the bottom when it comes to penalties being called. Maybe he got tired of being one of those officials that was always talked about as like, way too many calls. But this crew's way near the bottom right now. And so what you have to know about this particular crew is most crews will have like holding as the number one penalty, but this crew does not have them number one. False start is their number one call, and that's one of those things that's kind of it ties into pre-snap penalties and things like that. That's more of that's an easy call.
They would have had fun last night, the Eagles game.
Yeah, exactly.
They would have been busy.
Yeah, that would have been, they would have absolutely, but their false start has been their number one. Then you've got the offensive holding. Now, what's interesting about offensive holding with this particular crew, and we thought last week with the way the Cowboys with their backup offensive linemen, were you going to get numerous holding calls? Well, that didn't materialize that way. This crew is funny in the way of offensive holding is their second most calls. Out of 10 that they've called this year, 9 of them have been against the home team. So you have a 9-to-1 disparity when it comes to home team, road team holding calls. So
why?
Maybe this will play. Maybe this will play into the advantage of the Cowboys. Carolina, we've talked about Carolina a bunch this week. Not a great pass rush team. So maybe that plays hopefully into the Cowboys' favor. You don't have a team that really gets off the ball all that well. not great pass rushers. But maybe that all of a sudden, if it gets to be a little questionable, like was that a hold, was that not a hold, John Hussey's crew might be giving the away team a little bit more of a break than the home team right there.
Hopefully you don't need breaks to beat this team, Brian.
No, beat the brakes off them is what you need right
I mean,
there.
I'll give him credit for Ted McMillan, Derek Brown.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of other players on defense. Is Horn a decent, corner still at this point in his career, 3-4 years in? Maybe a little bit of a disappointment, but solid. Other than that, man, I don't know where the good players are.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a talent-poor team. They've struggled. I mentioned they don't have the pass rush that they once had. They've had a history of having guys that were outstanding pass rushers. They just don't have that. You get rid of Brian Burns. We saw last night.
Gosh.
With Brian Burns and
he caught my a lot of, didn't he?
What he did last night was pretty impressive. So they struggle that way, but we'll see about that. Defensive pass interference would be the next biggest call that they have. The away team getting more of those calls against them than the home team. Illegal formation. Okay, now here's something, Dawson Lucius, that we need to know about. Illegal formation has to do a lot with guys lining up in the backfield. So if you're one of those tackles that sets deep, and
Thomas got dinged for that a couple games ago, didn't he?
Exactly. You don't want to be. Usually they will warn you, hey, we're gonna, hey, you got to move up. You got to move up.
I'm watching you.
Exactly.
Let's go.
I'm watching you.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, they get you where you're backed up off the ball, and they start to call that. So
your helmet's got to be at the guy to your side's waist,
into the middle of the body,
middle
of the body, right there. So be mindful of guys lining up deep. Illegal formation. Here's another officiating crew that watches the clock, delay of games. It'll be on Dak Prescott, Schotty, and those guys to make sure they get the plays in fast enough. Also, Dak will know he's played at this stadium before. Actually, the last 3 years they played at this place, so he'll know where the clocks are. But delay of game is a penalty, a call that these guys will make. And so those are the ones that you kind of need to be very, very mindful of in this football game. Again, John Hussey's crew not calling a lot of penalties so far this year. Offensive holding, defensive pass interference, the illegal formation, and then the delay of games. Those are all things you need to be aware of.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. John Machota's coming up in about 45 minutes. You're going to have a special afternoon 420 with L.A. Who hasn't wanted a 420 with L.A.? It's coming up here in about, 25 minutes. But Carter Freeman joins us next here. He's going to be on his way up to the UNT campus to watch tonight's game. He's going to talk Red River. Fan University's Carter Freeman joins us next here. It's the Jeep Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
TOLO means
They do it all. 972-GO Men's Tea. Check them out online, mensteaclinic.com to schedule your appointment today.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan Live. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. Please do join us. It's a great place to watch football. Get something delicious to eat and drink. They're celebrating their 1-year anniversary here in Euless. Daily specials and lunch specials Monday through Friday. October's beer of the month is the New Belgium Voodoo Ranger. $4 for a 16-ounce cold beer, $6 for a 22-ounce. And the happiest happy hour in Texas, every day 3 to 6. So we are now in the midst of Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers happy hour, delivering food and drink specials, rivaling any in Texas. And they are the official DFW ASU alumni watch party. This is where we found these guys out in Arizona. They're in Arizona State. Hub for you there if you're a fan of that program, you want to come watch them. All righty. Let me tell you, tomorrow there's 2 spots, actually 3, my bad, to pick up a 2025 G-Bag Nation flag. They're so hot, modeled after the state flag of Texas. Mansfield Hurtado 10 to 10:30, Fort Worth Hurtado 11:30 to 12, then the Highland Hotel for our Red River watch party from 2 to 6. And it's going to be a time. So we'd love it if you can join us as Carter Freeman joins us now, host of Fan University. And I believe he's heading up to UNT. Of course, he's an OU guy. He'll be all over the game tomorrow as well. Carter, how the heck are you?
Doing great, guys. I wish I was heading up to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, have one of those burgers you're talking about. They sound great, but instead we're fighting traffic to go watch one of the biggest Group of 5 games of the year.
Yeah, I can't wait to get your thoughts on that. And, of course, you'll have Fan University tomorrow. Is that 9 to noon?
Yep, 9 to noon. We'll have Dave Rebson of the Big Ten Network. We got a big, Oregon-Indiana Big Ten matchup tomorrow. We'll talk with Eddie Radosevich from Sooner Scoop to preview OU Texas and get you covered with all the big games 9 to noon tomorrow.
You're all over the entire college football nation. I love the show. But, I know the Sooners are so near and dear to your heart. I consider you the number one source for this question, is Mateer going to play?
Ever since he got hurt and I saw it was his thumb and I saw the injury timeline, I just thought he was going to play because the way that kid plays on the field and the fact that in that Auburn game where he got hurt, he completed 16 of 17 passes after the injury or something crazy like that. So as long as it wasn't a fear of re-injury, I thought he was going to play. And last night on the SEC availability reports that the conference puts out now, he was listed as probable. So I think 100% you're going to see him in some capacity tomorrow. He's going to warm up. He's going to test the thumb. He's going to see if the grip is there. But I just think the way that kid has played at Wazoo and at OU for the couple games he's been there, if he can be out there, he will be out there.
I grew up in rural Washington State. A lot of my Cougars friends are so mad about the portal and losing Mateer and everything. But that's the price you pay being in college football these days. So I would gather from your answer, though, you think Mateer is going to play well if he does.
I do. I think that he's just the kind of player that, and that's all injury. It's all up to this injury, right? This thumb. We don't know exactly how he's going to react to post surgery because the way he played with the injury was before he had the operation. But I do think if he goes out there, I would expect nothing but 100% from him because that's just the kind of player he is. And I know you mentioned those Washington State fans. Like it is disappointing that he doesn't get to build a legacy there, but he's from Little Elm, Texas. He's a local product, and he grew up watching this game. I believe I watched an interview with him. He said he only went once, maybe a decade ago. So I think it would mean a lot to him to go out there. And if he's going to go out there, I do think he'll play well.
Hey, Carter, I know here in our backyard we're focusing on the Texas OU game, but I'm also got my eye on Oregon and Indiana. And why do I think Oregon is a better big game team than what Indiana is?
Because you saw Indiana last year have 2 opportunities in a top 10 matchup that they were a part of. They lost both of them. And they've only played in 4 top 10 matchups in their school's history. 2 of them were last year. They lose both of them. Dan Lanning, as Oregon's head coach, has already played in 8 top 10 matchups.
Yep.
with Oregon, and he's split them. He's 4-4, but still, Lanning and Oregon have the experience in these high-stakes games, including 2 weeks ago in their game against Penn State, right? And they go into Happy Valley and get a win. And we can talk about how Penn State isn't as good as we all thought they were. Just forget that I picked them to win the national title this year, but it's still a big win for Oregon. So it just seems like they understand how to play in these games and win them. I love Indiana. I love Curt Cignetti. And if they're going to go into Eugene and get a win, they got to get off to a fast start. I think that's going to be the only way they'll be able to keep up with Oregon.
I don't think I'm capable of making an objective Oregon opinion because so much has changed since I covered him, and I covered him for like 10 years in the Pac-10. I guess I guess things are different out there in the Big Ten and the recruiting is open, but I've always just thought that when it comes down to it, they will not have enough strength and power and playmaking in the trenches to really go on a championship run, especially now in the playoffs where you have to win multiples. Am I wrong on that assertion of the Oregon Ducks, Carter Freeman?
No, you saw it last year when they played Ohio State, and Oregon was the number 1 seed in the country last year, and they get absolutely mollywopped, one of my favorite words to use, when they played Ohio State in the playoff. It wasn't even close, and that was a team that Oregon had beat in the regular season. So I think until they show they can win all those games in a row, yeah, people talk about Oregon like they're a blue blood, but they don't have a national championship. And if you really, Dawson, you mentioned when you covered them, they weren't what they are now. Like, it's really been over the last 25 years that they've really become a national power. So time will tell, but this Oregon team is incredibly well built. They've already gone cross-country to Penn State and beaten them, and Penn State is still a talented team no matter how underachieving they may be. So we'll see once push comes to shove in the playoff time frame, but Oregon in the Big Ten now is, I think, far and away, Ohio State is obviously still out there. They are the number 1 team, so I can't dismiss them, but they're an absolute contender, and I think it starts with watching Dante Moore, their quarterback, be the one to guide them through some of these, early season transitions that they had from last year with Dylan Gabriel at quarterback.
Hey, Carter, okay, got my eye also on a trip to Columbia, Missouri for the Tide. Everybody kind of talking about how they were ready to move on from that coach. They seem to have turned it around. Has Ty Simpson been that guy, or is there other things we need to know about Alabama?
Both can be true. I do think Ty Simpson has been that guy. He's played the best quarterback. He's been the best quarterback in the country pretty much ever since they lost to Florida State in their opening game, which looks like it's just such an inexplicable loss now that we're 5, 6, 7 weeks into the season that Alabama laid the egg that they did. But in that Florida State game, Alabama didn't have Jam Miller, their top running back. So they've gotten him back. They've gotten their running game up and moving a lot better than it was early in the year. And Alabama's got Ryan Williams at receiver, but they also got Jeremy Bernard, and Horton is another great receiver they have. They have a lot of weapons that they've been able to spread the ball around and kind of resemble a bit of those Bama offenses in the tail end of Nick Saban's time there. But this is so interesting because Missouri has played nobody, but they've absolutely destroyed everybody they played, and they've got the best rushing attack in the SEC with Ahmad Hardy. He's probably the most underrated player in the country at the running back position because he plays at Missouri, and even though they're 14th, I think is what they are this week, he's not getting a lot of talk, but Mizzou is awesome at running the ball, and that's something that Bama has struggled with sometime early in the season. But also Bama did just go up against Vanderbilt, who have the second best rushing attack in the country, and outside of one long run, they were able to shut Vanderbilt down. So that's going to key how that game ends up. And it's a huge test for Mizzou to say, yeah, we're real and we belong.
Carter, should I worry about Ohio State with a trip to Champaign?
No. And until Ohio State gives up, through 5 games, Ohio State's allowing literally 5 points a game. That's how many points they're giving up a game. That's how good their defense is. That was great to end last year, has gotten even better this year. And they played a Texas. They played a Washington, right? Like they haven't just played 4 FCS teams. They've played teams with legit talent, and they've managed to shut them down. And we can talk about Texas and their offense all you want, but still holding them scoreless for 58 minutes says a lot to me. So I don't think there's much worry. This is, for Illinois, it's like I was a believer going into the season, but then the Indiana game just took me off that, given how big they lost. And this is in Champaign, so that should help them a little bit. But Ohio State's not USC. They don't have the long cross-country travel that they have to do with the early kick. This is something Ohio State's used to. And Ohio State doesn't lose to anybody but Michigan, right? So in the Big Ten especially. So I don't think this should be any worry for Buckeyes fans personally.
How about things in College Station, though? Did Florida get things turned around, or are they just going to take a beating from the Aggies?
This seems like a classic, team gets a big win over a top 10 team, and then they kind of turn back into what they were the week before, where I know that Florida has Dallas Wilson, their young receiver. He torched Texas last week, but that was also without Malik Muhammad for Texas. They were down in their secondary a little bit. And A&M they're getting Scooby Williams back there, linebacker, and who's been a key cog for them for the last 2 years. And so many of the A&M players have been with Elko for more than, his full time there. It's not like it's a full team of mercenary defensive players like other teams we've seen. Mm-hmm. So that fact, they're just so cohesive on defense, and the way they absolutely shut down Mississippi State last weekend, I think they're kind of going to do the same thing to Florida. And I think that was a great win for Florida. I think it'll get Billy Napier a couple more games, but this is going to be kind of a back-to-earth thing for them, because I really am a believer in A&M this year. I think top to bottom with Marcel Reed and the receivers they got in the portal, plus Moss, their running back, is an excellent guy in the backfield, plus how good the defenses looked. Like, this is the A&M that I think fans thought they'd get under Jimbo. They just had to wait a couple years for Elko to come in and turn it into that.
It's Carter Freeman here with you, Fan University, tomorrow 9 to noon. Do Sooners fans fear Arch either now or in the future?
I think in general, yes, they do, because we always, and I know you guys have even mentioned this on the show before, and I know KNC were talking about it, how you can have a top 10 OU team playing an unranked Texas team, and all of a sudden the Texas quarterback who's been poor the entire year looks like Vince Young for one game. And so there's always that fear in the back of my mind personally, because this game, as an OU fan, it always takes 10 years off my life watching it because I get so stressed because of just things seem to even up. And with Arch, he's not played well in his 2 road games that he's played in, but he has played in them. So the more of those that he gets under his belt, the more comfortable he'll look in them. So I think in terms of that, yes, there is fear that Arch can live up to the 5-star talent, the name that he had and people expected him to be this year, but his offensive line's not going to do him any favors. And that's something you don't really fix in a week with how poor they looked against Florida, especially the left tackle and left guard. That's something you don't fix quickly. And with OU, they've got a premier edge rusher in R. Mason Thomas. They've got a solid guy on the other side in Marvin Jones, who transferred from Florida State. And OU has 4 SEC-tier defensive tackles that they can rotate in and out. So up the middle, which is with the rushing attack for Texas has been poor, you don't really get any rest from it. So that, I think, if you have fears with Arch, I think that's fair. Everything else about their offense is, I think, going to balance that out tomorrow.
Did they overestimate how they could develop internally offensive linemen? And do you make sure to correct this? You go back and hit the portal if you have young guys. Like I know you want to bring them in and give them a plan and have them work, and they can look forward to starting. But that seems to be the critical error that was made in the team building of this Longhorns outfit.
Yeah, they had 4 guys leave from last year's team, which was last year's offensive line, which was an excellent line, starting with Kelvin Banks there on the left side, and that's been the biggest thing they've had struggles to replace. The thing with the portal is, OU's kind of done that, where they've gone into the portal and gotten a couple guys who they've plugged and played, but offensive line and having depth there is maybe one of the hardest things to do in college football, and that's, I think, what separates the great teams from just merely the good ones, is having that depth. And OU's already lost some players on their line, and they've had to rely on some of those guys. So, to that point, their rushing attack, OU's that is, has not been great this year. Neither of these teams are terribly good at running the ball. So it's just tough because Kyle Flood, the offensive line coach for Texas, has been revered, and you've seen the fruits of his labor. And you want to keep these guys no matter their struggles now because of the track record. And back to OU, they've had a similar thing with Bill Biedenbaugh. He's been there forever, and he's constantly churned out offensive linemen that, are first, second, third round picks. So it's a delicate balance, but it's absolutely the bane of their existence right now. And Arch holds on to the ball too long. I think that's another thing that we can talk about with his development is he needs to learn to get rid of the ball quicker. And that could be on his receivers, but I think a lot of that's also on him. It looks a lot like Jackson Arnold with OU last year.
Hey, Carter, did we find a weakness with Texas Tech's offense? Red zone trips. And they've been bad in the red zone, it seems like, a little bit this year. I think they're ranked like 103rd on red zone trips. Had some trouble against Houston last week, 2 of 8. Is this the only thing that's keeping Tech from being maybe a top 5 offense?
They did kick a lot of field goals in that game, to your point. They did stall out a lot. And but the good thing for Tech is they were constantly in the red zone. So they had a lot of chances to correct that. And so far it hasn't mattered because they're usually up by 30, 40 points by the, and so they're not really having to worry about their red zone issues. But until a team really in the Big 12 shows that they can compete with Tech and go toe-to-toe with them, which they played 2 road games against 2 undefeated Big 12 teams in Utah and Houston, and they just pretty much dominated both of them. So, yes, that could be a concern at some point, but that's not something I'm terribly worried about until a team shows that they can actually compete with Texas Tech, that is, because just looking at the rest of the Big 12, no one looks even close to them even with the offensive struggles on offense and especially on defense.
Thank you, Carter. Great work. Best of luck to you. Enjoy Denton tonight, and I guess we'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, so listen to Fan University 9 to noon tomorrow, and I got 50 minutes left on this drive, so wish me luck.
Enjoy. There he goes, Carter Freeman, on his way to Denton to watch UNT tonight. It's a huge football weekend, and we're talking a lot of Cowboys, a lot of Red River with you. Of course, tomorrow, Highland Hotel in Dallas. We'll have G-Bag Nation flags and a heck of a watch party, pool party. We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. If you're getting out of work and you're anywhere near, you should check this out. They got so many TVs. There's got to be 100 TVs in here and 80 beers on tap. And the best place to watch sports in Euless definitely is right here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. What are we doing next, Lucius?
I got some 420 news you could use because the segment is at 420. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's featuring a DFW hooper, a local hooper that is facing the death penalty in Indonesia.
Ooh.
No.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb.
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Stephen Jones, Mondays at noon and Fridays at 3 on your home of the boys, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's the G-Back Nation on 105 through The Fan. We are live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. And we thank all the Tolos that have come by and fellowshipped so far. Tomorrow we're going to have more flags for you. Mansfield, Hurtado, 10 to 10:30. Fort Worth, Hurtado, 11:30 to noon in the Highland Hotel from 2 to 6 for the watch party. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time for the 420 with L.A. Here's Lucius.
Yeah, I got some 420 news you can use because it is 427s. You know, how about that?
Yeah,
it's always 420, though. Shout out to Suave Dre. Remember Suave Dre? Dawson?
Was he a texter?
So he made this song when Dez caught the ball.
Oh, yes.
Dez caught that ball.
Yes, we met Suave Dre. Maybe in the Flagtober.
Yeah.
That is right, dude. Blast from the past.
Shout out to that guy. I see you texting in, brother. All right, 420 news you can use, by the way, if you're not really from around the DFW area and you're headed to Texas, OU or OU Texas, whatever you want to call it, check that website for the fair. They have changed their rules on the baggages and whatnot, and I don't want you to get stopped at the door.
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't want that to happen to you.
Yeah.
All right. Have you ever heard of this Dallas Hooper named Jared Shaw?
No.
Jared Shaw. Neither have I really, but when this story came up, now I'm all aware of him.
Okay.
Buddy hooped for Carter High School. He is from Dallas proper.
Go Cowboys.
Okay, yeah, Dallas proper. He went to Oklahoma State. He hooped at Utah State. He was pretty good at Utah State. Anyways, Jared Shaw has been playing pro ball in Indonesia for about 11 years now, the IBL, and he's pretty good there. They said he put like 1,000 points up last season or whatnot. Anyway, he is facing the potential death penalty over some weed gummies.
Oh, no, the gummies?
The gummies over
Man.
weed gummies.
You always figured the gummies will slide through security, no problem. They just look like candy.
You would think.
Man, these guys were playing them too tight.
Yeah. So apparently he lives in Thailand where like the rules are a little bit looser.
Yeah.
And playing in Indonesia, the rules are tough. So he ordered some in Thailand. Thought he was going to pick his stuff up in Indonesia.
Oh.
And it was like 10 cops there waiting for him.
Oh, no.
Yeah. They don't play out there in Indonesia. Indonesia has carried out executions by firing squad.
Over weed.
Firing squad? Wow. I can't
That's
believe
brutal.
this is happening.
That's brutal. You know, it must be terrifying for his friends and family here in DFW.
How about that? There's over 100 foreigners on death row right now in Indonesia over drugs. 100 foreigners, man. Imagine going out there in Indonesia for whatever you're going for. I don't know.
Yeah.
But then you end up stuck there on death row. Oh, my gosh.
I don't even know if that's a state you'd want to mess with, you know,
No.
or a country that you'd even want to entertain going to. I guess if that's where you do
What
your
do you
career.
do out there?
I mean, Indonesia, I think, is an awesome vacation spot.
Probably looks beautiful.
You know, they got the island life and everything going on. But once you hit laws that conservative,
you can't play around, bro.
That's dangerous. You know, what if there's just something loose in your luggage that they detect? You know, it sounds like they're pulling out the magnifying glass and looking for it in any way possible. So yeah, I guess the good news for him is he's likely the biggest guy in the jail. You know, at least he doesn't have to worry about.
Don't
as long as you can get out. That's glass half full, but probably not a glass half full he's interested in.
No. He had 136 cannabis gummies, 136 little gummies. So it's not a whole lot, but it's a lot at the same time. Man, he said that the gummies help him with his Crohn's disease.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of great medical benefits to it.
But the police put the whole gummy things on a scale and said he had 869 grams of weed, basically accusing him of having a kilo of marijuana.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, because the weight of the candies and everything.
They're weighing the candies, the
Oh.
gelatin, the sugar, everything is being added to your charge.
Do you think he gets some Brittany Griner relief here from the feds?
I am hoping so.
Yeah.
I'm hoping so. There's a fundraiser going out for him right now, the Last Prisoner Project, if you guys are trying to help out or whatnot, or you want to inquire into it.
Lucius, they're talking about things to do in Indonesia.
Yeah. What do you do out there? It seems like a seedy place if I want to go on a vacation.
They talk about that there's like the nature, a lot of nature. They have a Komodo dragons, like a national park.
Okay, that's
take
dope.
a guided trek to see the world's largest lizard in its natural habitat. The area is famous for the marine life and the unique pink beach.
Okay, I'll do that. Actually,
So-
I will go see the Komodo dragon and hang out on the pink beaches and have drinks that have umbrellas in them and whatnot. But you can't have the.
Might take a
cannabis
day
out
trip there from
We
Thailand.
got volcanoes. We got all kinds of cultural things we can do there. You can relax. You can dive. There's a place called the Gili Islands. And there are three islands. They're known for their white sand beaches, crystal clear water, and excellent snorkeling, diving, especially for turtles.
Oh,
you can hang out with the turtles.
Love seeing a turtle on a dive.
Oh my gosh, I seen them in a Cancun. They were out there laying their eggs, and there was some babies going back to the beach at the same time. Oh my gosh, I was in heaven, bro.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I jumped off the balcony just to run out there and take photos with the turtles. But yeah, if I go out to Indonesia, you best look at the rules first before you head on out there. You're gonna end up on life.
Yeah, I think a lot of people get used to, hey, we can travel with this. I got my vape pen.
There's
I got little
gummies.
gummies. It's traveling.
It doesn't smell.
They're probably going to be cool. They're not cool in some countries.
No,
you got to look into that.
They were tracking it. Speaking of, Michael Jordan's son, Marcus Jordan, said he's sober.
Okay.
Said he's been sober for 6 months from the Colombian Bam Bam. Man, we seen that video of him with the Colombian Bam Bam.
Yeah.
He had utensils, mirrors, and everything out there. This man was,
Very sophisticated drug doer. Yeah. He had his whole travel kit with him.
He was eating watermelons in the morning, doing a little Colombian Bam Bam cocaine, bro. Yeah.
Everybody needs to pick me up. Some
Everybody's
people
gotta
go with
have it,
coffee, maybe some nicotine, cocaina.
So shout out to him, man, for staying sober and whatnot.
6 months, huh?
Yeah. When do you celebrate? Start like a week? 30 days? When do you start celebrating? Like, hey, man, I think I got this.
You know what's crazy is when I stopped, I knew I had stopped for the rest of my life.
Really?
And it was like 3 days in. I was like, yep.
You just knew it.
I'm not drinking anymore. Maybe if I get like a fatal diagnosis, like, hey, Dawson, you only got a couple of more months.
Going for it.
I'm going to choose one of those to crack some coldies. But until that day, no more.
I kind of feel like, though, a guy we love, Rodeo Ron, did that last like 10 minutes or so?
I think he got 45 days or so.
I was so.
I don't know. Do you get a point for that?
Lucius said, let's go to Rodeo Ron, and I'm drinking. And Jimmy, I went,
if you're with Rodeo Ron, this is G-Bag Nation, sober.
Yeah, I've never.
Mama didn't raise no quitter.
I never felt so defeated in my life,
dude.
I was so proud of him, and I was like. And then he's like, and then the other day he's come out to a couple remotes and he looks great, and he's got his gal with him and stuff. But I mean, he was doing so well. And then all of a sudden he called in and it's like, and we just all stopped when he says, "I'm drinking Jim Beam," and we all went.
Oh, sorry, Ron.
Sorry, Ronnie.
Try again, buddy. We're here for you, dog. Speaking of drinking, Paul Pierce says his DUI arrest. He said he was just asleep. He said, I'm old and I fell asleep. I was stuck in
narcolepsy,
traffic.
maybe just.
There was an accident on the 110.
Okay.
And he was stuck in traffic for 45 minutes or something like that.
Yeah.
He took a photo of it. He said he's never been in traffic like this, and he ended up falling asleep that same time.
Okay.
That's what he says.
Yeah.
The police say, well, you kind of DUI-ish to us. So we'll see how that
John
works
and
out.
Ponch of Chips said, no, you're drunk.
Yeah, man.
We're not, no.
I was asleep, fam.
Yeah, I don't know which one I believe less, that one or Jerry Jones' explanation for the bird he flew in New York.
That one, that really just irks me. Jerry's supposed to stand on that. You're a damn billionaire.
If he would have stood on that, we'd have felt a lot better about
Hell
it. Right?
yeah, man. Make T-shirts with you flipping off somebody, bro. That's beautiful right there, man.
Yeah.
I had another clip. I guess I'll get to it later because we're definitely up against it.
We got LA Live coming up at 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. About an hour and 5 minutes for more Lucius Alexander. He's on.
They said Indonesia is known for sex tourism.
Wow.
Passport bros.
They didn't have that in the
Passport bros.
So that's okay. Yeah. But cannabis is not. Okay.
Yeah, how
you just
about
got to
that?
know what they.
You got to know the rules.
Know what they're emphasizing before you book that travel. That's tough though. Death Squad.
Death Squad. They firing squad. They're shooting people over drugs in Indonesia. That's a crime against humanity.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
It's one thing if you got to do like a year in jail because you were in a foreign country, didn't understand their laws or whatever. That will end up being a pretty badass story.
Right.
Like 20 years down the road. Yeah.
Right.
This one's just terrifying. We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers here in Euless. And John Machota from The Athletic is going to join us, help you preview Cowboys and Panthers. And then, of course, speaking of Ronnie, what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up at 5 o'clock. If you need something cold to drink, you're feeling about 12, 16 ounces short, just swing on by. Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. And we're back here with Machota. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll talk all...
you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I think that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Back to the G-Bag Nation, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you. That's Kevin Walker in for Lucius Alexander in that Pimp Cup as LA is on location with us here. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. We're going to talk with John Machota of The Athletic, get his thoughts on Cowboys Panthers in a pretty big day of Cowboys news. Tomorrow we'll be at Mansfield Hurtado from 10 to 10:30 with G-Bag Flags, and then Fort Worth 11:30 to noon with Flags in the Highland Hotel for your Red River watch party, pool party 2 to 6. John Machota, The Athletic, joining us now here on the Fan Buddy. How the heck are you?
I'm doing well, guys. How are you?
Well, we're doing pretty good, man. Having a nice little Friday afternoon, and then Steven joined us and dropped this Miles Sanders news on us. That's a bit of a bummer. He's out for the year. What else do you know about this story?
Yeah, it sounds like it's more of the knee than the ankle, even though he was on the injury report with both. But, I hadn't really been hearing much about him, the last week or so. And so I didn't think it was anything that would be season-ending, but it sounds like it got to that point where it's going to need surgery. And so because of that, Jaden Blue's up. And, he's been trending in the right direction from everything that I've heard, that he should be ready for this opportunity. But certainly losing Miles Sanders, a veteran running back like that, you would rather him be on the field. But this is an opportunity for Jaden Blue, no question.
Do you think they push more carries immediately with him, or operate as Javonte Williams, bell cow, and maybe just a couple of series for Blue?
I still think Javonte is the bell cow. I would still have him at 15 to 20 carries, but I think you could see Jaden Blue get maybe 5 or 6, and depending on what he does with that workload, go from there. They obviously need another back. You're not going to give Javonte Williams 25 carries a game, and so that's your best case is if Javonte can be the bell cow. Then you have Jaden Blue kind of be your change of pace guy. Maybe he breaks off a couple of big play runs. I think the big thing is that he's just got to make sure that he knows what's being asked of him, the playbook, blocking assignments, and then after that, it certainly he's got to hang on to the football. There can't be turnovers, and if he does all that stuff, with all the weapons that they have on this offense, there is a place for him to put up some big numbers here or there, because it's not like opposing defense are going to come in there and go, we got to shut down Jaden Blue. They got 5 other things to worry about.
John, here's the question you probably didn't think you were going to get today. Does Phil Maffa all of a sudden play in the picture?
Yeah, he could definitely get in the mix for sure. I think that they would prefer Jaden Blue run with this opportunity just because I think his running style paired with Javante's is the ideal, David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs type backfield, where they complement each other and they do a little bit of something else that the other guy doesn't do. I think that would be pretty fascinating, especially with how well everything's been working in the run game. And I'm not trying to take anything away from Javonte Williams, but, I've covered this team when they were down 1 offensive lineman starter, and it led to a disaster. To be down 4 and to run for $180, I don't care what team that is. That's really impressive. And so, their run game and what Clayton Adams has brought to it, to take them from being one of the worst run offenses to one of the best, top 10 in one offseason. And it's not like you made these major additions in the offseason. Like you didn't go out and use a top 5 pick on Zeke, or you didn't spend a bunch of money or make a big trade to go get a running back. I mean, you're doing it with stuff that most of us were surprised that Javonte Williams didn't play in the preseason. Like they were like, nah, we got this. We're going to put him on ice. He's our guy. Like I thought that was surprising at the time, but apparently they knew exactly what they were doing.
John, what are these offensive coaches doing that the defensive coaches aren't?
That's a really good question. That is a really good question. But
sorry,
to be honest with you,
that one, but
no.
Because we do talk a lot about these assistants, and I think you could even throw in the wide receiver coach. Hell, they're down 2 or 3 wide receivers and still doing good things.
That is very true. But I just feel like if I got out a piece of paper right now and I ranked all the entire Cowboys roster 1 through 53, in that top 20, there'd be a lot more guys on offense than there would be on defense.
Sure.
There might not be very many at all. So, like Schotty likes to say, he draws up plays for players, and I think that ultimately impacts things. No question about it. You look at that defensive side of the ball, and there's not a lot of guys over there that you're thinking about giving just a huge contract to. Whereas on the offense, even when CD's out, you still got a guy like George Pickens. What would that offense look like if you didn't have Pickens and you're running out, Tolbert, Flanoy, and Jalen Brooks? I mean, I think that they could still beat the Jets and maybe Carolina, but I don't know how much more success you'd have down the line after that. So I think the player part of it is big. But then I also just wonder on the defensive side if they've had the buy-in from day one that it appears they've had from the offensive side. And I think a lot on the offensive side, when you have Brian Schottenheimer in the building who has worked with the offense already, I think it's a little bit more of a seamless transition where on the defense, the guys aren't going to say this publicly, but it is natural to just feel like, all right, another season, another new defensive staff. Cool. And now we're doing something a little bit different. And so because you don't have that continuity, I think it's taken a little bit longer for that side of the ball to buy in.
And how much do you think Diggs and Bland have fallen off from their peaks, and can they get back to that level?
I definitely think they can get back as long as they can stay healthy, but that's been the problem. I mean, it's even when they've come back from injury, there are guys that are still on the injury report. There are guys that are still being limited because of issues. So if they were 100% or closer to it, I think you'd be fine in the secondary. But I just don't get the sense that they're at that 100% level there. And so I also think that not having very much of a consistent pass rush has affected them as well. Obviously when Diggs and Bland have had their big seasons, Micah Parsons was certainly out on the field with them, and so that probably contributed quite a bit. But I think, to me, corner is going to be a very high on their list thing to go after in the offseason, whether it be, with one of those first two first-round picks or in free agency. If there isn't, steady improvement throughout the season, then I think that is probably a top 2 or 3 position that they'll be targeting in the offseason.
Hey, John, Steven slapped my theory about Jerry's going to wait and see how this team's going to play before he thinks about making a trade. Did I deserve that? Is that something you're hearing in the building, that like, hey, if something happens or something comes across our desk, we're interested? I kind of felt like that Jerry was going to wait and see how these next 3 games went before he maybe think about making a trade.
Yeah, that could be part of it. I don't think that you're off on that at all. I think that
Oh, he said I was. He slapped.
Yeah,
me
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard him, and I get that. But the thing with the Cowboys, for me, I've always felt like that they're more of a, we need a team to call us, then we're going to do a ton of calls to other teams. And Jerry has said as much over the years, from obviously it factors in with him with his success in business beyond football, that, the guy making the call is probably not the one that's getting the best end of the deal. And so the tricky part is that there's so much parity in the NFL. I don't know if the other teams get bad enough to where all of a sudden they're just selling guys off this early in the season. And then how long do you wait until you make a move? And I just have gotten the sense from the Cowboys that they'll make a move if something good comes along their way, but I don't know that they're going to be super aggressive to just be constantly on the phone calling to try and, upgrade, whether it be at, linebacker, or maybe with this running back situation, another running back, or, a defensive back or another defensive lineman. Like, I feel like something really good is going to have to come their way. I don't know that they're going to be the one that's making the call.
How confident are you in victory for the Cowboys in Charlotte?
I'm pretty confident, and a lot of it has to do with that Jets game. I mean, I just go through 5 games of being around Brian Schottenheimer as head coach, and they've only laid one egg in my mind, and that was Chicago. And they weren't laying an egg early, and so either between the Javonte Williams fumble up the sideline or the CeeDee Lamb injury, something went wrong there where the team wasn't the same after that. But all of the other games that they've played, they've pretty much shown up. Now, you can make the argument on the Giants that, maybe they should have been a little bit more, convincing in that game. But again, I guess after last night, it is what it is. Maybe the Giants are a little bit better than I give them credit for. But, they showed up against the Jets, and they played well. They played well against the Eagles, and they played well against the Packers. And so I expect them to play well in this game. And if they play well, they're just from top to bottom, coaching, players, everything, they're better than the Panthers. And, I know listening to your guys' station, Steven and Jerry, talk a lot about, or get asked a lot about, if this is a playoff team, and they never waver and say that that's their hope and that's what they expect. You can't say that if you go and lose in Charlotte. You just look at the rest of their schedule. If you really think this is a playoff team, Sunday's a must-win, because there's a stretch of games coming down that you're just not going to be able to win that many of those. And so you have to be building your cushion right now. And so I do think that they will play well in Charlotte, though.
What do you? There's a lot of talk about Overshown looking good and coming back and everything. Where do you eyeball it? What you think the window's going to open for him?
He's an interesting one, So I asked Brian about him this morning just because, when we've been out there at the beginning of practice, especially this last week or so, we've been seeing, like, Cooper Beebe was out there today on the cords, and we've been seeing CeeDee Lamb on the cords and a few other guys, but we haven't been seeing Overshown. And so I'm just kind of like, is he up on the next part of this where he's not doing any of that stuff right now? He's ramped it up, because the last time we saw him on the cords, after he did some cord work, he grabbed his helmet and was doing some other type of, backpedaling and other things, catching the football. And so it certainly sounds like things are coming along pretty well. The thing I go back to, though, is I don't sense that they want to rush him out on the field. So, we'll know when they open this 21-day practice window, but when will that be? I still think that you're looking at right after the bye, I think, is when he comes back. And if you don't make a trade, I feel like he has to be DeMarvion Overshown, hit the ground running at his absolute best if you're going to make significant improvements on this defense with just the current staff. The current roster. I think that they can make improvements. I think the defense can get better. But if you want it to be on like a playoff level, Overshown has to be outstanding when he comes back, or you're going to have to make some moves.
Great stuff, John. That was outstanding. Thank you for that. Enjoy your weekend, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Salute. There he goes, John Machota of The Athletic here in the G-Bag Nation. It is time now for that one segment of the week where you're actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated. We're at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, and we want your phone calls. It's quitting time. Crack them if you got them. What you drinking and what you thinking is next here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app.
You know what time it is. It's quitting time on a Friday. It's time for What You're Drinking and What You're Thinking. At 877-881-1053, Kevin Walker's in for Lucius. He is screening your phone calls up back there in the Pimp Cup. LA is on location with us here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. And we're looking forward to a big weekend. We'll talk more about that here coming up a little bit later on with the Cowboys and with the Red River game. I mean, you could be thinking about either one of these football games or something else. Currently, I'm drinking a Diet Coke, and I salute the wait staff here at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers for keeping that
you
thing
filled
topped
up
off.
too, brother.
It is good. I'm thinking about a Cowboys blowout victory tomorrow. I just don't think the Panthers have much at all, and I'm thinking next week they'll get healthier and they'll beat Washington to essentially take control of the division. After watching the wheels come off for the Eagles last night, Brian, I don't think they're going to bounce back. I think Philly is fundamentally broken, and their spirit. Troy Aikman said it last night. He said this is a team that kind of quit, and they showed that from the very beginning of the game. Just got worse as the game went on. So I'm fired about this NFC East. I could be proven wrong. There's enough flaws on this football team, but they got something cooking. And I guess this offense remains unstoppable even without all these players out. So I want to tip my cap to and my drink. I want to raise my drink to Dak Prescott, Brian Schottenheimer, and Clayton Adams for giving us the coaching staff we've been dreaming of for going on a decade here in Cowboy country. That's what I'm drinking and thinking. Brian, how about you?
Well, I didn't know that lemonade could be so good with
Jack Daniels.
Jack Daniels and the blackberry
lemonade
mix that they had there. Man, that stuff was really, really good. I highly recommend if this. Sometimes with the flavored whiskeys and stuff, you're kind of like, I'm kind of an old school. Just give me the.
Yeah.
But no, man, that is quite a nice combination. And what I'm thinking is that. I've talked about it a bunch. Everybody knows my son goes to school at the University of Texas. He's a Cowboy there, a tradition they've had at the University of Texas since 1922. Didn't realize it was such a big deal until I actually watched him get inducted. But, young Bennett is he's on the Smokey, the cannon detail. So hopefully the Longhorns will put him to work tomorrow, and he will enjoy he's been a part of these Red River Rivalry games, but from a fan's standpoint, and now being a Cowboy, being on the field, super proud of him and hope they walk away with a victory here.
He said it's me shooting the cannon off. They win the coin flip. That was hilarious.
He told me this morning. He told me he's driving around. He was at Smokey. He was pulling Smokey on the back of the truck, and he goes, "Dad, he goes, I don't know, man. I just don't know about this, how it's going to play." Last night he was fortunate enough to go to dinner with the Mannings.
Nice.
They were in town, and so. They're all in that same group together, and he was saying, "Yeah, Dad, coin flip. I might have to fire it." Yeah, Bennett got in trouble at the LSU Texas baseball game when LSU's manager got kicked out, and Bennett fired the cannon. Then
nice, that's how you do it, man.
So like the athletic department guy came down and said, "Hey, Bennett, we don't need to be doing that anymore." So but I was sitting like a couple rows over with my. LSU gear on. So I think he did that one for me. Yeah. So anyway, I hope all the Texas fans get to celebrate tomorrow.
Is this his last year?
He graduates this year.
Oh my God, that was fast.
Yeah, 4 years, and he got into grad school.
He was just going. Now
yeah, he's in grad. He got into grad school there at the McCombs Business School. So super proud of him. And again, I hope. Hey, we got a lot of OU fans here hanging out with us and so, but. I hope my son gets to fire that cannon a bunch tomorrow for those Longhorns.
All righty, Lucius. What
I like
are you
that move by Bennett brought it.
Yeah.
Got to have gumption, kid. Got to have some gumption.
Got to have gumption.
And couth.
And some couth.
Can't have one without the other.
He has no direction with me as his son. I mean, as his dad. So, that's kind of a...
Must have good instincts.
Yeah, good instincts for sure. He knows right from wrong, right?
Uh-huh.
These bar girls are trying to get me drunk here, bro.
Yeah,
they keep all the time. They walk by. You want a drink yet? You want a drink yet? I keep telling them, no, I don't want to drink. Do you want a drink yet? So I finally got one here.
Yeah.
Looks like they got you a shot now.
Yeah. Oh, now it's a shot too. Oh my gosh, I'm nursing this one right here. So
LA Live.
That's what I'm drinking. I'm drinking a margarita with a whole lot of spicy stuff on the rim. Yeah, ice and a lime. Thank you. And they're sending over tequila. Hopeless Repo.
Yeah, there you go.
Hopeless Repo. And I'm thinking about the watch party tomorrow, man. I'm pretty excited.
There you go.
Hopefully some nice big screens out there. We can all get a little rowdy. and watch the game with the Tolos, man. That's what I'm pretty excited about, actually.
Highland
Put some
Hotel 2 to
sticks in
6.
the air.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
good weather.
I mean, it's perfect.
Good weather, bro.
Just unbelievably perfect. I think it might be a little bit too warm at the Cotton Bowl itself.
Absolutely.
For this game. I would pack your sunscreen.
Yeah.
Unlike Wolchuk that one time. Remember he came back, he had the red face with the you see his sunglass tan on his face. Yeah.
Permanently scarred on.
Yeah.
I love that. And the farmer's tans with the tank tops. Oh, man, I love that.
All right, let's see how many phone calls we can get through here at 877-881-1053 of what you drinking, what you thinking. Football Friday here on The Fan. And K-Dub, where are we going first, buddy?
All right, we're going to go to Rocky in Dallas. Rocky, you're going to start us off.
Hello, Rocky.
Hey, yo, Rocky boy.
Hey, hey, how are y'all?
Excellent, thank you.
What you drinking, what you thinking?
I'm drinking some water. Just got a quick question for Broadus real quick. Broadus, this, hypothetically speaking, you're the Cowboys GM. Overshown plays the fourth year out with no injuries. What kind of contract would you be looking to give him after next year?
Yeah, that's a really good question because if the injuries are going to factor in here, I mean, you're going to get him hopefully sooner than later. I told you guys earlier that this 21-day window, they're going to take that and take a little more. So how much is he really, really going to play? I think that you're going to have to structure this thing in a way in his agent to, hey, we've had injuries in the past. You've worked with us. You've rehabbed with us. All these things are going to play into that for sure. I just don't think you could say, okay, well, here's the amount, let's go. I think the Cowboys have to be very, very mindful of, and his agent has to be very mindful of trying to create some type of a friendly deal that maybe you can, if he stays healthy, this thing can escalate in that way. So I don't have a dollar amount, but I think both parties need to be very mindful of where he is health-wise.
Yeah, and as much as I like the kid and the story and I'm rooting for him, I think I want the Cowboys to be pretty tough on this.
Yeah.
I just think it's not a good idea to be giving out a lot of guaranteed money.
Yeah.
And obviously you have to be cognizant of the fact that the kid got hurt playing for you and trying to do his best. But
exactly,
it's a business, and you got to manage the cap. The mid-range for linebackers is like $8 to $15 million right now. I think like 3 years and 30 with maybe 20 of it guaranteed or something would, if I was going to, throw out what I would hope the Cowboys could get done with Overshown, because the guy is just such a playmaker that you don't want to let him go. But if he and his agent want to be like, well, we've been hurt and we have to extract maximum value because this might be our last contract, I'd say go get it from somebody else.
Yeah, I would be real careful about that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, at 877-881-1053.
Wings over here. What's going on, family?
Man, they are hooking you up. Is it your birthday or something?
Hey, every day my birthday, baby.
Was it January 11th, right? Is that what we said?
Yeah, every day my birthday. When you wake up like, whoo.
Yeah.
I'm up.
Yeah,
Hey,
above
here
the
we go.
ground.
Yeah. Woo, here I am.
Where are we going next, Kevin?
All right, staying in Dallas, we're going to go to Mike.
Hey, good afternoon. Man, I see. So the Cowboys are good. I'm not going to get my hopes up or nothing, but they got some pretty good games they should win against the Cardinals, Raiders, and maybe the Vikings. So I mean, if they could get in a good run till CeeDee Lamb gets back and they get some of their linemen back, I think they'd be pretty good off. And man, I can't wait for the Mavs game, the 22nd. It's the first game here at American Airlines against San Antonio Spurs. I already got my tickets. That's going to be a good one.
Nice.
And I'm drinking raspberry tea.
Nice.
Oh, there you go. Raspberry tea.
Take care, Mike. Have a good weekend. That opens the line at 877-881-1053. I think the Mavs are a playoff team. I am excited about the Cowboys, but not necessarily about this season, although I think making the playoffs is a realistic goal. If they make a couple of trades, I think they could contend. I just love what Dak and Schotty have cooking, and I feel like over the next couple of years, they're going to put this team back in a position to make the city proud again.
Like what you're saying there.
And with that, we go to our next phone call.
All right, let's go to Walt in Waco.
Walt, what you drinking and what you thinking, buddy?
Hey, Walt.
Hey, drinking that ice cold natty light, baller on a budget.
Yeah.
And what I'm thinking is, man, I'm so grateful that I got to make it out to my first Flagtober this weekend. It was great seeing Brian and Zach. Got to go by both stops and pick up the best G-Bag flag you guys have ever made.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
to Colby at Tober Garage Doors, man, hospitality was off the chain at both places. And I know this, if I ever need a garage door, Colby will be my first call. If I ever start having trouble in the bedroom, I'll call the Low T Clinic. But if the Low T Clinic doesn't work, I'll call Tony Alberti at East Dallas Diesel because, my God, the showroom he has is full of massive trucks. So if you need to compensate for something that you're a little short of, go get a truck from Colby. You can walk underneath those damn things. And I'm looking forward to the best post-game and pre-game show in the business, and I'm just hoping the Cowboys keep rolling, man. Let's get this thing done.
Let's go. Thank you, Walt. Have yourself a great weekend. And that'd be the Men's Tea Clinic, mensteclinic.com. Appreciate all the shout-outs.
That was Phenom of the Year, or Phenom broadcaster right there, right?
Dude, I think Walt and Waco could win.
Walt could win. Walt's a good dude. He really, really is.
Cut that up, put you on the air check.
Yep.
Alrighty, who's next, Kevin?
All right, let's go to the famous Rodeo Ron.
Here he is. Ronnie, what you drinking? What you thinking, buddy?
I'm drinking a little bit of Jim Beam with a splash of Dr. Pepper. And I'm thinking that when I walked in the house today, coming home from that Taco Bueno, meeting Charles Haley, and I'm sorry, Waco, I have the best feedback flag down, 2025, because it has Charles M. F. Haley's signature on it.
Nice.
But, hey, I said to my wife, babe, I've been so busy. I don't know if I'm coming or going. She doesn't even look up and just says, well, judged by the look on your face, you're going. Because when you're coming, you look like a stroke victim trying to whistle. And the only response I can give to her was, let's go, Cowboys! Hold the horn! And remember one thing, baby. If you're not listening to that G-Bag Nation with Radio Run, drinking Jim B, then what a F-U, baby!
Oh, my God.
There he goes.
Shout out to Uncle Ron showing up.
Ronnie.
Drunk Uncle Ron.
Freaking Hall of Famer there. Rodeo Ron, salute to you. This flag is so good, we might just run it back next year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Usually we don't do repeats.
Yeah.
But I'd say this flag is that good. It could. It's a repeat candidate. Kevin, who's next?
All right, we got Randall in Arlington. Randall, you're up.
Yo, what's good, fellas?
What up?
Hey, man.
Man, I'm drinking glacier water.
No.
Okay, yeah.
Get hydrated.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty hot. What I'm thinking is
it room
all
temperature?
the injuries. Absolutely not.
Okay. Oh, wow.
He knows, Lucius.
Okay.
He knows.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Cold.
Okay.
But what I'm thinking is all the injuries to our back end are blessings in disguise. I promise, I can almost guarantee our back end defense will be way better with Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson off the field and Jack Sanborn. I'm over all three of those people. They can do whatever they do with them in the offseason, but I could almost guarantee that the defense will be better with those people out. Can't wait for Demo to get back.
Strong take, and I agree with you. It's an unfortunate reality that you're keeping your fingers crossed that one of these dudes can have a game.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now. The performance against Breece Hall. Now, Breece Hall, good runner. Jets, good running offensive line. But you're in the place to make the play. And we're diving at feet. Like, that's all I saw on the Breece Hall highlights is Cowboys defenders diving at feet.
Yeah.
Who's next, K-Dub?
All right, we got Dope Sick Dave.
Here he is. What you drinking and what you thinking, Dave?
Just drinking a water bottle left in the car that was under the seat, car temperature. I don't know if y'all mess with that.
No.
Nah, I'm just playing. Got some Jaden Blue take for you, and then I got a question for Broadus. Hopefully I can respond to his answer. I'll make it quick. We're kind of running Javonte into the ground right now. 80% snap share, around a 15 carry guy, carries a game kind of guy right now. He's always been an 8 to 12 carry kind of game, not an 8% snap share. With Miles Sanders being out, this is the perfect time to get Jaden Blue going, right? And the second thing is, Broadus, you ever been duck hunting? You duck hunt?
Yeah, I'm terrible at it.
Yeah? Well,
one
there's some duck
I one time was in a blind, and I put the shotgun in a corner, never fired a shot. Ducks were flying so close, I could have stood up and knocked the ducks down with my gun. I'm a terrible hunter, and I just didn't want to do it. It's nothing against duck hunting, but I just didn't want to do it. I really didn't.
Well, we got some duck hunting going on tomorrow at 2:30. If you catch my drift, my Hoosiers
I got you.
taking down the Ducks, baby. 2:30. That's the real game to watch. Have a good weekend, fellas.
Illinois.
Okay.
No, Illinois, Indiana.
Indiana. Is Dope Sick Dave a Hoosier?
Yeah, he's
Is that
a
what we
Hoosier.
just found out about Dope Sick?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's a Hoosier.
Well, good luck to you, sir.
Yeah.
Any more calls here,
Hey,
Kevin?
hold on, Dawson, before you even do that. You said earlier about diving at feet. Made me think of this Little League guy we used to play with in Little League football, right?
Yeah.
That was his move, diving at your feet. And I'm talking about diving all the way out. He would never catch anybody. But once you passed him, he would just dive for you, bro.
You got to appreciate the effort.
You gotta
in
love
youth
it,
football.
dog.
And it's a pretty good bid. I've done it once or twice myself when I found myself in a tackle football game that I wanted nothing to do with.
Never caught anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was.
But he would sail all the way out, though.
It looks good. You know, it's
looks
like
great.
Jordan diving in the outfield that time when he was playing for the Barons?
The Barons.
Yeah.
Birmingham Barons.
Kevin, who's next?
All right, we got two more. Let's go to Luke in Arlington. What you thinking? What you drinking, Luke?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm thinking right now. I'm thinking of a nice cold Busch Light with the boys, watching Tariq Skubal hopefully play spoiler in Seattle because we do not like Seattle around here.
I like
and
it.
I'm also thinking that this division for the Cowboys is wide open, and I'll give you one perfect reason why. Because no one has won this division back-to-back years in like the past 20 years. All right? So the Eagles aren't going to win it this year. I think the Cowboys can beat Washington, and I think the Cowboys can also beat the Giants and whoever else they got to go up against, and then we'll lose in the divisional round. But we're going to win the freaking division this year.
I like the sound of that. I think it will be either the Cowboys or Washington. I have some stuff on Washington coming up in around the NFC East at 6:20. But the thing that's unfortunate with them, just to give it to you now in case you can't stick around, their line of scrimmage play is improved, and they're getting Cosme back. Like, their offensive line is taking care of business, and Dan Quinn tweaked the defensive line to where they're not diving through gaps anymore, and now they're actually good against the run. Like Washington, unfortunately, I know Daniels has been hurt, and we're thinking, okay, but they didn't miss that much of a beat without him. And now that he's back and healthy and going into next week, I think it's a huge game, and the Cowboys better get healthy. Otherwise, I think Wolchuk might be right, and the Commanders are going to win this division. Okay, last call here, Kevin.
All right, last one, and to save the best for last, we got Big Jim.
Big Jim.
What's happening, fellas? It's good to talk to you. Drinking a little Coca-Cola. I meant to get a Dr. Pepper. I went by a Whataburger and got me a burger, which is the best burger, as you all know. What I'm thinking about, boy, I tell you what, that was one fun game to watch last night. And I'm not even talking about what was going on the field. I was watching Nick Sirianni chew his fingernails, and I swear I thought.
Come on, Jimmy.
Come on, Jim.
Because the quarterback was when his quarterback was in the tent there, but those two, I tell you what, it's easy not to like those two coaches. I do like Dan Quinn, but boy, it was just so nice to see the Giants get a win over those horrible Eagles last night. Very happy about that, and Jalen Hurts isn't any good, and then Broadus, you and your wingman there, Vach, you always talk about how you put pressure on Jalen Hurts and he can't do nothing. Well, that's what they did last night. So
sure did.
That's good. Hey, going to get a win this weekend. Excited about that. Glad to see the Cowboys play. Those linebackers have got to. It's not that they were fellas. It wasn't that they were diving to get. They were diving, but because they were in the wrong gaps. They got to get in the right gaps. So
they were.
Gee, freaking whiz. Listen, have a good one. Love you, fellas. Brothers and Walchuk, I'll talk to you on Sunday.
Sounds
Cheers.
Good. Yeah, we'll see you in the post game, Jim. Thank
Have
you,
a great weekend, Jim, and enjoy that Whataburger. Yeah, great call from Jim almost every week here. What you drinking and what you thinking. That's another one in the books. We're live at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. If you want a G-Bag Nation flag, how about tomorrow? We're going to be at Mansfield, Hurtado, 10 to 10:30. And then Fort Worth, Hurtado, 11:30 to noon. So come load up on barbecue with me. Get ready for the college football day. And get your G-Bag Nation flag. And then if you can make it to Highland Hotel 2 to 6, we'll have more flags. And we got an epic Texas OU watch party there in the pool and the patio there at Highland Hotel in Dallas. We're coming back with the Expressway. We'll get you everything that's been developing throughout your broadcast day. Then the G-Bag of the day and LA Live's coming up at 5:40 live here from Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers and Euless on the Fan.
Prize Picks is the best way to cash in on the Cowboys this football season. Which players are going off? Which ones are overhyped?
All the feed products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Cool. I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? Lauren Jen. Here's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your.
That's your. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Got the G-Bag of the day here coming up in just a few minutes with LA. He's on location with us. If you want to come say hi, do a little fellowshipping. LA Live's coming up in about 12 minutes, I guess. It's right around the corner. Again, Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. A couple of stories just to get you updated here. The Big Ten is closing in on that $2 billion deal that's private equity, and they're going to share that amongst all of their athletic departments there to try to give them a competitive edge over the rest of the country. Lamar Jackson ruled out. The Ravens are going to roll with Cooper Rush again, and they're playing the Rams.
Yeah.
So I think you just marked the Ravens now at 1-5. Are they dead in the water?
I think that you're to the point now where, I think they're 7.5-point dogs at home. So that could be a rough one for the Ravens. Rams are playing really, really well.
Concussion protocol is under review for Jackson Dart last night. I think that's the next thing to do as a rookie. Once you kind of prove that, hey, I can play. I mean, he still has to throw his first 200-yard game. But once you've proven, hey, I can play, I can lead us to victory, now the next thing is how do we protect this kid from himself who's trying to go out there and do whatever it takes to earn this job?
Because he was dropping his head.
Yes.
He lowered his head, bro.
That's what he does.
He looked like the Bills quarterback a little bit with that one.
Josh Allen,
yeah.
So, but that was so much fun. And, obviously the return trip here for New York coming to the Cowboys to play this game later on in the year, it's going to be significantly more difficult than the Russell Wilson, Tyrone Tracy pairing.
I kind of feel like that the game, and I've said this when I looked at the schedule, that the game against the Commanders on Christmas Day there in Washington could be for a playoff spot.
Yeah.
It could be. I just kind of think of the way this division. Everybody might kind of beat up on each other, and then all of a sudden you've got these games where you're playing the AFC West, you're playing the NFC North. There's that one swing game you have to play against an AFC opponent that makes up the 17th game. So I just kind of feel like this thing's going to come down to the end, and that Commanders game on Christmas, that Thursday on Christmas Day, could be for a spot.
Might be an NFC East championship game.
Might very well be.
I don't know how you're looking at the Eagles right now, but I think going into Minnesota, they're in trouble.
Yeah.
That's going to be next Sunday. Then they get the Giants in Philadelphia. That one's going to be fascinating.
Yeah.
Then they're at the Packers. Then they host the Lions. And I don't know. I could see Philly going 1-3 or even 0-4 over these next stretch of games. They're sitting there at 4-2 right now atop the division.
Yeah.
But the Cowboys and the Commanders are both breathing down their necks a little bit. Stephen Jones joined us back there at 3 o'clock, and he gave us some breaking news, unsolicited.
Yeah.
Told us Miles Sanders is going to be out for the year. I think there are some Cowboys fans that are like, okay, nothing lost after that. That after he got run down by Zach Bond in the opener, I think a lot of Cowboys fans were ready to let Miles Sanders go. But this one kind of stinks. I guess he needs that chondral graft surgery that Trayvon Diggs had, which is the new advanced microfracture procedure.
Dr. Dan Cooper, one of the best in the biz. When he's working on your knee, you're in really, really good hands. But yeah, that was one of those things where I was asking some people in the organization, did it happen in a game, practice, how'd it go? And they basically told me this was just a wear and tear situation.
Yeah.
It's something that needed to be done.
Okay, so Bland and Diggs are questionable for Sunday, and our guy Jonathan Mingo's questionable. Tyler Smith questionable as well. It's amazing. Going into last week's game, I said I'm going to let my prediction hinge on whether Tyler Smith plays or not, but they really handled Quinnen Williams well, so why not go back-to-back and handle up on Derek Brown pretty good? And I guess if you're looking at wear and tear with Smith, I'd rather sit him another week and make sure he's good for Washington. But if he's 100% and he's good to go, then let's get as much Tyler Smith as possible.
Well, Adeniji gave you some hope, the way that he was able to play. So, if they can steal another week and find a way to, with the stretch of games coming up, maybe you get you got the Commanders, Denver, Arizona, then the bye. Boy, that would be a nice time if you could get that one more week for Smith, and then worry about the next 3, and then get him another break, and then try and get him through the rest of the season. He's dealing with the knee, tendonitis, an ankle, a hip. He's fighting a lot right now.
He is. He's a full-blown veteran at this point and showing the wear and tear that comes along with it. But it is time now to switch over to Lucius Alexander to my right, who has your G-Bag of the day.
Yes. Let that sit for a second. Oh, yes, G-Bag of the day, live from the cheeseburger spot. What's the name of the spot again?
Cold beers and cheeseburgers and
Beers and cheeseburgers. I see you over there, Broadus. I see you over there, man.
There was no way I was going to be able to help you.
Yeah, well,
I was glad to toss it.
I didn't feel like I was drowning yet. I'm just freestyling. I'm just flowing. Anyway, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 530. Replay the chat right about the 2:20 area. You can catch that then. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up this weekend if you see anything I should be playing on all social media platforms. Lucky Lucius P. Lucius. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, and send all your hate mail there. All right, so our winner and champ is the playmaker, Michael Irvin, our guy here, GOAT of DFW and Texas, I'm pretty sure, man. He tells the haters over there at the Facts Over Feelings podcast to keep his name out of your mouth. And Jerry Rice, keep that name out your mouth. Deion Sanders, keep that name out your mouth. Apparently, they said those guys were too slow to play today's game.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name. And I certainly don't know your game, because you don't. I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are. So who the are you to talk about what? You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the you're talking about. Keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to on my work when I won championships on every level.
Yeah.
On every level. When they can knock out.
Yeah.
I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. So shut the hell up.
Yeah. Call passes in the midst of pain.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't have to do that. I did that. So shut the hell up. That's my guy right there, man. All right, Khaki Kev, I'm going to go to this Syracuse audio that I sent you, brother, because, oh, my gosh. I love when things like this happen. This is 100.1 ESPN. Reminds me of the Randy Moss calling into a local sports radio show as Woody. Remember that back in the day?
Yes.
To air some things out.
Yeah, had to get some things straight.
Syracuse wide receiver Jonte Cooks, his uncle David, this is what we're thinking it is, might have called into a Syracuse post-game show. This happened following Syracuse's loss to SMU. He called in to take shots at the Syracuse quarterback, Ricky Collins, saying Jonte needs to transfer again.
I don't know if you've been watching quarterback play. I just left the game. I had to leave in the third quarter. From what I seen, that was some high school football. Ain't nobody paying attention. My nephew was a 5-star receiver from the SEC. He got 3-star receivers covering him from the ACC, and they can't get him the ball. I'm the reason he went to Texas, and I'm gonna get on the phone with his father, and we're gonna see what we can do. We can't let Ricky ruin our chances to get to the league. That boy's not ready for a number one spot. I've seen the practice tapes. My brother sent me the practice tapes, and I see what he do in practice. So football games, starters are built in practice, and that boy sucked in practice. So I'm looking at it. He's not supposed to be there, and maybe Luke Cornett ain't the answer. But I ain't seen a quarterback throw the football backwards since the 80s.
Yeah, I love that, bro. That's messy right there. I like how he said our chances of getting into the league.
Our chances
You
to
hear
get in the
all
league.
say our chances?
Yeah.
Everybody's involved in that, trying to get this kid to the league. I do think if you got a bad quarterback, there's still a path, right? Just focus on what you can control, run your routes. You might not get drafted high if you don't have the production, but you'll get a shot.
You'll still get there.
Yeah.
There's some SMU cats that are in the league right now, and they have Mordecai, I believe that kid's name. I say that respectfully. Mordecai couldn't get that ball to him the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And I was a quarterback at one point sometimes, and there's some players on my field that I still regret to this day. I see their hands up in my dreams. Yeah, come on, bro. Couldn't get it to him, dog. Couldn't get it to you.
It's tough.
It can be, especially when Rush is coming at you.
Brutal.
You know, it's weird. All right, I got another one from G-Bag of the day. The Giants have brought the energy levels up there in Gotham City. Gotham City. I love that name.
I do too.
Gosh, man.
There's a soccer team, Gotham Football Club.
God, that is
a
dope.
cool name.
I bet they got some pretty cool merch too, right?
They really do.
All right, let's go to ESPN New York radio host Dave Rothenberg. He is out of pocket for this with the energy levels.
So you want energy? Yep. You want energy? I'll open my butt cheeks and give you energy today. Is what I'm going to do. Oh, my God.
I don't know. I don't know if that's the kind of energy that any of us want.
Yeah.
But, hey, this is your day today. Congratulations.
It's your day, bro.
What a night for you.
What a night for me.
What?
What a night for me.
What kind of phrase is that? I don't even want to repeat it.
Is he talking about he's going to fart on it?
I don't know what
rivals.
I don't know. I mean, feeling happy.
Yeah.
And opening things, man, he just needs to relax a little bit.
Might be reaching out to other Giant fans.
I mean,
like, hey, come on, let's celebrate.
Yeah.
That's his Tinder
Yeah.
page, his radio show every
that's
morning.
his-
Just trying to see who's interested over
who's
here.
interested, yeah.
We have had some all-timers on the show this year as far as double entendre steps.
Yeah.
that are
we got the
little-
nosebleeds here. They're pretty good at it.
What's funny about that guy
Yeah.
is he didn't even realize what he had done.
Yeah.
You know?
How open? I don't even want to say that, man.
Yeah.
I don't even want to say that. That's wild.
I thought New York would be the top of your game. That seemed pretty amateurish to me.
Yeah.
Dave Rothenberg.
Yeah, Rothenberg.
Woo.
You want energy?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, man.
Yeah.
All right. So people are getting a lot of money on these internet streets, and you got pranksters, and you got content creators. I got a drive-through prankster right here, Khaki Kev. Got a drive-through prankster right here. He goes through the Hardee's drive-through just to do a little trolling.
Welcome to Hardee's. Would you like to try a mushroom and Swiss burger combo today?
Absolutely not.
All right, what can I get started for you?
How are you, damn it?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
How are you, damn it?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm doing well too, son. I hurried on down to Hardee's because I heard your food tastes like America. Is that true, young boy?
Yeah?
Don't laugh at me, boy. I'll take you downtown.
Yes, sir. What can I get for you?
All right, well, I'd like a hand-breaded chicken tender meal, 5-piece for my son.
All right, and just that 5-piece for you, would you like a combo?
You're damn right.
All right, small, medium, or large?
Medium, damn it.
All right, and then would you like any sauces for that?
Well, you're damn right. I want some damn ranch for him.
Damn ranch? All right.
Damn ranch.
All right. Anything else for you, sir?
You're damn right.
All right.
I want some. Hey, Sonny, I'm not done yet, boy.
All right, sorry about that, sir. What else can I
You
get?
quiet down when I'm talking to you, son. Extra salt on the fries for me, please, young boy.
You said no salt?
Extra salt, damn it.
Or extra salt. All right, I got you.
Hilarious.
That is fantastic.
That is very good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good stuff. All right, man, let's vote, bro.
Okay, is it our champ, Michael
I
Irvin?
just don't know how to wrap it up, quite nicely. Just throw it over to the general.
Yeah.
Is it
Good at
100.1 ESPN Syracuse wide receiver
Give him a
Jonte
clumsy
Cooks?
pass and watch him just work with it.
You were talking about quarterbacking earlier, weren't you?
Yeah, I told you.
I can't see him. I just can't see him.
I see them hands in my dreams.
Just throw me one of those Danucci balls. One of those underneath deals. I think, who threw one of those last week? Tua? That was unbelievable against Carolina.
Yeah.
It was almost like a softball pass. ESPN New York's Dave Rothenberg offers to give you the energy or the drive-through prankster. I could vote for any one of these.
Pretty good.
My goodness, I want to make the drive-through prankster an instant 5-time nominee for G-Bag of the Year. And Jonte Cook's uncle and the Rothenberg clip. I feel like if the Nosebleed Boys were here, there's no way that would lose.
All over it.
Did you hear that? Dude, bring it back.
Bro.
Lucius, have you done that for G-Bag yet?
Dude, come on, man.
I'm going to go with Michael Irvin. I believe the vote's on Lucius.
Yeah, I would too as well. I would
Okay.
too as well.
Let's go to
One more
K-Dub.
for you, Playman. And y'all should listen to the unedited version, but don't listen to it around kids because Mike is in his bag.
Not safe for work.
No.
Kevin, what's your vote today?
I'm going to go drive-through prankster because there towards the end it seemed like he was messing with them back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was pretty good. It's definitely worthy, Brian. You could go either way on this. Who you voting for?
I'm going to vote for Dave.
Okay. By a score of 2-1 to 1.
The Wendy's dude?
Still.
Oh.
Your G-Bag of the Day champion. Dave Rothenberg.
I'm just playing.
You want some energy?
I was kind of hoping we could get it to the Nosebleed Boys here, but didn't work out so well. Yep.
It was worth a shot.
Yep.
I'm sure Chief has it bookmarked and it'll pop up at the Sounds of the Sports Day or something on Monday.
Yep.
Send Zach and Eric some love on social. Let them know they're missed. Hopefully they're having a great time at this wedding. It's time now to stay over here in the
North
remote
Texas
Pimp
Gate.
Cup where Lucius has LA Live.
Yeah. It's a Feel Good Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
I love playing craps, and I will readily admit the craps table is infinitely more entertaining when there is at least one black man at the craps table, because the shit they say when they shoot dice is so much more creative. Like, let's say the point's 9, all right? White guy will get the dice, be like, all right, looking for a 9. Give me 5, 4, 6, 3. 5, 4, 6, 3. Give me a 9. Yeah. Some lame shit like that. Black dude will get the dice, be like, all right, point's 9. That's Nina. Nina from Pasadena. The ones that still ain't seen it. Where you at, bitch? Nina. You kidding me? Hey.
That is good.
It's LA Live for Friday, October 10th. Ooh, October 10th. That's 1010. Where you been? Did you get my message? Huh? Shout out to Genuine. October 10th, 2025. It is a Feel Good Friday here in LA Live. People, we made it. Another wild-ass week of 2025 in the books. Now let's enjoy this OU Texas weekend safely here, folks. I got some things. If you're on 35, head into DFW. Avoid the law dogs. Mind your speeds. Please mind your speed. You can go too slow out here. There's a lot of transplants that are getting blamed for slow speeds out here in DFW. When you're getting on these highways, you got to pick it up. You got to get on, especially when you're getting on. You got to get on there, boy. Get on there.
Hit it, man.
Please get on
Slingshot, engaged.
Yeah, get in there, man. Don't drink and drive out here. Keep your emotions in check. Sometimes you can be totally right about the situation, but your emotions guide you in the wrong path. Yeah. And then you can mess it all the way up. You can be totally right, but your emotions get you wrong. Don't get caught up in your emotions. I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW scanner this weekend, especially DFW scanner, because it is a scary, scary place to be. In other words, don't crash out like this dude right here. Y'all, listen to this story I seen last night. A Metro Atlanta man, shout out to Ratlanta. A Metro Atlanta man has been arrested for allegedly stealing 91 manhole covers in storm drains, bro. What are we doing with storm drains and manhole covers? What could you possibly be doing?
Maybe building a barricade?
You building a clubhouse? What are you doing?
You're building a wall somewhere.
Are they made of copper or something? Like, I don't know. Like, what are you
breaking
doing?
Them down to recycling. They are heavy.
They are super heavy.
Get a couple $100 for it.
91, and he has somebody else. They show video footage of him doing it. He has somebody else helping him. Like, how could you convince somebody, hey, man, come help me take these manhole covers from the city streets and put them in the back of my Fiesta?
Man, I saw this Instagram account. This guy goes around the country realigning manhole covers when they have painted lines that go over them.
Wow.
And they're sort of off, and it's his entire Instagram
that's what he's
account.
Doing?
Yes, and it's somehow, like, addictive to watch him do it. He shows up, and the small business comes out and points at it, and he corrects it. They all celebrate with him. I don't know why it's so satisfying.
They're talking about to potentially create art by carving or painting them.
So he's an artiste.
Collecting vintage covers or use them as part of a mosaic or other landscaping design.
He looks crazy still.
So we might be doing something artsy with these manhole covers.
You need to say something, brother.
Yeah.
If you're doing it for the art, hey, I'm with it. But, that's dangerous. People can fall in those manhole covers.
Yes.
You can lose pets in the manhole covers. You can tear some tires up for sure.
Not very safe at all, especially if you got little kids. I was wondering if he's extorting neighborhoods. Like, hey, do you want your manhole cover back?
Manhole cover back? I've got your manhole cover.
Be awful inconvenient if you woke up tomorrow with your manhole cover gone.
Yeah, how about that? I got another crash out story for you, too, I seen. It was an Ohio woman. She is the target of a manhunt right now after she broke into her boyfriend's home and sliced his sack.
Oh, wow.
She broke into his house and sliced his sack. Authorities have issued an arrest warrant for the scrotum slasher. She's 45 years old.
She's nuts.
Come on, bro. You're at this age. You can't be crashing out like that at this age.
No. That jealousy is a much younger woman's game.
Jealousy.
Was it adultery related?
I'm pretty sure it possibly was, if she's going for the scrotums.
Yeah, I wonder if she.
And they were exposed too, by the way.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, the insides were exposed.
Oh man, that is terrifying.
Yeah.
Man probably has a lawsuit on his hands.
He got a lot more on his hands for sure.
Yeah, I guess maybe she did have Lorena Bobbitt intentions.
Yeah.
And he, had quick reflexes in his sleep enough before more damage was done.
Lorena Bobbitt, what was that dude's name? Joey Botafuco? Was that his name?
Joey Botafuco, yeah.
Is that it? Joey Botafuco?
I think you're right.
I really wish I never heard of Enemy Fisher.
Yeah.
I thought it was John Wayne Bobbitt. I think
Is it John Wayne
Botafuco
Who's
was.
Botafuco?
Botafuco is somebody. What do we?
Yeah, it's somebody.
Did he kill his girlfriend in New Jersey or something
my
like that?
God.
Well, okay, we didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, don't get me excited about some dude that's a murderer.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Jeez.
Joey.
Anyway, here's a weekend warning while we figure that out.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish 12 minutes quickly.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Yeah. She came and shot the wife, right?
Yeah.
Amy Fisher came in. Yeah.
1992, Botafuco had an affair with a 16-year-old Amy Fisher in his customer's garage.
Wow.
Shotty,
Very
angelic
romantic.
rage. Fisher went to Bonafuco's home and shot Mary Jo in the face.
Oh, Joey Bonafuco over here. Hey.
What a name.
Yeah, that's an awesome name. Joey Bonafuco, bro. That is awesome. He knows how to get that stuff to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of stuff.
Hey, we have some history made. We have a young Atlanta inventor. I brought him up before because during the summer, people thought he was missing because he didn't post on his social media for a while, and they were concerned about him because he's changing the game out here. He found a way to turn plastic waste into fuel. Remember this kid?
Yeah.
Plastiline, a.k.a. Plastiline. His name is Julian Brown. He's 21 years old. What a young, brilliant person right there. He has put his fuel to the test. He uses Plastiline to start a 2023 Dodge Scat Pack. Ooh, that's that. Can I get some of that khaki, Kev?
Plastiline, 110 octane made from gasoline. 2023 Scat Pack right here. It's all to eat. This does not have fuel inside of it. We're making history, and everybody's here to see right here in Atlanta. She's gonna try to start it to show we got no fuel in this thing.
Hey, buddy. Move back some. Move back. It ain't starting up.
110 octane made from gasoline, and we're gonna pour it in. You ready, Bobby?
You ready, Dobby? You ready, Dobby?
Here we go. History in the making, baby.
Plastiline.
Plastiline.
That stank.
Hit it.
Plastiline, look at Plastiline right there. Made from used plastic and plastic waste and whatnot. So shout out to that brilliant dude. I don't know if it's going to be cheaper than gasoline. Maybe it's cleaner. I don't know, but it's pretty cool that you can even make that happen. So
Sounds
shout out
like,
to you.
yeah, it sounds like Lucius. It's not cleaner.
Damn.
Yeah,
Son of a
plastic to
gun.
fuel projects have a track record of high-profile financial and technical failures.
Oh, God.
The process requires significant energy input and capital investment, making it economically uncompetitive with virgin fossil fuels.
So can we at least burn up the plastic? We have something else to do with it instead of making, states out there floating in the sea.
Yeah, it says the high heat conversion process and burning of the final fuel can release harmful air pollutants and hazardous waste, including dioxins and other persistent organic pollutants.
Julian Brown, stop with the Plastiline. Stop, sir. Why you ahead? You're 21.
It is a pretty cool science
That's
project,
pretty cool,
though.
man.
Yeah,
Just to make anything happen at that
they
age.
said you can clearly worsen the climate with this
Oh,
stuff.
my God.
Yeah.
Well, hell. How about this one? I got some Feel Good Friday. Yeah.
He did start the car.
I mean, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Howard Hughes flew that airplane for about he flew it for a little bit and then it landed and didn't fly the plane again.
I got some news bloopers right here to go off on a little funny Friday vibes. Let's go to WRAL there, Khaki Kev, in Raleigh, North Carolina. This is cut 6. Let's talk to some TCU fans after they beat up the Carolinas.
Of course,